The Bolsheviks Come to Power. The Revolution of 1917 in Petrograd. By Alexander Rabinowitch. Acknowledgements. This book could not have been completed without the generous support of several funding institutions. A postdoctoral fellowship from the National Endowment for the Humanities enabled me to begin research at the Hoover Institution, Stanford, California, in 1967. Grants from the International Research and Exchanges Board and the American Council of Learned Societies made it possible to spend the fall semester 1970 to 1971 gathering material in Moscow and Leningrad as a participant in the Senior Scholars Exchange between the United States and the USSR, and the remainder of the year finishing research and drafting the initial chapters in Washington, D.C. Summer faculty fellowships from Indiana University and its Russian and East European Institute allowed me to devote summers to work on the book. The bulk of the manuscript was completed in 1973 to 1974 at the Institute for Advanced Study, Princeton, New Jersey, where my stay was supported partially by a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities. It is a pleasure to acknowledge my debt to the staffs of the Lenin Library and the Fundamental Library of the Social Sciences in Moscow, the Saltykov-Shchedrin Library and particularly the Academy of Sciences Library in Leningrad, the Hoover Institution, the Indiana, Columbia, Georgetown, and Stanford University Libraries, the New York Public Library, and the Library of Congress. I am especially grateful to Anna M. Burgina of the Hoover Institution for help in obtaining several important sources unavailable elsewhere. In the Soviet Union, my work was enriched by consultations with academician P. V. Volobyov, Professors George F. Kennan, Carl Chasin, and Robert C. Tucker helped make my year at the Institute for Advanced Study one of the most memorable and without doubt the most productive of my life. Margaret Van Sant at the Institute for Advanced Study and Deborah Chase and Nancy Manis of the Indiana University Department of History and Russian and East European Institute, respectively, somehow managed to maintain good humor throughout the arduous task of typing the chapters. I am grateful to Indiana University Press for permission to quote from my study Prelude to Revolution, the Petrograd Bolsheviks and the July 1917 Uprising, and to James L. Mayers and Emily Garland, my editors at Norton, for their help in preparing the present book for publication. The greatest debt that I have incurred is to my wife, Janet Rabinowitch. A constant source of intellectual stimulation and encouragement, she went over successive drafts with an experienced editorial eye and made countless suggestions for improvement. Whatever merits this book may possess are due in no small part to her interest and patience. Special thanks are also due my colleague Stephen F. Cohen. His invariably sound advice and perceptive criticism were of enormous benefit at every stage of my work. Leopold Hyamson, who has been the source of inspiration for a whole generation of American students of Russian labor history, shared useful thoughts relating to this study during several discussions in the spring of 1974. I owe much to them as well as to John M. Thompson, George F. Kennan, William G. Rosenberg, S. Frederick Starr, Stephen Saudikoff, and Donald Raleigh, who read and commented on some or all of the chapters. Their suggestions have been invaluable in revising the manuscript. I alone, of course, bear responsibility for the remaining shortcomings. Note on transliteration, dates, and terminology. The system of transliteration employed in this work is the one used by the Library of Congress, with some simplifications. When appropriate, proper names are spelled in their more customary English forms. All dates are given according to the Julian calendar, in use in Russia until 1918, rather than the Gregorian calendar of the West. In 1917, the former was 13 days behind the latter. As used in this book, Soviet or Soviets refers to the elected councils of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies, representative revolutionary organizations that sprang up throughout Russia in 1917, rather than to people or institutions of the USSR, the most common current meaning of these words. The term Soviet refers more specifically to the central institutions of the Soviets in 1917, usually the Central Executive Committee of the All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies and the Executive Committee of the All-Russian Congress of Peasants Deputies. The two All-Russian Executive Committees often met and acted jointly. Preface to the Centenary Edition. With the perspective of a full century, the October Revolution of 1917 in Russia appears as a seminal phase in a complex and dynamic political and social process, deeply rooted in the profound injustices of late imperial Russia and greatly exacerbated by Russia's participation in a losing world war. This phase began in Petrograd, then the capital and industrial center of the Russian Empire, shortly after the February 1917 revolution that ended with the overthrow of Nicholas II and the end of the 3 centuries-old Tsarist regime. Primarily as a consequence of popular frustration with the cautious domestic and foreign policies of the liberal provisional government established after the fall of the Tsar, this phase culminated 8 wildly turbulent months later in the coming to power of Lenin and the Bolsheviks, renamed Communists in March 1918, and the birth of Soviet Russia. The Bolshevik triumph in the fierce struggle for power in 1917 Russia and in the terrible 3-year civil war that followed led to the gradual formation of the ultra-authoritarian communist-controlled Soviet regime that dominated Russian politics and society and was the central factor in international affairs for the better part of the last century. At another level, the Bolsheviks coming to power marked the start of a gigantic, although ultimately failed, experiment in egalitarian socialism of worldwide impact in the near term and of enduring global interest. Surely, then, the October Revolution of 1917 in Petrograd was one of the seminal events and arguably the single most important historical development of the 20th century. Let me begin by recalling the influences that shaped my thinking about the Russian Revolution before I began my own professional study of it. Undoubtedly, the most important of these influences was my upbringing in a family of liberal Russian intelligentsia. In 1932, my mother, Anna Meyerson, a native of Zhytomyr, Ukraine, was an actress performing with a Russian theater troupe in Europe when she and my father, the well-known physical chemist Eugene I. Rabinowitch, were married. My father, born in St. Petersburg in 1898, had fled Russia in August 1918, 2 weeks before the start of the First Red Terror there. In 1921, he was among a large cohort of young Russian students who emigrated to Germany and were able to enter German universities, many through the intercession of the leading Social Democrat Eduard Bernstein, then a member of the Reichstag. As a doctoral student at Friedrich Wilhelm University in Berlin, now Humboldt University, my father studied with such prominent scientists, then already Nobel laureates, as Albert Einstein, Max Planck, Max von Laue, Walter Ernst, and Erwin Schrödinger. On the eve of World War II, after temporary appointments with the brilliant physicists James Franck at the University of Göttingen and Niels Bohr at Bohr's Institute for Theoretical Physics in Copenhagen, as well as at the University of London, he received a position in the chemistry department at MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts. During my childhood and earliest formative years, when my father was at MIT, our family was an integral part of a vibrant Russian émigré community on the east coast of the United States. We spent summers in the lush green mountains of southern Vermont where my father bought a dacha, a summer home, not far from that of Michael Karpovich, a moderate socialist in 1917, an eminent Harvard historian, and the doyen of Russian historical studies in the United States. Some of my most vivid recollections of that time revolve around endless lunches and dinners on Karpovich's front porch, at which some of the most prominent Russians then living in the United States discussed issues related to Russian history, literature, and current events, from such figures as Vladimir Nabokov to Alexander Kerensky, the last head of the provisional government that replaced the Tsar in February 1917. At times, these conversations in Vermont developed into lively arguments. Yet there were some matters about which almost everyone agreed. Among these was that the October Revolution, which had uprooted them, was a military coup carried out by a tightly knit group of revolutionary fanatics led by Lenin and Trotsky, financed by the enemy Germans and devoid of genuine popular support. Another point of broad agreement was that everything that flowed from Red October was an abomination and a global threat. Thus, while my lifelong interest in Russian history and culture grew out of these early family associations, especially from interactions with Karpovich and the Menshevik leader, historian, and principal archivist of Russian social democracy Boris Nikolevsky, they left me with an uncompromisingly negative view of the Bolsheviks, the revolution that brought them to power, and, indeed, virtually the entire Soviet historical experience. These critical attitudes toward most everything connected with the Bolsheviks and Red October were reinforced by the ever-increasing climate of hostility toward the Soviet Union during my high school and college years, 1948 to 1956. These years coincided with the McCarthy era and the Korean War. Following college, these attitudes were further reinforced during my 2 years as an ROTC Army officer. In the Army, I was trained to think of the Soviet Union as the very incarnation of evil and the archenemy of the free world. I began formal study of Russian history first with the late Leopold Hyamson at the University of Chicago, and then at Indiana University with the diplomatic historian John M. Thompson. Together, Chaim, Sun, and Thompson awakened my interest in the Russian Revolution as a seminal political and social phenomenon worthy of serious study. Nonetheless, when the time came to pick a topic for my doctoral dissertation, my fundamental views about the Soviet Union and its birth remained unchanged. My first choice of dissertation topics was a biography of Irakli Tsereteli, a prominent Georgian Menshevik, a minister in the provisional government, the de facto head of the moderate socialist bloc in the National Soviet, and an inveterate enemy of Bolshevism. But after it became apparent that a full-scale biography of Tsereteli required knowledge of Georgian, I focused my doctoral research on Tsereteli during the political crises of spring and summer 1917, especially following the abortive July uprising. At that time, Tsereteli led an effort to buttress Kerensky and to criminalize the Bolsheviks as instigators of the attempted uprising and as paid agents of enemy Germany. How then did I come to shift my interest from the fiercely anti-Bolshevik Tsereteli to his archenemies, the Bolsheviks? And, looking ahead, how did I come to make a sharp break with my initial views about the Bolsheviks and about the movement that brought them to power? Over the years, I have often been asked these questions, and the answers are quite simple. My work with Chaim, Sun, and Thompson had instilled in me a passion for gathering historical evidence, as well as a commitment to being as honest as humanly possible in interpreting it. And the fact is that early on, I concluded that Tsereteli's view of the July uprising as no more than a failed Leninist coup was belied by the images that emerged starkly from the relatively limited body of primary source material then available to me, primarily contemporary Russian newspapers, published documents, and memoirs. Even before the fall of 1963, when I began a 9-month appointment as a graduate exchange student in Moscow, my main research interest had shifted from Tsereteli to the then still puzzling and controversial question of the Bolshevik role in the July 1917 uprising. Some sources that had been available in the United States helped me to begin answering this question. They confirmed the momentous role played by Lenin in pointing the Bolsheviks squarely toward an early socialist revolution following his return to Russia in April 1917, with his well-known April Theses. These theses were officially adopted at the 7th All-Russian Bolshevik Party Conference. However, published records of the conference also revealed deep divisions about the revolution and revolutionary strategy still remaining among the party's top leaders after they were adopted. Most importantly, among members of the newly elected Central Committee. An even more significant source for me was the detailed minutes of weekly meetings of the local Bolshevik Petersburg Committee in 1917. First published in 1927 but suppressed under Stalin and rarely consulted, they also reflected the diversity of political views within the Bolshevik Party organization then, as well as something else of no less importance, namely the Bolshevik Party's rapid growth from a small conspiratorial organization in the late Tsarist era into a mass political party, firmly rooted in factories and barracks, after the fall of Tsarism. This critically important, long-neglected source also reflected the party's relatively decentralized, flexible, and democratic structure and operational style in 1917, which tended to make lower party bodies responsive to the evolving popular mood. Rare Bolshevik memoirs published in the relatively free 1920s and also available for study in the West strongly reinforced these images. Ironically, Nikolevsky, who shared Tsereteli's demonic view of Lenin and of his central role in organizing the July uprising, steered me to the memoirs of Vladimir Nevsky, an important early historian of the Russian revolutionary movement and a Petrograd Bolshevik with whom Nikolevsky had personal ties. Nevsky's writings helped document the independent role of the Bolshevik military organization in encouraging the July uprising against the wishes of Lenin and the Central Committee. Although access to Soviet archives was out of the question for Western historians like me until the Gorbachev era, my 10 months as an exchange scholar in Moscow and Leningrad during the 1963-64 academic year proved indispensable in further clarifying still puzzling aspects of the Bolshevik role in the July uprising and shedding new light on broader fundamental questions stemming from my research regarding the structure and operation of the party and its relation to the growing restlessness unfolding at a popular level. For example, close comparison of the Central Committee's main newspaper, Pravda, and the Bolshevik military organization's Soldetskaya Pravda during the run-up to the July uprising. Soldetskaya Pravda had not been available in the West, documented the growing divergence between the tactical caution of the Central Committee and the radicalism of the military organization. Moreover, the pages of Soldetskaya Pravda as well as of the Kronstadt Daily Izvestia Kronstadtskogo Sovita during the weeks preceding the July uprising mirrored sharply rising unrest among soldiers of the Petrograd garrison and Baltic Fleet sailors and helped reveal crucial connections between it and the Bolshevik military organization's escalating militancy and resulting separatism. Complete runs of both papers were available in what was then called the Lenin State Library in Moscow. The findings of my doctoral dissertation research were reflected in my first book, Prelude to Revolution, The Petrograd Bolsheviks and the July 1917 Uprising. Following its appearance, Soviet historians labeled me a bourgeois falsifier for raising doubts about the Bolsheviks' fundamental unity behind Lenin. However, most Western reviewers of the book seemed persuaded by my depiction of the July uprising as a valid reflection of popular frustration with the meager results of the February Revolution, which was encouraged and supported by radical elements in the Bolshevik military organization and the Petersburg Committee. Most also accepted my conclusion that although the uprising was in part the outgrowth of months-long Bolshevik anti-government agitation and propaganda, it erupted against the wishes of the Central Committee, some of whose members, like Lenin, were justifiably fearful that the overthrow of the provisional government would be opposed by the vast majority of peasants in the provinces and loyalist soldiers at the front, and others, like Lev Kamenev, who remained convinced that a socialist revolution in backward Russia was premature. At the time, Bolshevik moderates along with the Menshevik internationalists and left SRs were concerned most of all with not undermining construction of the strongest possible anti-government alliance of left socialist parties and groups pending convocation of a representative constituent assembly. Prelude to Revolution was published during a period when neo-Stalinist approaches to history were reimposed following Nikita Khrushchev's ouster in 1964. As in the Stalin era, Soviet historians were again tasked with exposing Western historians of the revolution as bourgeois falsifiers. Typical of the hostile attacks on me at this time was a review article, The Events of July 1917 in Contemporary Bourgeois Historiography, by the Moscow historian N.V. Romanovsky. Romanovsky summarily dismissed the legitimacy of my source base, rejected out of hand all my findings regarding the underlying causes and character of the July movement, and, most importantly, blasted my view of differences in the behavior of top Bolshevik leaders in 1917, particularly as it related to the important independent role of ultra-radical Bolsheviks in the Petersburg Committee and military organization and their differences with Leninists and party moderates during the run-up to and eruption of the July uprising. The correct approach to differing opinions existing within the party, Romanovsky insisted, should be based on the fact that at no time did they disrupt the programmatic and organizational unity of the Bolshevik Party, or deter it from following the course set by Lenin. Happily for me, Western reviewers of Prelude to Revolution were more generous than their Soviet counterparts. Most praised my book for providing a compelling, solidly documented explanation of the previously puzzling role of the Bolsheviks in the July uprising. Thus, Marc Ferro, the leading French historian of the Russian Revolution, commented in Annals that I had broken through the protective wall surrounding the history of the Communist Party during the Revolution of 1917. Pursuing clues like a true Sherlock Holmes, he went on, I had discovered and proven the unexpected, that in July 1917, the Bolshevik Party was not a centralized disciplined organization and was divided not only by strategic and theoretical conflicts but also by the existence of relatively autonomous party branches. The Israeli historian Israel Getzler concluded that Prelude to Revolution made the July uprising intelligible as the runaway climax of uncoordinated and contradictory Bolshevik policies and activities. At the same time that one of the doyens of American historians of modern Russia, Nicholas V. Ryazanovsky, praised the book for its objectivity, judiciousness, and sure handling of the evidence, pointing to the July crisis as a major turning point in the revolution as well as to the thoroughness and fairness of my research. The British historian John L. H. Keep concluded that had I been given access to archives, my account of developments at the regimental or factory level might have been fuller, but that it was doubtful that there were party documents hidden from view that would have significantly altered my conclusions. In a similar vein, Keep's American colleague Theodore H. Von Lau added that Prelude to Revolution demonstrated that sound scholarly investigations of critical moments and issues in 1917 were both possible and profitable, even under existing source limitations. Despite the strong public criticism of Prelude to Revolution by Soviet historians and renewed strictures on historical research during the Brezhnev era, my access to the huge trove of contemporary newspapers and rare published documents and memoirs necessary for the completion of my research in the Soviet Union for my next project on October itself, presented in The Bolsheviks Come to Power, was essentially unimpeded. In conducting this research, I utilized the analytical framework relating to the character, structure, and operation of the Bolshevik Party, and its relationship to popular political behavior that had proven to be so fruitful in clarifying the development of the July Uprising. Much of my research for the book was carried out in major Moscow and Leningrad libraries during the late 1960s and early 1970s. A year as a visiting member of the Institute for Advanced Study, School of Historical Studies, Princeton, provided the time necessary to finish writing it. Initially published in the United States in 1976, it has since been republished in multiple English and foreign language editions. Moreover, in addition to this new Haymarket Books edition, centennial French and Italian editions of the book have been or are about to be published. As readers will see, my findings in The Bolsheviks Come to Power clashed with earlier Western views of the October Revolution as no more than a classic military coup d'état, directed by Lenin and Trotsky and carried out by a small, disciplined band of revolutionary fanatics without significant popular support. Yet most non-Soviet reviewers seemed persuaded by my depiction of the October Revolution as the outgrowth of skyrocketing popular dissatisfaction with the conservative, if not openly counter-revolutionary, policies of the provisional government and, concomitantly, of the immense and expanding attraction of the Bolshevik political platform, which called for immediate peace, the elimination of food shortages, fundamental land reform, and transfer of all governmental power to democratic multi-party Soviets pending timely convocation of an elective, representative constituent assembly. Most Western reviewers also accepted my view, foreshadowed in Prelude to Revolution, of the Bolshevik Party in 1917 as a mass, relatively democratically structured and operated political organization, with close interactive ties to factory workers, soldiers, and sailors, and tolerant of diversity within its top leadership. Moreover, they found compelling my depiction of Red October as less a classic armed uprising or coup d'état masterminded by Lenin and led by Trotsky, although, to repeat, their leadership at critical moments was absolutely essential, than the successful outcome of a cleverly developed political and strictly limited military operation that succeeded because of its responsiveness to the prevailing popular mood and existing correlation of forces. Prominent literary and social critic Irving Howe characterized The Bolsheviks Come to Power as the best volume on the Russian Revolution in years. What is so valuable about the book, he explained, is that it undoes both rigid stereotypes, that of Leninism as inherently correct, pointing straight toward revolutionary triumph, and of Leninism as always rigidly authoritarian, pointing straight toward dictatorship. Reviewing The Bolsheviks Come to Power for the New Republic, Robert Rosenstone, the noted writer, filmmaker, and specialist on the relationship between film and history, pointed to the book's narrative power. As he put it, Rabinowitch explains in great detail the inner workings of the Bolshevik Party. We enter the rooms where the Central Committee heatedly debates alternative positions, then watch party members in other settings, at local Soviets, in factories, at meetings of the Duma, at diverse convocations of political groups. The overall effect is exciting, moving, alive with the realization that more than a clash between arms, the revolution was a battle among words, ideas, beliefs. The well-known contemporary American political scientist and historian Stephen F. Cohen praised The Bolsheviks Come to Power as revisionist scholarship in the best and truest sense. Both political and social history, he continued, it greatly expands our detailed knowledge of the turbulent events of 1917, while deepening and revising our understanding of the Bolshevik Party and the social factors that brought it to power. Concluding a review of The Bolsheviks, Rabinowitch sets out to establish exactly what happened. And it could hardly have been better done. In a letter to me, written on November 9, 1976, not long after the publication of The Bolsheviks Come to Power, the distinguished diplomat and historian George F. Kennan wrote that the book is clearly the finest and most comprehensive history of the November Revolution and its background to have appeared in any language, and expressed certainty that one day, it will make a profound and beneficial impression in Russia. It is a striking fact that Russians who in the future want to learn about the early history of Soviet power in their country, he went on, are going to have to turn to Americans, to yourself, Steve Cohen, Moshe Lewin, and others for their instruction. In the aftermath of the Soviet Union's implosion a quarter-century later, Kennan's prophecy turned out to be remarkably accurate. For the time being, however, hostility toward my work, as nearly as could be discerned, remained unchanged. The appearance of the Bolsheviks come to power triggered intensified attacks. Not until close to the end of the 2 decades-long Brezhnev era did bold and progressive younger Soviet historians in Moscow and Leningrad begin to distinguish openly between Western historians who remained wedded to traditional Cold War stereotypes of the October Revolution and an emerging group of revisionist historians like myself who, in their view, were earnestly attempting to be thorough and politically detached in their studies. With the advent of perestroika under Mikhail Gorbachev, this tentative, limited acceptance of divergent interpretations of the revolution went significantly further. In October 1989, The Bolsheviks Come to Power, in a Russian translation, became the first Western study of the October Revolution to be published in the Soviet Union. I remember the day that the first Russian edition was officially launched in a packed auditorium at the Progress Publishing House in central Moscow as one of the most satisfying of my life. Present for the occasion were surviving old Bolsheviks and their families, including the wife and children of Nikolai Bukharin, a sprinkling of dissidents and journalists, and many Soviet historians. Previously, I had wrapped copies of my books in plain brown envelopes and buried them at the very bottom of my suitcase in the hope of getting a few of them past Soviet border guards and into the hands of Russian colleagues with only very mixed success. Now 100,000 copies were about to go on sale to readers in the Soviet Union, the very audience I most wanted to reach. I later learned that this first Russian-language edition of The Bolsheviks Come to Power sold out in a few weeks. In recent years, I have frequently been told by colleagues in Russia that The Bolsheviks Come to Power is required reading for Russian intellectuals seriously interested in the history of the revolution. Another especially memorable moment in my professional life occurred in June 1991, when the heretofore undreamed of happened, and I was unexpectedly given permission to work in Soviet historical archives. This was all the more fortuitous because at that time I had reached a premature dead end on the book project I had been working on since the publication of The Bolsheviks Come to Power, a study of the earliest development of the authoritarian, one-party-controlled Soviet political system. My fundamental problem in completing research for that book stemmed from the fact that the multiplicity of published sources that had proven to be so important for my work on 1917 simply didn't exist for 1918. Apart from the fact that all but the official, carefully controlled Soviet and communist press was essentially shut down by early that year, it was such a difficult and depressing time for the ruling communists that relatively very few memoir or documentary accounts relating to it were prepared, let alone published. Moreover, toward the end of the 1920s and the beginning of the 1930s, some ambitious and highly relevant archival publication projects begun in the mid-1920s were stopped before seeing the light of day. The opportunity to work in Soviet historical archives, then, came as a godsend. Now at my disposal were mountains of fascinating, essentially never-before-examined primary sources, including internal records of the government, party, secret police, and Red Army and Red Fleet, as well as trade unions and factories. However, these new, unforeseen possibilities also posed a dilemma for me. Should I now suspend my research on the emergence of the Soviet political system and update my book on the October Revolution based on the archival sources suddenly available? As prophetically suggested by John Keep in his review of Prelude to Revolution, after studying a representative sample of archival documents, I concluded that although they would provide fresh information, they would not alter my basic findings. Therefore, I resumed my research on the post-October period. The first product of this newer research, The Bolsheviks in Power, the first year of Soviet rule in Petrograd, appeared simultaneously in the United States and Russia in 2007. I am now completing the final volume in this series, tentatively titled The Bolsheviks Survive: Government and Crises in Civil War Petrograd. A full bibliography listing the sources upon which the Bolsheviks come to power is based can be found at the end of this book. Western and Soviet/Russian historical research since its initial publication has contributed significantly to our knowledge of understudied aspects of the 1917 revolutions in Russia. Among important scholarly works published during this period are studies of the State Duma by A.V. Nikolaev, Factory Workers by Diane P. Koenker, S. A. Smith, David Mandel, Rex A. Wade, and Gennady Shklyarevsky, Soldiers at the Front by Alan K. Wildman, The Army and Russian Society Generally by Joshua A. Sanborn, and Baltic Fleet Sailors by Evan Maudsley and Israel Getzler, The Intelligentsia by O. N. Znamensky, Bolshevik Women by Barbara Evans Clements, The Revolution in the Russian Orthodox Church by M. A. Babkin and P. G. Rogozny, The Revolution Outside Petrograd by Donald J. Raleigh, Orlando Figs, N. N. Kabutova, Ivy, Narsky I, Peter Hallquist, Sarah Badcock, Aaron Reidish, and V. P. Sapon. Non-Bolshevik Parties and Groups by Lutz Hafner, Ziva Galilaius V. Tayudiakin, and Michaelis Melankin, The Constituent Assembly by Oliver H. Radke and L. G. Protasov, and key figures such as Leon Trotsky by Irving Howe, Baruch Napaz and Pierre Bru, Alexander Shliapnikov by
Barbara Allen,
Alexander Kerensky by Richard Abraham, V.P. Fediak and S. V. Tayudiakin, General Lavr Kornilov by G. Z. Yaffe, and Paul Milyakov by Melissa Kirsch-Stockdale. Interesting works applying cultural approaches to the revolutionary era include studies by Richard Steitz, Frederick C. Corney, Boris Kolonitsky, and Orlando Figs co-authored with Boris Kolonitsky. Among especially valuable historiographical, bibliographical, and general studies are those by Edward Acton, Jonathan D. Smeal, Mark Farrow, Tsuyoshi Hasegawa, V.I. Startsev, Manfred Hildermeer, Christopher Red, S. V. Leonov, V.P. Buldakov, Rex A. Wade, D. Levin, Joshua Sanborn, and Mark D. Steinberg. Since the implosion of the Soviet Union, many of the most valuable works relating to 1917 published in Russia have been comprehensive document collections and enormously useful reference works. An illuminating collection of documents relating to 1917 at a popular level is Mark D. Steinberg, Voices of Revolution 1917. Beginning in 1988, a British scholarly journal, Revolutionary Russia, has been publishing important fresh research on the revolutionary era, especially the work of younger scholars. The opening of Soviet archives beginning in 1990 and the implosion of the Soviet Union at the end of 1991 led to the expectation of a flowering of illuminating scholarly studies related to the October Revolution by historians in Russia, stimulated by the sudden opportunity to carry out fresh basic research unhindered by ideological constraints and enlivened by meaningful collaboration with their Western colleagues. A promising first step in this direction was reflected in the convocation in January 1993, in St. Petersburg, of a large international scholarly conference to discuss central, controversial issues relating to the February and October 1917 Russian revolutions. Participating in this truly remarkable gathering were leading senior and younger Russian specialists on the revolutions, some 61 in all, and 18 of their counterparts from the United States, Great Britain, France, Italy, and Finland. As the conference proceedings show, free and lively discussions took place at all of the conference sessions. An important byproduct of the contacts furthered by this conference was the preparation of the pioneering critical companion to the Russian Revolution, 1914 to 1921. Modeled after the Critical Dictionary of the French Revolution by François Furet and Mona Ozouf, this volume consists of 65 essays on key aspects of the Russian Revolutionary era by 47 authoritative scholars from Russia, the United States, Great Britain, Italy, Canada, and Scotland, many of whom had participated in the 1993 conference in St. Petersburg. Together, the Petersburg Conference and Critical Companion to the Russian Revolution helped stimulate a variety of collaborative international conferences and colloquia, collaborative publication projects, and close personal and fruitful professional associations that continue to flourish today. It is no exaggeration to say that at this point, relations between foreign and Russian scholars have been normalized. It is also difficult to overstate the immense scholarly importance and achievement embodied in the documents and reference works already mentioned. However, with some important exceptions, the expectation that access to archives and the end of the Soviet era would stimulate a quick outpouring of meaningful scholarly research on the revolution by historians in Russia was not realized. Rather, in immediate post-Soviet Russia, fundamental research on the subject was stunted by distaste for a subject that was and remains deeply politicized. Russian audiences were treated to a cascade of semi-fictional, sensationalist exposés of Bolsheviks and Bolshevism by journalists and popular writers rather than fresh professional scholarly studies. As reflected in the listing below of important scholarly monographs on the Russian revolutions that have appeared since the initial publication of the Bolsheviks come to power, this situation has begun to change. A particularly significant sign of this shift was an international colloquium organized in connection with the 1917 Centenary in St. Petersburg in June 2016. Held at the European University in St. Petersburg, this important scholarly forum brought together Russian and Western historians of the Russian Revolution for the presentation and discussion of new, largely archival research on the general theme, the epoch of war and revolution, 1914 to 1922. Other international centenary symposia and conferences are being planned for St. Petersburg as well as Moscow and other leading Russian centers of learning. However, increased emphasis in contemporary Russia on stability, orthodoxy, nationalism, and authoritarianism militate against the possibility that the centenary will witness the explosion of fundamental scholarly research on the Russian revolutions of 1917 that might otherwise be expected. In the West, to conservative Western historians like Harvard's Richard Pipes, the implosion of the Soviet system served to confirm the illegitimacy of its birth. In 1976, in a New York Times essay partly devoted to a review of the Bolsheviks' come to power, Pipes had not attached any particular significance to the book, writing simply that it was a scholarly work based on professional research. Pipes continued, "The author concludes, rightly in my opinion, that a principal source of the Bolshevik success lay in their political flexibility that enabled them to respond to the rapidly changing moods of the masses," adding that, "The book represents the fullest available account of the strategy and tactics which the Bolsheviks pursued in the capital city between July and October 1917, but at the same time, it does not significantly alter the view prevailing in Western works of how the power seizure was engineered or why it succeeded." 25 years later, at the height of the American triumphalism that followed the demise of the Soviet Union, in an article titled 1917 and the Revisionists, Pipes moved swiftly to settle scores with Western historians like me. It is with these realities in mind that I welcome this new Haymarket Books edition of my study of Red October in Petrograd, where one of the seminal events in modern history began. Introduction. Hundreds of books have been written about the October 1917 revolution in Russia. Why should anyone want to produce still another? During the years since I began working on the present book, this question has been asked of me many times. My interest in studying and writing about the October Revolution stems partly from that event's inherent drama and monumental historical significance. In Russia in 1917, the ultra-radical Bolshevik Party emerged from obscurity to direct the overthrow of the Western-style provisional government and to establish the first national communist political system. These events occurred during the 8 months that followed the collapse of the centuries-old Tsarist regime, in the third year of Russia's catastrophic involvement in a devastating European war. Russia was then the third largest country in the world, with a population of more than 165 million, occupying an area 3 times as large as the continental United States and bigger than China and India together. I have long felt that existing accounts of this seminal chapter in modern Russian and, indeed, in world history do not do it justice. Further stimulating my attraction to 1917 Russia as a subject for research and writing is the failure of existing works to answer many key questions relating to the October Revolution and, most importantly, to explain satisfactorily why things turned out as they did. Many books on the revolution are memoirs written by participants in the events described. These personal recollections, though often valuable and fascinating, inevitably present a one-sided view of the revolution, either passionately sympathetic or profoundly hostile, depending on which side of the political fence the author was on in 1917. Historians in the Soviet Union have produced an avalanche of studies on 1917. Many of these works, particularly those written in the relatively free 1920s and during the Khrushchev period, contain a wealth of illuminating factual data from previously untapped archives. But the requirement that writers in the Soviet Union conform to officially prescribed interpretations of history, influenced strongly by contemporary political considerations, limits the overall value of their work. Outside the Soviet Union, several monographs on important aspects of the revolution have appeared in recent years. Foremost among these are the works of Oliver H. Radke, William G. Rosenberg, Ronald G. Suney, Mark Farrow, George Katkoff, and Rex Wade. Nonetheless, we still do not have a reliable history of the provisional government or of the Russian economy in the revolutionary period. We know little about the impact of millions of war-weary soldiers on Russian politics in 1917, or about the development of the revolution in provincial areas, or, for that matter, about the role of the peasantry or of the growing Russian working class in the revolution's course. In fact, The only broadly focused Western investigation of the October Revolution based on intensive research in primary sources remains the first volume of William Henry Chamberlain's The Russian Revolution, 1917 to 1921. Pioneering in its time and still of great value, Chamberlain's study was written in the early 1930s, before a large body of source material germane to an understanding of the revolution became readily accessible to Western scholars. In this book, I have elected to focus attention on the revolution in Petrograd for several related reasons. First, Petrograd was, after all, the capital. In the Russian Empire, with its long tradition of strong, arbitrary rule from the center, the political situation in Petrograd, especially control of the institutions and symbols of national power, was of immense significance in determining the course of the revolution throughout the country. In addition to being the governmental hub, Petrograd, with a war-inflated population of 2.7 million in 1917, was the country's most important commercial and industrial center. For this reason, and also because so much more information is available on Petrograd than on other major Russian cities in 1917, analysis of political, social, and economic developments there provide particularly worthwhile insights into the course of the revolution in urban Russia generally. Finally, because in 1917 the national headquarters of the Bolshevik Party and the center of Bolshevik activities were in Petrograd, it is there that one can best study both the party's operations from top to bottom and the way in which the Bolsheviks interacted with the masses. But isn't Petrograd the one Russian city that has been treated extensively in Western literature on the revolution? One might fairly ask. True enough. Yet, despite all that has been written about 1917 in general and Red Petrograd in particular, we still do not have a full, reliable account of the revolution there. Two relatively recent studies, Sergei Melganov's The Bolshevik Seizure of Power and Robert V. Daniel's Red October, while very useful, are limited in that both center chiefly on the period just before, during, and, in the case of Melganov, right after the provisional government's overthrow, major developments in the summer and early fall of 1917, an appreciation of which is essential for an understanding of what happened in October, receive scant attention. Moreover, the political behavior of Petrograd workers, soldiers, and sailors, and its impact on the course of the revolution, are not taken into account, the events of October being presented largely as a disorganized struggle between two similarly indecisive and inept combatants, the Kerensky government and the Bolshevik leadership. If the present book helps to fill this deficiency in Western historiography and, in so doing, stimulates readers to view the events of 1917 with new perspective, it will have accomplished its purpose. My primary aim has been to reconstruct, as fully and accurately as possible, the development of the revolution from below and the outlook, activity, and situation of the Bolshevik Party organization in Petrograd at all levels between February and October 1917. In the process, I have tried to clarify the vital relationship between these two central aspects of the revolution and the eventual Bolshevik success. Extensive research along these lines has prompted me to question many of the basic assumptions of historians in both the Soviet Union and the West regarding the character and sources of strength of the Bolshevik Party in 1917 and, indeed, the very nature of the October Revolution in Petrograd. Historians in the Soviet Union have stressed historical inevitability and the role of a tightly knit revolutionary party led by Lenin in accounting for the outcome of the October Revolution, while many Western scholars have viewed this event either as an historical accident or, more frequently, as the result of a well-executed coup d'état without significant mass support. I find, however, that a full explanation of the Bolshevik seizure of power is much more complex than any of these interpretations suggest. Studying the aspirations of factory workers, soldiers, and sailors as expressed in contemporary documents, I find that these concerns corresponded closely to the program of political, economic, and social reform put forth by the Bolsheviks at a time when all other major political parties were widely discredited because of their failure to press hard enough for meaningful internal changes and an immediate end to Russia's participation in the war. As a result, in October the goals of the Bolsheviks, as the masses understood them, had strong popular support. In Petrograd in 1917 the Bolshevik Party bore little resemblance to the by and large united, authoritarian, conspiratorial organization effectively controlled by Lenin depicted in most existing accounts. To be sure, the party's course toward an early socialist revolution was strongly influenced by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Born in Simbirsk in 1870, the son of a school inspector of minor nobility, Lenin, a lawyer by profession, had entered the Russian Social Democratic movement in the 1890s and quickly committed himself to the goal of organizing the Russian working class into a political force capable of leading the struggle to overthrow the Tsarist autocracy. In 1903, almost single-handedly, he had precipitated the famous split of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party into its radical Bolshevik and moderate Menshevik factions, chiefly over the issue of the nature and objectives of a Marxist revolutionary party in Russia. In the repressive conditions then prevailing, Lenin had sought the creation of a tightly knit, centrally directed organization of disciplined, militant revolutionaries, rather than the more democratic mass workers' party envisioned by the Mensheviks. Only a highly professional party, Lenin then reasoned, would be capable of fulfilling revolutionary tasks and of protecting Russian social democracy from decimation by the authorities and from reformism. In 1905, Lenin had modified the classic Marxist blueprint for a two-stage revolution, generally viewed by Russian Social Democrats as applicable to Russia, when he suggested that following the overthrow of the Tsar, a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry might pave the way for a socialist revolution without an extended period of liberal government and capitalist industrial development. After the outbreak of World War I, within all the major Russian socialist groups there had emerged defensist factions, which supported the Russian war effort, and internationalist factions, which condemned the military struggle in Europe and called for the arrangement of an immediate peace without victors or vanquished. At this time, Lenin had once again set himself squarely apart from most of his fellow socialists by rejecting support for his nation's war effort and proposing instead the fomenting of social revolution in all the warring countries as an immediate social democratic slogan. Subsequently, he had constructed a bold if coolly received theory to show that with the eruption of the war, the capitalist system had reached its highest, imperialist, stage, a critical situation in international economic affairs that would inevitably precipitate an international socialist revolution. By the beginning of 1917, as the result of rapidly worsening economic conditions, staggering military reverses and horrendous personnel losses, and historically unprecedented governmental incompetence and mismanagement, the old regime was bankrupt among virtually all segments of the Russian population. On February 23, International Women's Day, disturbances that broke out among long lines of housewives waiting in the bitter cold to buy bread touched off massive demonstrations calling for the overthrow of the monarchy and an end to the war. A week later, Tsar Nicholas II was forced to abdicate. Lenin, who had been in exile abroad for close to a decade, was then in Zurich, Switzerland. Most of what he knew about the revolution in those early weeks he gleaned from conservative European newspapers, an obvious handicap but not one to prevent him from attempting to direct the activities of his followers in Russia. Reading accounts of Russian developments in the London Times, Le Temps, and the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, Lenin quickly concluded that while the workers had led the struggle during the February days, the bourgeoisie had taken advantage of the situation to consolidate its own political power in Petrograd. To judge by his writings of March 1917, he seems not to have appreciated the degree to which socialist leaders in Petrograd had cooperated with liberals in the formation of the provisional government, or the extent to which the population at large, at least for the moment, acquiesced in this development. Lenin assumed that revolutionary Russian workers, having helped bring down the regime of Nicholas II, would instinctively see that a bourgeois government would do no more than the Tsarist regime to fulfill their keenest aspirations. Moreover, following 3 years of the most terrible warfare in history, the end of which was not yet in sight, Lenin was obsessed by the thought that all of the major European countries were on the threshold of socialist revolution and that a proletarian insurrection in Russia would be the spark that would spur desperate, peace-hungry workers everywhere to rise against their governments. Thus, in his initial directives to the party leadership in Petrograd, partially contained in his Letters from Afar, he insisted on the necessity of arming and organizing the masses for the imminent second stage of the revolution, which would overthrow the government of capitalists and large landowners. Returning to Petrograd on April 3, Lenin declared publicly that the February Revolution had not solved the Russian proletariat's fundamental problems, that the working class of Russia could not stop halfway, and that in alliance with the soldier masses the Russian proletariat would turn the bourgeois democratic revolution into a proletarian socialist revolution. The Petrograd Bolshevik organization in 1917 included many leaders whose views differed significantly from Lenin's. Bolsheviks of varying persuasions had important influence in determining the party's policies, contributing ultimately to its success. There were, among others, moderate or right Bolsheviks, who consistently rejected almost all of Lenin's fundamental theoretical and strategic assumptions. Their best-known and most articulate spokesman was the 34-year-old Moscow-born Lev Kamenev, a Bolshevik since 1903. Kamenev did not accept the idea that the bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia was complete. Believing that the Russian working class was still relatively weak, rejecting the supposition that all Europe was on the verge of revolt, and convinced that neither the Russian peasantry nor the foreign bourgeoisie would permit the victory of socialism in Russia, the mild-mannered Kamenev, from the time of his return to Petrograd from Siberia in mid-March 1917, advocated vigilant socialist control over the provisional government rather than the latter's removal. In succeeding months, as the Russian Revolution deepened, Kamenev spoke out for the creation of an exclusively socialist government. This was to be a broad coalition made up of all major socialist groups, which would retain its mandate only until the establishment of a democratic republic by a constituent assembly. On the war issue, Kamenev called for support of the Russian war effort pending conclusion of a negotiated peace, a position closer to that of most moderate socialists than to Lenin's. Among Petrograd Bolsheviks in 1917, there were many other independent-minded leaders who, while sharing Lenin's theoretical assumptions regarding the possibility of a socialist revolution in Russia, often disagreed with him on tactical questions. Foremost of these was the legendary Lev Trotsky, then 38, who had first gained both international fame and enormous stature among the Petrograd masses as the bold and courageous chairman of the St. Petersburg Soviet during the Revolution of 1905. A brilliant writer, Trotsky was a tireless and spellbinding public speaker, justly considered one of the greatest orators of modern times. The general direction of Bolshevik activity in 1917 was set by the 7th All-Russian Party Conference in April and the 6th Bolshevik Party Congress of late July and early August. Between such national assemblies, it was determined primarily by majority vote of a democratically elected party central committee. At the same time, amid the chaotic, locally varying, constantly fluctuating conditions prevailing in Russia in 1917, the Central Committee, at the top of the Bolshevik organizational hierarchy, was simply unable to control the behavior of major regional organizations. Except in a broad, general way, it rarely tried. In Petrograd, important auxiliary arms such as the Petersburg Committee, which directed party work in the capital, and the military organization, responsible for the conduct of revolutionary activity among troops, were relatively free to tailor their tactics and appeals to suit local conditions. When necessary, they staunchly protected their prerogatives. Beyond this, in 1917, Lenin's pre-revolutionary conception of a small, professional, conspiratorial party was discarded and the doors opened wide to tens of thousands of new members who were by no means without influence, so that to a significant degree the party was now both responsive and open to the masses. This is not to minimize Lenin's importance in the development of the revolution. It is almost as difficult for me as it has been for virtually all of my predecessors who have written about the revolution to envision the triumph of the Bolsheviks in Lenin's absence. For all the lively debate and spirited give and take that I find to have existed within the Bolshevik organization in 1917, the Bolsheviks were doubtless more unified than any of their major rivals for power. Certainly this was a key factor in their effectiveness. Nonetheless, my research suggests that the relative flexibility of the party, as well as its responsiveness to the prevailing mass mood, had at least as much to do with the ultimate Bolshevik victory as did revolutionary discipline, organizational unity, or obedience to Lenin. I should add that in attempting to reconstruct the events with which this book deals, I have tried to let the facts speak for themselves. It is left for the reader to judge whether my conclusions are warranted by the evidence. When Lenin returned to Petrograd in April 1917 and sounded the call for immediate social revolution, moderate socialists and Bolsheviks alike were unresponsive to his militant appeals. These were still the euphoric first weeks following the February Revolution. The patriotic, liberal democratic provisional government, which was to rule until a representative constituent assembly could be popularly elected to establish a permanent political system, appeared to have the blessings and good wishes of practically everyone. Included in this government were some of the most talented and best-known figures in the Russian liberal movement. The new prime minister was Prince Georgy Lvov, a much-respected, progressive Zemstvo leader. The Zemstvos were institutions of limited local self-government created in 1864. Foreign minister and dominant figure in the government was Pavel Milyakov, a professor of history and the leading spokesman of the Cadets, Constitutional Democrats, the main Russian Liberal Party. Alongside him in the cabinet were other prominent cadets such as Nikolai Nekrasov, Andrei Shingarev and Alexander Manuelov, ministers of transportation, agriculture, and education, respectively. The key Ministry of War was headed by the powerful industrialist and founder of the right liberal Octoberist Party, Alexander Guchkov. As chairman of the Central War Industries Committee, Guchkov had already acquired considerable experience in helping to direct the war effort. The Minister of Finance was a self-made tycoon, Mikhail Tereshchenko. The new Minister of Justice was the young lawyer Alexander Kerensky. Prior to the revolution, Kerensky had made a name as the flamboyant defense attorney in widely publicized political trials and as an outspoken leftist deputy in the Third and Fourth Dumas. The longtime American consul general in St. Petersburg, John Harold Snodgrass, no doubt expressed the views of most contemporary observers when he commented in the New York Times of Sunday, March 25, 1917. Nowhere in their country could the Russian people have found better men to lead them out of the darkness of tyranny. Lvov and his associates are to Russia what Washington and his associates were to America when it became a nation. Of course, most friends of Russia abroad believed that because the new ministers had been selected by the Duma, the pale copy of a Western-style parliament that had been established in Tsarist Russia following the revolution of 1905, they could speak for the entire population. This was not an altogether valid assumption. The Fourth Duma, in session in 1917, had been elected in 1912 under regulations that excluded the bulk of the population from the franchise. During the February days, there also sprang up in Petrograd a Soviet Council of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies modeled after spontaneously created organs that had had a brief existence in Russia during the Revolution of 1905. In the spring and summer of 1917, Soviets were established in each of the districts of Petrograd, and, concomitantly, similar institutions of grassroots democracy came into being in cities, towns, and villages throughout Russia. In May, an All-Russian Congress of Peasant Soviets was convened in Petrograd, and in June representatives of Workers' and Soldiers' Soviets gathered in the capital for their first nationwide Congress. Until the fall of 1917, the central organs of the All-Russian Soviets were dominated by leaders of the moderate socialist parties, the Social Democratic Menshevik Party, and the Neo-Populist Socialist Revolutionary Party, SRs. These leaders contented themselves with acting as guardians of the revolution and demonstrated no interest in challenging the provisional government as the lawful supreme political authority. This was, at least in part, for doctrinal reasons. The Mensheviks remained committed to the orthodox Marxist assumption that a bourgeois revolution, which the overthrow of the autocracy appeared to represent, had necessarily to be followed by an indefinite period of bourgeois democratic rule. For their part, SRs in the executive committees, while not prevented by ideology from taking power into their own hands, shared with many Mensheviks the conviction that collaboration with military commanders and commercial and industrial groups was absolutely essential for Russia's survival in the war and as a bulwark against counter-revolution. The situation that confronted Lenin upon his return to Russia in April, therefore, differed disappointingly from what he had anticipated. Among workers and soldiers, Bolshevik influence was relatively weak. The Mensheviks and SRs had overwhelming majorities in the Soviets, which Lenin now considered the embryonic institutions of a workers' government. Under moderate socialist direction, the Soviets supported the provisional government and, pending arrangement of a negotiated peace, endorsed the Russian defense effort. If that were not sufficient cause for discouragement, the influence of moderately inclined Bolsheviks led by Kamenev had created a strong mood of compromise toward the government and of support for reconciliation with the Mensheviks within Lenin's own party. In adapting his goals to fit the prevailing situation and to make them palatable to the majority of his party, Lenin hewed a thin line. While scaling down his immediate objectives and accepting concessions to the moderates, he nonetheless retained the core of his radical program and his tactical flexibility. In regard to the possibility of forming a unified social democratic party, Lenin was intransigent. Alliance with the Mensheviks, he argued, would associate the Bolshevik Party with the Russian defense effort and thus destroy its capacity to lead the world revolutionary struggle. To all who would listen, Lenin declared categorically that he would strike out on his own if his followers insisted on reunification and if they declined actively to oppose the government's war effort. Almost exclusively because of Lenin's interference, discussions regarding unification between the Mensheviks and Bolsheviks quickly broke down. Still, a strong attraction for political cooperation with other socialist groups lingered among the Bolsheviks throughout 1917. Lenin also refused to alter his theoretical analysis of the revolution. In a summation of his views published in the party's main newspaper, Pravda, on April 7, the celebrated April Theses, He defined the situation in Russia as the transition between the first, bourgeois democratic, stage of the revolution and the second, socialist, stage. He still insisted that the provisional government should not be supported in any way and that the party's goal was the transfer of power to the Soviets. Yet Lenin's message no longer included an immediate call to arms. As long as the masses retained faith in the bourgeoisie, Lenin explained, the party's primary task was to expose the fraudulence of the provisional government and the errors of the Soviet leadership. The party would patiently have to convince the masses that the provisional government could not bring peace and that the Soviets were the only truly revolutionary form of government. In part because of these modifications and in part because of an energetic lobbying campaign, Lenin was able quickly to win a significant portion of the Bolshevik leadership to his side. This initial success is mirrored in the proceedings of the Bolshevik Petersburg Committee during April as well as in the results of the First Bolshevik Petrograd City Conference, where Lenin won his initial victories over the right. Meeting from April 14th to 22nd, the conference adopted by a decisive vote of 37-3 a resolution written by Lenin condemning the provisional government and calling for the eventual transfer of power to the Soviets. At the All-Russian Bolshevik Party Conference, which opened in Petrograd on April 24th, Lenin won further victories. The conference resolution on the war reflected Lenin's uncompromising repudiation of the conflict and the Russian defense effort. In its resolution on the government question, the conference condemned the provisional government as an instrument of the bourgeoisie and an ally of counter-revolution, and suggested that, for self-protection, the proletariat would have to organize and arm. Still, at the April conference, the Communist faction argued loud and long for its position, not without significant results. The influence of the moderates is reflected in the fact that 5 of their number were elected to the 9-man Central Committee, ensuring the moderation of that body from late April through July. The moderate point of view was also evident in the major conference resolutions. Moreover, in part due to the influence of the moderates, full discussion of some of the fundamental theoretical assumptions underlying Lenin's program, most importantly his concept of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, was postponed. Taken together, the April conference resolutions pointed the party vaguely toward the socialist revolution while leaving unanswered the crucial questions, how and when? While the ultimate goal of transferring power to the Soviets was implicit in several of the resolutions, for the time being the party was to concentrate on the prolonged task of building up the class consciousness of the proletariat, mobilizing it into opposition to the wavering policies of the petty bourgeoisie, and increasing and consolidating Bolshevik strength in the Soviets. The dominant view among Bolshevik leaders from all over Russia drawn together for the April conference was that these tasks would not be accomplished overnight. Yet in the weeks that followed, among workers, soldiers, and sailors in the capital, support for the repudiation of the provisional government and the transfer of state power to the Soviets grew with astonishing speed. This was partly because of widespread disenchantment with the results of the February Revolution. Deteriorating economic conditions had helped trigger the upheaval in the first place. To Petrograd, in particular, the war brought critical shortages of housing, food, clothing, fuel, and raw materials. Some of the shortages stemmed from a halt in the flow of foreign commodities, such as coal from England and cheap cotton from the United States. Most, however, were the result of domestic shipping and distribution problems. Russia's internal water transport and railway systems were simply inadequate to meet both civil and military needs. In the case of grain, peasants, finding it impossible to procure manufactured goods, refused to part with their produce for rapidly depreciating paper money. As the scarcity of goods increased, the gap between wages and the rising cost of living widened. Petrograd's roughly 390,000 factory workers, of whom approximately a third were women, were hardest hit by the resulting inflation. Despite a significant increase in nominal wages between the outbreak of the war and the beginning of 1917, by as much as 260%, real wages declined to about a third of pre-war levels, largely as a result of drastic increases in the price of consumer necessities. The February Revolution did not alleviate these difficulties. On the contrary, administrative confusion increased in March and April, and this, in addition to the continued deterioration of transportation, led to a significant worsening of the supply situation. The increased shortages of raw materials and fuel that now developed forced factory owners to curtail production further, and led to extensive additional layoffs. Simultaneously, delivery of foodstuffs also continued to decline. Attempts by the government to introduce an effective food pricing and rationing system failed to ease the strains caused by these shortages. In the spring of 1917, workers in a number of industries had received substantial wage increases. However, skyrocketing prices quickly offset these gains, so that by early summer Petrograd factory workers, generally speaking, were economically little better off than they had been in February. To the 215,000 to 300,000 soldiers of the war-inflated Petrograd garrison, and also to the sailors and soldiers from the nearby Kronstadt naval base, who numbered around 30,000, the fruits of the February Revolution were similarly disappointing. In normal times, the Guards regiments, which formed the backbone of the garrison, had been specially trained units recruited almost exclusively from the peasantry. This traditional corps had been squandered in the campaigns of 1914 to 1916 on the battlefields of East Prussia and Galicia. Consequently, by 1917, most of the troops stationed in and around Petrograd, including those in regiments of the Guard, were poorly trained wartime recruits, still predominantly of peasant background. Military discipline was foreign to these soldiers. A high percentage had had their fill of duty at the front. The decisive moment of the February Revolution had occurred when garrison units, one after another, joined rebelling townspeople. After the collapse of the old regime, soldiers and sailors had removed officers who openly opposed the revolution as well as those with reputations for particular severity. Initially, they had hailed the changes in the armed forces brought about by the revolution. Among the most important of these was the formation of democratically elected army and navy committees with broad but vaguely defined administrative authority in all military units. The creation of such committees was initially sanctioned by the Petrograd Soviet in its famous Order No. 1, issued on March 1. Enlisted personnel watched suspiciously for any sign of a return to the old order and awaited the compromise peace they felt confident would be negotiated by the Petrograd Soviet. The provisional government's patriotic declarations and obvious overriding concern with halting the further development of the revolution and improving Russia's military preparedness were to them understandably disturbing. For these reasons, by the late spring of 1917, rapidly growing numbers of Petrograd workers and soldiers and Baltic Fleet sailors viewed the provisional government increasingly as an organ of the propertied classes, opposed to fundamental political change and uninterested in the needs of ordinary people. On the other hand, the Soviets were contrasted more and more positively with the provisional government and viewed as genuinely democratic institutions of popular self-rule. The divorce between the orientation of the government and the mood and aspirations of the Petrograd masses had been reflected initially on April 20th and 21st, when thousands of workers, soldiers, and sailors, carrying banners emblazoned with slogans such as "Down with Milyakov," "Down with annexationist politics," and even "Down with the provisional government," took to the streets to protest Milyakov's obvious intention of pursuing the war to a victorious conclusion. Significantly, the crowds ended these demonstrations only at the request of the Petrograd Soviet, after openly ignoring government orders to disperse. In the wake of this April crisis, two of the ministers most closely associated with the government's unpopular foreign and military policies, Milyakov and Guchkov, left the cabinet. In this first political shakeup after the February Revolution, several key moderate socialist leaders from the Petrograd Soviet were prevailed upon to accept ministerial posts. The Georgian Menshevik Iraklii Tsereteli, the passionate tribune of the Social Democratic fraction in the Second Duma before his arrest, imprisonment, and Siberian exile, and, for much of 1917, probably the single most authoritative official in the Soviet, became Minister of Posts and Telegraph. Tsereteli was the acknowledged head of the Menshevik SR bloc and originator of many of its policies. The titular head and main theoretician of the SRs, Viktor Chernov, became Minister of Agriculture. A close associate of Tsereteli's, Mikhail Skoblev, was named Minister of Labor. Alexei Pashekhinov, founder and leader of the Popular Socialist Party, became Minister of Food Supply. Pavel Pereverzov, another SR, took the post of Minister of Justice, while Kerensky became War and Naval Minister. These personnel changes, however, did not significantly alter the government's orientation. The cabinet was now split between liberals, determined to delay fundamental reforms until the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, and concerned in the meantime almost exclusively with restoring governmental authority, strengthening the fighting capacity of the army, and pursuing the war to a victorious conclusion, and moderate socialist Soviet leaders, anxious to respond to popular demands for immediate reform and hopeful of taking the lead in bringing about the early conclusion of the war, on the basis of no annexations and no indemnities. Consequently, the first coalition, formed at the beginning of May, was potentially even less capable of marshalling an attack on national problems than its predecessor. While unable to reach a consensus on domestic matters, in the realm of foreign policy the government chose simultaneously to upgrade the combat readiness of the armed forces in preparation for a summer offensive and to encourage negotiations aimed at achieving a compromise peace. Once they had joined the first coalition, the moderate socialists became identified in the popular mind with the shortcomings of the provisional government. Only the Bolsheviks, among the major Russian political groups, remained untainted by association with the government and were therefore completely free to organize opposition to it, a situation of which the party took maximum advantage. By the eve of World War I, the Bolsheviks had achieved considerable success in weaning Petrograd factory workers away from the more moderate Mensheviks. Much of this gain was probably lost during the war, when thousands of experienced workers were shipped to the front and when the Bolshevik organization in Petrograd was decimated by arrests. Beginning soon after the February Revolution, working through institutions such as the Bolshevik military organization, neighborhood party committees, district soviets, the trade union movement, factory shop committees, and other non-party mass organizations, the Bolsheviks concentrated on increasing their influence among military personnel and factory workers. In the Petrograd Soviet, at endless rounds of political rallies, and in the pages of the mass circulation party publications Pravda, Soldetskaya Pravda, and Rabotnitsa they trumpeted their programs and articulated what they perceived to be the most strongly felt aspirations of the masses. To the peasant soldiers of the garrison, the Bolsheviks proclaimed, "If you don't want to die at the front, if you don't want the reinstitution of czarist discipline, if you want better living conditions and the redistribution of farmland, power must be transferred to the Soviets." Of particular interest to workers, the Bolsheviks demanded tight Soviet control over all phases of the economy, higher wages, an 8-hour working day, worker control in the factories, and an end to inflation. Heaping blame for unresolved problems upon greedy capitalists and landlords, the Bolsheviks raised the ugly specter of counter-revolution should the Soviets not assume governmental authority. The results of these efforts were quickly apparent. In February there had been about 2,000 Bolsheviks in Petrograd. At the opening of the April Conference Party membership had risen to 16,000. By late June it had reached 32,000, while 2,000 garrison soldiers had joined the Bolshevik military organization and 4,000 soldiers had become associated with Club Pravda, a non-party club for military personnel operated by the military organization. The influence of the party was particularly strong in several powerful military units quartered in working-class districts of the capital and at Kronstadt, where in mid-May the local Soviet passed a resolution rejecting the authority of the provisional government. In Petrograd, by late spring, imposing numbers of impatient, Bolshevik-influenced workers, soldiers, and sailors on the one hand, and the provisional government and moderate socialist leadership of the Soviet on the other were on a collision course. The former demanded the transfer of governmental power to the Soviet, while the latter insisted that such a step would invite disaster. This situation was highlighted in early June when the Bolshevik military organization, spurred on by its restless new rank-and-file converts in the garrison, proposed that the party organize an anti-war, anti-government mass protest march during the meetings of the First All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. The Congress met in Petrograd from June 3 to June 24. The party Central Committee accepted the proposal and scheduled the demonstration for June 10. The idea struck a responsive chord, because the core of the demonstration appeal was opposition to the launching of a new offensive against the Germans and Austrians and a call for the transfer of power to the SR Menshevik-controlled Soviet, rather than to the Bolshevik Party itself. Even nominal supporters of the moderate socialist parties were enticed into the movement. The Congress of Soviets, which had just passed a resolution pledging full cooperation and support to the government, viewed the proposed march as a repudiation of its policies, which indeed it was, and as a clear-cut threat to the coalition. On June 9, Congress delegates resolved to take whatever steps were necessary to prevent the march. A 3-day ban on demonstrations was issued, delegates were dispatched to workers' districts and military barracks, and maximum pressure was brought to bear on Bolshevik leaders to rethink their plans. At the 11th hour, partly because of this opposition, the Bolshevik Central Committee aborted the march. The unpopularity of the Congress's stand among Petrograd workers and soldiers was reflected in an incident that occurred shortly afterward. On June 12, alarmed by the apparent restlessness of workers and soldiers in the capital and convinced that they would respond to appeals from the majority socialists as readily as to those of the Bolsheviks, the Congress of Soviets scheduled a mass march of its own for June 18. This demonstration was intended to serve as a gesture of conciliation to the Bolsheviks and as a means of channeling widespread unrest into the expression of support for the Congress's policies. Though the Mensheviks and SRs worked feverishly to ensure the success of the march, their plans backfired. On the appointed day, the moderate socialists still, if disenchantment with the provisional government and support for the Bolshevik program were already far advanced in the capital, the same was not true in most of the provinces and at the front. The probable correlation of forces in the country at large was mirrored in the makeup of the First Congress of Soviets. In attendance were 533 registered Mensheviks and SRs, and 105 Bolsheviks. In these circumstances, with the moderate socialists stubbornly resisting all pressures to create a Soviet government, Lenin cautioned his associates against deluding themselves that power might be transferred to the Soviets peacefully. At the same time, he was adamant about keeping a tight rein in the short run on politically impatient elements within the Petrograd Bolshevik organization and on local workers and soldiers generally, while working to expand support for the party's program among peasants in the countryside and soldiers at the front. This was by no means a simple task. The party's rapid growth since February had flooded its ranks with militants who knew next to nothing about Marxism and who were united by little more than overwhelming impatience for immediate revolutionary action. The problem had arisen initially in April during the mass protests against Milyakov. Rank-and-file party members from garrison regiments and factories undoubtedly helped provoke the street demonstrations in the first place, although the Central Committee did not become involved until after the movement was well underway. Subsequently, the top party leadership endorsed the demonstrations. Impulsive elements in the Petrograd Party organization and in the Bolshevik military organization, responsive to their militant constituents and fearful of losing ground to the anarchists, took a significantly more radical tack. Some officials of the Petersburg Committee prepared and widely circulated a leaflet appealing, in the party's name, for the immediate overthrow of the provisional government and the arrest of cabinet ministers. Similarly, during preparations for the abortive June 10 demonstration, these same elements had laid plans on their own to seize vital public services and munitions stores. The beginning of the long-anticipated Russian offensive on June 18 compounded the problem of controlling unrest in Petrograd. Ordered to the front in support of the attack, thousands of garrison soldiers, including many members of the Bolshevik military organization, insisted that the provisional government be overthrown without further delay. During the second half of June, Lenin devoted much attention to restraining those of his followers who were bent on immediate action. At the same time, he worked on a draft program for the approaching party congress, scheduled for July 26. By the end of the month, Lenin was exhausted from the unaccustomed exertions and strains of the preceding weeks. On June 27, accompanied by his sister Maria, he left Petrograd for a few days of rest at the country cottage of Vladimir Bolshevich in the village of Nivola, in Finland. There he spent several days relaxing in the summer sun and strolling and swimming at a nearby lake. This pleasant interlude was interrupted on the early morning of July 4 by the news that a mass insurrection had broken out in the capital. The alarming information was conveyed to Lenin by Maximilian Savelyev, who had been sent from Petrograd the previous evening on behalf of the Bolshevik Central Committee. The situation in the capital was critical, and it was evident that the party was deeply involved. Crucial decisions had to be made. Without delay, Lenin caught an early morning train to Petrograd. The July uprising. Still some 25 miles from the capital, the mud-spattered, dark green carriages of the Finnish railway train wound their way through pine and fir-covered, boulder-strewn hills broken here and there by clusters of tidy log cottages. It was the first run of the morning. Seated on hard benches smooth from wear, in a dilapidated carriage occupied mainly by respectably dressed summer residents of the Finnish countryside commuting to work in Petrograd, Lenin, his younger sister Maria, and his comrades Bolshevich, an authority on Russian religious sects who had been active in the Russian Social Democratic Party from its earliest years, and Savelyev, the university-educated son of a minor noble, also a long-time party member, talked together animatedly. About 9 o'clock the train crossed the Sestra River, a narrow, meandering stream that served as a boundary between Finland and Russia. Minutes later it slowed to a stop at the small border station of Belostrov. Up the track a machinist uncoupled the locomotive, which, chugging and hissing rhythmically, moved off slowly to take on wood and water. Conversation between Lenin and his companions was interrupted at this point by an officious border inspector who popped into their compartment and commanded sharply, "Documents! Show your documents! Have them ready!" Many years later Bolshevik recalled his uneasiness as he and his friends handed their papers to the waiting inspector. Lenin was traveling on his own passport. Would the name Ulyanov arouse suspicion? The inspector stamped all 4 passports with only a perfunctory glance and hurried on. During the 20-minute stopover at Belostrov, Bolshevik rushed off to fetch the morning papers, while Lenin, Savelyev, and Maria Ilyinichna ordered coffee at the station buffet. Bolshevik soon returned with several late editions, and Lenin pounced on them for news of the uprising in Petrograd. Prominent stories in almost all the papers carried details of the previous day's events. From all indications it appeared that the movement of armed soldiers and factory workers into the streets had been triggered in mid-afternoon by soldiers of the several thousand-man 1st Machine Gun Regiment. 1 or 2 machine gunners had been dispatched to each major factory and military unit, where, more often than not, their appeals for insurrection had been greeted with enthusiasm. By early evening upper-class citizens had disappeared from downtown streets, and thousands of soldiers in full battle dress and workers carrying banners, many of the latter accompanied by their families, were demonstrating outside the Mariinsky and Taurida palaces, headquarters of the Provisional Government and the Soviet respectively, demanding the transfer of power to the Soviet. According to these accounts, large groups of rebelling workers and soldiers had gone out of their way to parade past Bolshevik headquarters in the Chasinskaya mansion, a sign of Bolshevik involvement in preparation of the uprising and of the authority of the party among the Petrograd masses. Insurgents in motor cars commandeered on the streets and in military trucks bristling with machine guns and decorated with red banners had been observed weaving about the city all evening unhindered. There were numerous reports of random rifle and machine gun fire in widely scattered areas. The extent of casualties was as yet unknown. At rail stations long lines of alarmed, well-dressed Petrograders queued up for tickets and prepared to leave the city. With the consent of the guards on duty, insurgent forces had taken control of the psychologically and strategically important Peter and Paul Fortress. According to last-minute dispatches, a group of rebel soldiers had made an unsuccessful attempt to capture War Minister Kerensky. In addition, the left appeared to have secured a major victory in the workers' section of the Petrograd Soviet, which on the previous evening had broken with the leadership of the Central Soviet organs by endorsing the idea of transferring power to the Soviets and forming a commission to help give the mass movement a peaceful and organized character. At the start of the trouble, the government and the Soviet had appealed to soldiers and workers not to go into the streets. After it was clear that this effort had failed, the commander of the Petrograd military district, General Petr Polovtsev, a youthful but tough and already much decorated cavalry officer, had urgently called on units of the garrison to restore order in the streets. However, troops not participating in the uprising were ignoring his directives. Late in the evening, Polovtsev had published a ban on further demonstrations of any kind. Meanwhile, both the cabinet and the All-Russian executive committees had been meeting in emergency session on and off throughout the night in connection with the expanding crisis. In these early reports, there was little consensus about what had sparked the uprising. One of the day's featured stories was that several cadets had resigned from the cabinet because of differences with socialist ministers over government policy toward the Ukraine. Some observers took it for granted that the developing insurrection was directly related to the apparent breakup of the coalition. Thus, a correspondent for the cadet newspaper Wretch suggested that the latter development had provided the opportunity for soldiers in a few military regiments and workers in some factories to demonstrate their preference for the transfer of all power to the Soviets. Other observers attributed the disruptions to dissatisfaction among garrison troops with brutal measures adopted by military authorities to deal with frontline units that refused to advance against the enemy. Despite differences as to the precise issue that had triggered the movement to overthrow the government, virtually all commentators seemed agreed that the Bolsheviks, more than any other political group, were to blame for the trouble. A writer for Izvestia, the newspaper of the Central Executive Committee and the Petrograd Soviet, concluded that a part of the Petrograd proletariat and garrison had come into the streets with arms in hand under the influence of totally irresponsible Bolshevik agitation. In his view, the Bolsheviks were attempting to make use of genuine dissatisfaction and unrest among the proletarian and soldier masses for their own purposes. An editorial in Burzovai Vedomosti, a non-party liberal daily, put the matter more directly. "What is this?" queried the writer rhetorically. "The realization of the unfulfilled Bolshevik lust of June 10th? An armed uprising against the provisional government and the majority of the organized democracy." Years later, Bolshevik recalled that during the trip back to Petrograd, Lenin was alarmed most of all by the fury toward the Bolsheviks that was sharply reflected in the July 4th papers. The third warning bell, announcing the train's impending departure, interrupted Lenin's thoughts. Gulping his coffee and grabbing up the papers, he bounded after his associates, who were hurrying back to their compartment. Once again settled in his seat, Lenin fell silent, absorbing the rest of the day's important news. On this summer morning, the papers reported more than the usual upset over the increasingly critical shortages of food and fuel. On July 2nd, the Minister of Food Supply, Pashekhanov, had summoned representatives of the Central Petrograd Food Supply Board so that they could be apprised of the growing emergency. The report of a board staff member spelled out the dimensions of the existing food supply breakdown in the Petrograd area. It revealed that even with a reduction in rations, grain reserves would barely last until September. The Food Supply Board had recently purchased 100,000 poods, a pood equals 36 pounds, of rice in Vladivostok, but deliveries to Petrograd were delayed by shipping difficulties. Milk deliveries had fallen sharply, largely because of currency problems with Finland, Petrograd's main source of dairy products. Supplies of feed grain and hay reaching Petrograd were a scant third of the necessary minimum. Deliveries of eggs and vegetables were also sharply reduced, in part because authorities in several provinces were not permitting outbound shipments. There was news that the Committee on Fuel Supply had dispatched an emergency report to the mayor of Petrograd characterizing the situation with regard to its supplies as catastrophic. The report placed the blame for the shortage on disruptions on rail lines, the overload of the Petrograd railhead, and difficulties with river transport caused by labor problems and by bad weather. It implied that unless immediate measures to eliminate supply and distribution problems for wood were undertaken, increasing numbers of plants and factories would be forced to shut down for lack of fuel. A related report indicated that the growing fuel emergency had impelled officials of the Moscow Stock Exchange to forward an urgent memorandum to the Ministry of Trade and Industry in Petrograd. The stock exchange officials warned that the shutdown of many factories in the course of the summer because of lack of fuel and raw materials was already certain. These officials strongly supported factory owners who insisted on their financial inability to keep on the payroll the many thousands of employees who would soon be forced out of work. In addition, they predicted that massive labor unrest in major industrial areas was inevitable unless the government mobilized unemployed workers for jobs in agriculture and provided adequate relief benefits. The memorandum urged that the government inform the public of the nature and causes of the developing situation so that laid-off workers would not hold factory owners responsible for their situation. The main government committees charged with organizing elections to the Constituent Assembly and preparing a land reform program for its adoption were continuing their deliberations. The previous day, the Elections Committee had spent many hours debating how members of the armed forces would be represented in the Assembly. Meanwhile, the Land Reform Committee heard reports from representatives of local land committees on developments in the provinces. The delegate from Penza province reported that local peasants were putting the principle of socialization of the land into practice spontaneously by seizing and dividing up land according to a labor norm. Efforts by authorities to protect private property were useless, he maintained. No official would dare take action against the peasants for fear of reprisal. A representative from Poltava province declared that the peasants were demanding socialization of the land and were awaiting the implementation of this action through proper legislative procedures. It is clear to me, he went on, that to avoid land seizures it is necessary for the government to prepare laws on the leasing of land, the prohibition of land purchases and sales, and the conservation of forests. Any delay in the publication of such regulations will make peasants apprehensive that land reform will never come. A speaker from the Don region declared that the population of his area was demanding the expropriation of private landholdings without compensation. The Petrograd Soviet's representative on the committee berated the provisional government for allowing individual ministries to pursue directly conflicting policies in the countryside. He was particularly critical of the Ministry of the Interior, which, he said, condemned as criminal and anarchical every action taken by the local land reform committees, set up by the Ministry of Agriculture. It was reported that a day-long strike of Petrograd lumber workers had been settled. Postal and telegraph workers, however, threatened a walkout beginning at 8 p.m. on July 4th. Clerks and loaders at the main post office were already refusing to work or to allow postmen to make deliveries as the result of a dispute over fringe benefits and a monthly pay raise. At the same time, employees of hotels and rooming houses had joined a citywide waiters' strike. Like the waiters, they were calling for an end to hourly wages and demanding instead compensation based on a percentage of revenue in addition to their regular base salary. In the face of the walkout, some restaurant owners were inviting their customers into the kitchen to serve themselves. The major news item from abroad was that in Berlin, Bethmann Hollweg had resigned as chancellor and had been replaced by George Michaelis. Because of the former chancellor's apparent readiness to entertain the possibility of a negotiated compromise peace, German annexationist and military circles had for many months been applying pressure on Bethmann Hollweg to give up his post. His ultimate departure and the appointment of Michaelis, an entity selected by General Ludendorff, were striking indications of the military high command's decisive hold over German politics. The two were hastily dispatched to the front in the wake of reports that sizable numbers of Fifth Army troops were refusing to obey their commander's orders and remained adamantly opposed to engaging the enemy. This was the period between the start of the long-awaited and loudly trumpeted Kerensky offensive, launched on June 18th, and the decisive German counterattack, begun on July 6th. The main thrust of the initial Russian attack had taken place on the southwestern front. At first, it had been modestly successful. When word of the Russian advance reached Petrograd, the nationalist press was jubilant. Yet within days, the demoralized condition of the army at the front became evident, as units that had been persuaded to move into the attack at its start now refused to fight further. By July 4th, even the inflated official military dispatches could not hide the fact that the initial breakthrough had bogged down and that Russian forces, under attack everywhere, were suffering heavy losses. On the northern front, the advance was not due to begin until July 8th. A few miles from the front lines, as bands blared, soldiers lined up smartly for review and roared their approval as Skobelev trooped the line. Many of these soldiers had seen action and been wounded in earlier campaigns. Since the February Revolution, they had been reading Pravda, Soldetskaya Pravda, Okopnaya Pravda, and the countless other revolutionary anti-war publications with which the Bolsheviks had inundated the battle zones. By now they were preoccupied with thoughts of peace and land and a more equitable political and social order. The objectives of the war were incomprehensible to most of the soldiers, and they were angered by the knowledge that while the Soviet was trying to arrange a just peace, the government was preparing to launch a new offensive. As a result, the soldiers' antagonism toward their officers mounted sharply. Some units were even becoming distrustful of their own elected committees, which, dominated by Mensheviks and SRs, by and large supported the government's military policies. Nevertheless, while their generals beamed encouragement, the ranks cheered Skobelev. He implored them to give their all for a free Russia, and they responded, "Right you are. We are ready to die for liberty. We will do our duty to the end." The soldiers waved banners bearing the slogans "To the attack" and "Down with cowards." A group hoisted Lebedev and Skobelev to their shoulders and conveyed them to their motorcar. Yet barely a week later, when the order to attack was given, the same soldiers would throw down their weapons and stumble pell-mell from the battlefield. The train carrying Lenin and his companions began slowing down. At the northernmost outskirts of Petrograd, it passed the lush gardens of the Forestry Institute and crossed Samsonevsky Prospect, which ran southward through the Vyborg district, Petrograd's large industrial ghetto. The crowded, soot-blackened factories, grimy, vermin-infested, multilevel barracks, and run-down workers' shanties that the train was now passing had provided fertile ground for the spread of revolutionary ideas during the first great spurt of Russian industrial development in the last decades of the Tsarist regime. Embittered students from the Forestry Institute had joined their fellows at St. Petersburg University in the outburst of student unrest that had shaken the Russian government at the end of the 1890s, and they were to be found alongside industrial workers manning the barricades in 1905, July 1914, and February 1917. In October 1905, police had directed a hail of bullets at a crowd of workers demonstrating near the southern end of Samsonevsky Prospect, at the corner of Bakinskaya Street. Just a short distance away, separated by narrow, muddy, refuse-ridden alleys, were three of Petrograd's larger factories, the Ericsson, Novyi Lesner, and Ruskyi Reno plants. Major political strikes had taken place at the Ericsson telephone and electrical factory in 1905, 1912, 1914, and 1916. In 1913, the Novyi Lesner machine factory had been the scene of one of the longest and most famous strikes in Russian labor history, lasting 102 days. A pitched battle between Reno auto factory workers and soldiers and the police in October 1916 was one of the first signs of the impending storm that culminated a few months later in the fall of the Tsar. Now, as Lenin's train moved sluggishly past and drew to a noisy stop at the Finland station, all three factories were again shut down. Workers from the Reno, Ericsson, and Novyi Lesner plants had been among the first to take to the streets the day before. As Lenin strode from the train, the scene at the Finland station was very different from the one which had greeted him in April. Then, returning from exile, he had been met by crowds of workers and soldiers. There had been banners and flowers, a band, and an honor guard of sailors. Even the leadership of the Soviet had made its appearance. Nikolai Chkits, chairman of the Petrograd Soviet, had been among those welcoming Lenin in what formerly had been the imperial waiting room. On that occasion, Lenin had driven to Bolshevik headquarters perched atop an armored car, accompanied by an imposing procession of party functionaries, workers, and soldiers. Now, as Bolshevik hastened off in search of a taxi, there were no bands or welcoming speeches. An acrid odor of steam, stale food, and sweat permeated the humid summer air. Porters hustled about their tasks. From a booth draped in bunting, an elderly matron with pince-nez gesticulated wildly as she exhorted passers-by. "Support our revolutionary soldiers. Sign your Liberty Loan pledges here." On the square outside, throngs of workers and soldiers milled about, preparing to renew their demands for immediate peace and the transfer of power to the Soviets. During the more than 200 years since its founding by Peter the Great, the Russian imperial capital, like pre-revolutionary Paris, had become divided into sharply defined socio-economic districts. Generally speaking, the central sections of the city, encompassing the southern parts of Vasilivsky Island and the Petersburg side on the right bank of the Neva, and much of the left bank extending from the river to the Obvodny Canal, were the domain of the upper and middle classes, while most factory workers lived and worked in the outer industrial districts. The central sections boasted the luxurious Rococo and neoclassical palaces of the royal family and high aristocracy, the massive edifices that served as headquarters for imperial officialdom, the imposing Isaac and Kazan cathedrals, and the granite river and canal embankments which together made Petrograd one of Europe's most beautiful capitals. Here, too, were centers of Russian culture such as the Royal Mariinsky Theater, home of the opera and the famed Imperial Ballet, the Royal Alexandrinsky Theater, where the best in European drama and comedy alternated with the classics of Gogol, Turgenev, and Tolstoy, and the Petersburg Conservatory, on whose stage the most accomplished musicians of the time performed. Also located in this central area on the left bank of the Neva were the capital's banks, offices, and better residential neighborhoods, which changed in character as one went further from the Admiralty, the hub of the city, from aristocratic palaces through professional apartment houses to the tenements of the lower middle class. Originating at the Admiralty and dominated by its needle spire was Nevsky Prospect, Petrograd's broadest and finest avenue, with the city's most fashionable shops, while across the Neva, to the north, the embankment at the eastern end of Vasilivsky Island was lined by the distinctive buildings of St. Petersburg University, the Russian Academy of Sciences, and the Academy of Fine Arts, three symbols of Russian intellectual and artistic achievement, and by the columned facade of the Stock Exchange. The major factories of Petrograd were located in the districts surrounding this central area, in the Narva, Moscow, and Alexander Nevsky districts on the left bank of the Neva, and in the more remote areas of Vasilivsky Island and the Okhta and Vyborg districts on its right bank. On the Petersburg side, surrounded by a formal garden and protected by a high, ornate, wrought iron fence, was the spacious and elegant Kshasinskaya mansion, the former residence of Matilde Kshasinskaya, prima ballerina of the Mariinsky Ballet and reputed to have been the mistress of Tsar Nicholas II. Chasinskaya had fled the mansion during the February days, after which it had been taken over by soldiers of an armored car division quartered nearby. In early March, the Bolsheviks, then operating out of 2 cramped rooms in the attic of the Central Labor Exchange, requested and received permission from the soldiers to make the building their headquarters. In short order, the Central Committee, the Petersburg Committee, and the Bolshevik military organization were comfortably established in different parts of the mansion. From the Bolsheviks' point of view, the Chasinskaya mansion was ideally situated. A stone's throw from the Peter and Paul Fortress and the Cirque Moderne, a cavernous concert and assembly hall now the scene of frequent political rallies, it was also close to many military barracks as well as to the teeming factories in the Vyborg district. The move to the Chasinskaya mansion coincided with the party's spurt in membership and popularity following the February Revolution. The new headquarters, over which flew the red standard of the Central Committee, soon became a magnet for disgruntled workers, soldiers, and sailors. The mansion's spacious basement housed the military organization's Club Pravda, while the grounds outside the building became the scene of round-the-clock rallies. Each day from early morning until late at night, Sergei Bagdativ or Moise Volodarsky, or another of the party's more popular agitators could be seen atop a rostrum overlooking the street haranguing crowds of passers-by. Approximately once a week, elected representatives of party committees in the various districts of the capital assembled at the Chasinskaya mansion for business meetings. It was to a stunned late-night gathering of some 300 party leaders in the ornate, white-columned drawing room that Lenin had first personally outlined his new program upon his return to Petrograd on the night of April 3. Several weeks later, the mansion was the meeting place for the Bolsheviks' April conference. Not everyone was quite as pleased by this arrangement as were the Bolsheviks. By late spring, Chasinskaya was determined to get her house back, evidently more for the purpose of expelling the Bolsheviks than out of any desire to return to it herself. In late April and May she badgered both the government and the Petrograd Soviet about evicting the Bolsheviks, and ultimately she took the matter to court. Subsequently, a justice of the peace had given the party 20 days to vacate the mansion, but the Bolsheviks on various pretexts had delayed the move. It was to this beehive of radicalism that many of the demonstrating soldiers and workers came on the evening of July 3, while thousands of marchers chanting, "All power to the Soviets," waited impatiently for instructions. Party leaders from the military organization and the Petersburg Committee, gathered in the mansion's master bedroom, debated what action to take and ultimately agreed to support openly and lead the movement on the streets. Lenin hastened to the Chasinskaya mansion around midday on July 4. He had hardly been briefed on the latest events when some 10,000 Bolshevik-led sailors from Kronstadt, most of them armed and battle-hungry, surrounded the building, demanding his appearance. At first Lenin declined, asserting that his refusal to appear would express his opposition to the demonstration. But at the insistence of Kronstadt Bolshevik leaders, he ultimately acquiesced. As he stepped out on the second-floor balcony to address the sailors, he grumbled to some military organization officials, "You should be thrashed for this." Lenin's ambivalent comments on this occasion reflected his dilemma. He voiced a few words of greeting, expressed certainty that the slogan "All power to the Soviets" would triumph in the end, and concluded by appealing to the sailors for self-restraint, determination, and vigilance. Years later, one of Lenin's listeners recalled that, for many of the sailors, Lenin's emphasis on the necessity of a peaceful demonstration was unexpected. Anarchists among them and some Bolsheviks as well were unable to see how a column of armed men, eager for battle, could restrict itself to an armed demonstration. Lenin now found himself in an untenable situation. The previous day's developments had reconfirmed that among workers and soldiers in the capital, the provisional government had little support. The Soviet leadership, however, was still determined not to yield to mass pressure. Majority socialists remained convinced that neither the provincial population nor the army at the front would support a transfer of power to the Soviets, and that in any case it was necessary for all the vital forces of the country to work together in the interest of the war effort and the survival of the revolution. They feared that by breaking with the liberals and the business and industrial circles who supported them, they would run the risk of weakening the war effort and enhancing the likelihood of a successful counter-revolution. Because of the Soviets' refusal to take power, the slogan "All Power to the Soviets" was, at least for the time being, tactically bankrupt from the Bolsheviks' point of view. The choice now facing the party was whether to attempt to seize power by force or to mount an effort to end the demonstrations. In weighing these alternatives, Lenin considered the potential reaction of the provinces and the front to be of decisive importance. In this regard, the situation was no doubt fluid and unclear, but the immediate indications were not very promising. Bolshevik support continued to be weak among the peasantry, while many soldiers were still loyal to the Soviet leadership. On the afternoon of July 4th, the extent of support for direct revolutionary action in the capital itself was by no means certain. The Kronstadt sailors were present in force and spoiling for a fight. En route from the Kshisinskaya mansion to the Taurida Palace, they engaged in a confused gun battle with snipers firing from upper-story windows and rooftops on Nevsky Prospect, and broke into scores of houses and apartments, terrorizing the occupants. But some of the troops who had participated in the demonstrations the previous evening had already wearied of the event, while other garrison units still refused to take sides. Moreover, the possibility of the Bolsheviks seizing power independently of and in opposition to the Soviet had never been presented to the workers and soldiers. Indeed, while there is evidence that this contingency had been considered by a few top party officials before July, specifically by Lenin and by leaders of the Bolshevik military organization, it had not been discussed within the party leadership generally. So the potential reaction to a call to battle even of many Bolshevik leaders, not to speak of their followers, was impossible to gauge. All this suggested the advisability of a quick retreat. Yet that alternative also had drawbacks. The party was already compromised. The Bolsheviks' program and agitational work had obviously helped inspire the street movement. Banners carried by the demonstrators bore Bolshevik slogans. Pressured by its garrison converts, the Bolshevik military organization, without authorization from the Central Committee, had helped organize the movement in the first place. To be sure, on the afternoon of July 3rd, the Central Committee had made genuine attempts to hold back the movement. However, only a few hours later, with the demonstration already in progress, the leadership of the military organization and the Petersburg Committee, followed belatedly by the Central Committee, had reversed the party's earlier stand and publicly endorsed the demonstrations. Subsequently, the military organization took full control of the movement and began mobilizing the most formidable and broadest possible military support. The organization had, among other things, summoned reinforcements from the front, dispatched armored cars to seize key posts and bridges, and sent a company of soldiers to occupy the Peter and Paul fortress. Mikhail Kalinin, a ranking Bolshevik participant, later recalled that at this point Lenin's mind was open on the question of whether the movement in the streets was the beginning of the seizure of power. Lenin did not exclude the possibility of throwing regiments into battle in favorable circumstances or, alternatively, of ultimately retreating with as few losses as possible. As he pondered how the party might extricate itself from its exposed position, Lenin almost certainly received conflicting advice. Right Bolsheviks on the Central Committee, in view of their tactical stance on the development of the revolution and their opposition to measures risking a decisive rupture with the moderate socialists, must have been strongly opposed to seizing power in defiance of the all-Russian executive committees. Other authoritative figures who probably appealed for caution on this occasion were Trotsky and Grigory Zinoviev. Among associates in the party, the curly-haired, pudgy Zinoviev, the son of a Jewish dairyman, was known primarily for his talents as a writer and party organizer. During the decade before the revolution, Zinoviev was probably Lenin's closest assistant and political confidant. Zinoviev returned to Russia with Lenin in April 1917 and subsequently became an editor of Pravda and a prominent member of the Bolshevik fraction in the Petrograd Soviet. 34 years old in 1917, Zinoviev was often given to alternate fits of elation and depression. An internationalist on the war issue and receptive in theory to the possibility of an early socialist revolution in Russia, in political behavior Zinoviev nonetheless tended to be vastly more cautious than Lenin. In early June, for example, he firmly opposed the organization of a mass demonstration on the grounds that such action would herald a new stage in the revolution for which the Bolsheviks were unprepared. At the afternoon Central Committee meeting on July 3rd, both Zinoviev and Trotsky supported the demands of Kamenev and others that the party mobilize its forces to restrain the masses. At a subsequent meeting of party officials late that night, After assuring themselves that there was nothing the Bolsheviks could do to prevent a continuation of the protest the next day, Zinoviev and Trotsky took the side of those who argued that the party should endorse and control the movement. At the same time, they were adamant in their insistence that the demonstrations be peaceful. Some of the Petersburg Committee members who had favored applying pressure on the all-Russian executive committees in the past were probably cool to the idea of escalating the action on July 4th. In June, the volatile Volodarsky, for one, had supported the organization of mass demonstrations as a means of disrupting the war effort, of retaining the loyalty of the increasingly impatient working-class population, and, if possible, of forcing the majority socialists to form an all-socialist government. In Volodarsky's view, the best interests of the revolution demanded the creation of a Soviet government in which a broad coalition of left socialist groups would work together. As an active member of the Petrograd Soviet with close ties to both workers and soldiers, however, Volodarsky was keenly aware of the loyalty of those groups to the Soviet. He would not have advocated overthrowing the provisional government against the will of the Soviet leadership. Among the Petrograd Bolsheviks, there were also militants who, on the afternoon of July 4th, probably argued for decisive military action. One of the most influential of these ultra-radical local leaders was the Latvian Martin Latsis, representative of the powerful Vyborg district Bolshevik organization. In the course of preparations for the abortive June 10th demonstration, Latsis had taken steps to ensure that the marchers would be fully armed. Along with the Central Committee's equally aggressive Ivar Smilga, a Lithuanian, Latsis had urged that the party be ready to seize railroad stations, arsenals, banks, the post office, and telegraph. During the period of rising unrest on the eve of the July days, he was critical of the party for playing the role of fireman among the masses, and on the night of July 3rd, after the uprising had begun, he objected to the Central Committee's determination to avoid decisive confrontation with the government. Top military organization figures, among them Nikolai Podvoisky and Vladimir Nevsky, both longtime Bolsheviks, were similarly inclined. A veteran of street combat against government authorities in 1905, Podvoisky, 37 years old in 1917, had the reputation of an ultra-radical. In the days immediately after the overthrow of the Tsar, Podvoisky reportedly was the first to declare that the revolution is not over, it is just beginning. Nevsky, from Rostov-on-the-Don, had at one time been a brilliant student in the natural sciences faculty at Moscow University. In the 1920s, he would distinguish himself as an historian of the Russian revolutionary movement. Along with Podvoisky, he had been active in the earliest Bolshevik fighting squads and military organizations. In memoirs relating to his activity in 1917, Nevsky invariably boasted about the independence and radicalism of the military organization leadership at this time and about its active involvement in the organization of the July uprising. According to him, on July 4th, military organization leaders waited for a signal from the Central Committee to carry the affair to its conclusion. Several hours after Lenin's return to Petrograd, word reached the Kshysinskaya mansion of two new factors that were ultimately of decisive importance. First, it was learned that the helplessness of the government, the unwillingness of garrison units to come to the rescue of the government or the Soviet, the threat posed by the arrival of the Kronstadt sailors at the Taurida Palace, and expanding anarchy and bloodshed in the streets had impelled the all-Russian executive committees to call for troops from the front to re-establish order. In response to this appeal, Menshevik and SR-controlled army committees on the Northern Front were already forming composite detachments for immediate dispatch to the capital. Second, word was leaked to the Bolsheviks that high-level government officials were attempting to mobilize garrison troops against the Bolsheviks by accusing Lenin of having organized the July uprising at the behest of enemy Germany. The charge that Lenin was a German agent was not new. The rightist press had been leveling such accusations since his return to Russia through Germany. Lenin's known opposition to the war effort made him particularly vulnerable to this charge. Apparently, the provisional government had begun investigating the possibility of Bolshevik collusion with the enemy in late April after a German agent, one Lieutenant Ermolenko, had turned himself in to the Russian General Staff and had alleged in the course of interrogation that Lenin was one of many German agents then operating in Russia. This occurred about the time of the April crisis, just when the Bolsheviks were becoming a serious nuisance to the provisional government. Members of the cabinet were inclined, quite likely, to believe these allegations. In any case, the prospect of discrediting the Bolsheviks in the eyes of the masses had great appeal. And so three cabinet members, Kerensky, Nekrasov, and Tereshchenko, were assigned to facilitate the inquiry. Several intelligence agencies in Petrograd and at the front became involved. Indeed, a special counterespionage bureau attached to the Petrograd military district seems to have devoted most of its attention to building a case against the Bolsheviks. Among other things, this agency monitored the party's communications and kept its leaders under surveillance, all with the enthusiastic support of the Minister of Justice, Pavel Pereverzov. Only the Counterespionage Bureau, he is reported to have declared, could save Russia. It is now known that during World War I the Germans expended a substantial sum for the purpose of disrupting Russian internal affairs, and that a portion of this money was funneled to the Bolsheviks. Relevant sources suggest, however, that most Bolshevik leaders, not to speak of the party's rank and file, were unaware of these subventions. While Lenin seems to have known of the German money, there is no evidence that his policies or those of the party were in any way influenced by it. Ultimately, this aid did not significantly affect the outcome of the revolution. As for the July events, the charge that the uprising was instigated by Lenin in cooperation with the Germans was obviously groundless. From mid-June on, as we have seen, Lenin had worked with energy to prevent an insurrection from breaking out. At the time of the July days, the official investigation of Lenin's German connections, such as they were, was incomplete. But with the government apparently on the verge of being overthrown, officials of the Counterespionage Bureau decided to act with all deliberate speed. They concocted a plan to use the bits and pieces of incriminating evidence already collected to convince representatives of previously neutral garrison units not only that the Bolsheviks were recipients of German funds, but also that the street demonstrations were being directed by the Germans. If the plan worked, they reasoned, garrison units would provide the troops necessary to defend the government, restore order, and arrest the Bolsheviks. The scheme was presented to Pereverzov, and he gave it his approval. Defending his decision several days later, the Minister of Justice explained, "I felt that releasing this information would generate a mood in the garrison that would make continued neutrality impossible. I had a choice between a proposed definite elucidation of the whole of this grand crime's roots and threads by some unspecified date or the immediate putting down of a rebellion that threatened to overturn the government." Thus, late on July 4th, the Counterespionage Bureau invited representatives of several garrison regiments to General Staff Headquarters, where they were briefed on the case against Lenin. All witnesses agreed that these representatives were genuinely shocked by the disclosures. For their part, officials of the Bureau were so encouraged by the apparent potency of their case that they decided to make portions of the evidence available to the press. Because officials of the Counterespionage Bureau were concerned that accusations against Lenin coming directly from a government agency would be suspect, two outraged citizens, Grigory Alexinsky, a former Bolshevik representative in the Duma, and V. Pankrtov, an SR, were hastily recruited to prepare a statement on the charges for immediate circulation to newspapers. It should be emphasized that the actions of the Counterespionage Bureau, the Minister of Justice, and later Alexinsky and Pankrtov were taken without the sanction of the full cabinet. As it turned out, at the time of the July uprising, ministers Nekrasov, Tereshchenko, and Lvov felt strongly that while the Bolsheviks were indeed receiving money from the Germans, the evidence against Lenin then in the hands of the government was inconclusive, and that premature disclosure would prevent any possibility of ever substantiating it. During the evening of July 4th, Lvov had personally appealed to all newspapers to withhold publication of the charges against Lenin. Of course, the information already passed to regimental representatives could not be prevented from spreading throughout the garrison. And the impact of the disseminated charges, together with rumors of massive troop movements from the front, was decisive. At 1 a.m., July 5th, previously neutral regiments began marching to the Taurida Palace, where the all-Russian executive committees were in session, to proclaim their loyalty to the Soviet and the government. The immediate crisis having passed, the executive committees quickly adopted a resolution pledging support to what remained of the provisional government. The resolution also called for the convocation in 2 weeks of a meeting with representatives of provincial Soviets for the purpose of reaching a final decision regarding the composition of a future cabinet and the question of establishing a Soviet government. These developments late on July 4th, that is, the dispatch of loyal troops from the front and the abrupt shift in the mood of a number of garrison regiments, were, of course, fully as damaging for the Bolshevik cause as they were providential for the provisional government. By late evening, the effect of both factors on the mood of previously passive garrison units was already becoming apparent. In these circumstances, there wasn't time even to gauge the mood of the provinces. At 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, July 5th, a gathering of Central Committee members took stock of the developing situation and resolved to call on workers and soldiers to terminate the street demonstrations. The party's retreat was made public in an unobtrusive back-page announcement in Pravda on July 5th. It has been decided to end the demonstrations, the announcement explained, because the goal of presenting the slogans of the leading elements of the working class and the army has been achieved. This explanation was transparently false. The goal of the radical elements in the Petrograd garrison and of the Bolshevik extremists who had triggered the July uprising in the first place had been the overthrow of the provisional government. In belatedly supporting the movement, most party leaders probably held out the hope that the pressure of the streets would be enough to force the all-Russian executive committees to take power into their own hands. As it turned out, neither the extremists' aims nor the more limited hopes of party moderates were realized. The impatient workers, soldiers, and sailors of Petrograd, who until now had flocked behind the Bolsheviks, emerged from the July experience compromised and, temporarily at least, demoralized. At the same time, the resolve of the government, of all moderate and conservative political groups, and of the well-to-do classes generally, to restore order at whatever cost and to have done with extremists once and for all was greatly intensified. Whether this defeat for the left would be decisive remained to be seen. In the meantime, isolated and exposed, the Bolsheviks were forced to turn to the unenviable task of somehow explaining their role in the unsuccessful insurrection, defending themselves against treason charges, and generally protecting themselves from the inevitable onslaught of reaction. The Bolsheviks under fire. The attack on the Bolshevik Party in the wake of the July days was launched by Živo Slovo, a reactionary, scandal-mongering boulevard newspaper aptly characterized by Lenin as a yellow, base, dirty little rag. Živo Slovo stood for law, order, and strong rule at home, and unrelenting war to total victory against the Central Powers. It regarded as archenemies socialists generally and the extremist Bolsheviks in particular. One can easily imagine with what glee Živo Slovo's editors received the Aleksandrsky-Pankratov charges on the evening of July 4th. Interpreting subsequent efforts by Prince Lvov and others to delay their publication as proof that radicals in the highest levels of government were part of the nefarious plot to sell out Russia to the foreign foe, they published the sensational statement in full on the morning of July 5th, prefaced by a front-page banner headline, Lenin, Ganetsky, and Kozlovsky German spies. Lakov Ganetsky and Mechtislav Kozlovsky were Bolsheviks through whom German money had allegedly been funneled to the party. The Bolsheviks promptly protested. A short note in Pravda on July 5th, written even before Živo Slovo reached the streets, warned readers that hostile circles might be planning a campaign to slander the Bolshevik leadership. Immediately after the appearance of the Aleksandrsky-Pankratov statement, Lenin dashed off several scathing newspaper essays vehemently denying the charges against him and attempting to rebut them. Simultaneously, other top Bolshevik leaders implored Soviet officials to protect them from being crucified by the press. In response, the Central Executive Committee issued an appeal urging the public to refrain from commenting on the accusations against the Bolsheviks until a special committee of inquiry to be set up by the Soviet had had time to conduct a thorough investigation. Once Živo Slovo had opened the floodgates, however, neither the protests of the Bolsheviks nor the entreaties of Soviet leaders could prevent the eruption of an ugly scandal concerning the Bolsheviks' alleged German ties. By midday on July 5th, Petrograd buzzed with rumors that Lenin is a provocateur. The statement by Aleksandrsky and Pankratov was immediately reproduced as a leaflet, and within hours copies were being handed out by the hundreds on street corners. By the next day, many Petrograd newspapers were treating the charges as established fact and openly competing with one another to produce sensational accounts of Bolshevik treachery. Newspaper headlines on July 6th and 7th convey the ferocity of this campaign. A second and great Azovshchina, proclaimed a headline in the rightist Malenkaya Gazeta, its editor recalling the scandal that had rocked the Russian revolutionary movement in 1908, when it was revealed that the Socialist Revolutionary Party leader Evno Azev was working for the police. The editor of a popular non-party daily, Petrogradsky Listik, did not dig as far back for his headline. Horrors! He captioned his story in reference to July 4th, when both the government and the Soviet were at the mercy of rioting workers and soldiers. Petrograd was seized by the Germans. Accusations against the Bolsheviks made on July 9th by the Venerable Georgy Plekhanov, father of the Russian Social Democratic Movement and editor of the newspaper Edinstvo, were no less explicit. In response to a government telegram published the previous day, which declared, "It has been definitely established that German agents took part in organizing the July disturbances," Plekhanov observed. "If the government is convinced of this, the riots cannot be treated as if they were merely the regrettable result of tactical confusion. Apparently, the disruptions were an integral part of a plan formulated by the foreign enemy to destroy Russia. Therefore, stamping them out must be a constituent part of any plan for Russia's national defense," concluded Plekhanov. "The revolution must crush everything in its way immediately, decisively, and mercilessly." Notorious years earlier for his relentless pursuit of police spies in revolutionary organizations, Burtsev was, in 1917, an ultranationalist close in political outlook to Plekhanov. On July 6, in an open letter subsequently printed in many Petrograd papers, he joined the onslaught against the Bolsheviks. As to whether or not Lenin was a German agent, Burtsev commented, "Among the Bolsheviks, provocateurs and German agents have played and continue to play a great role. In regard to the Bolshevik leaders about whom we are now asked, we can say, no, they are not provocateurs. But thanks to them, to Lenin, Zinoviev, Trotsky, etc., during those damnable days, July 3rd, 4, and 5, William II achieved what he had previously only dreamed about. In those days, Lenin and his comrades cost us no less than a major plague or cholera epidemic. Wretch, the organ of the cadets, was relatively cautious in its treatment of the Alexinsky-Pankratov accusations. While affirming the principle that the Bolsheviks ought not to be judged guilty until the charges against them had been proven, writers for Wretch, in their insistence on strong measures against the left, tacitly accepted the validity of the charges. A front-page account of the scandal in the right Menshevik den, on July 6, was similarly circumspect. It bears recording that, unlike Edinstvo and Den, several moderate socialist papers in Petrograd, Izvestia, Golos Soldata, and Volia Naroda, for instance, heeded the admonitions of the Central Executive Committee to refrain from commenting, directly or indirectly, on the merits of the treason charges against Lenin and his followers. This provided the party scant relief, however. For with the lone exception of Maxim Gorky's Novaya Zizn, the entire socialist press rejected Bolshevik claims that the July movement had been spontaneous and called for decisive measures to deal with extremism as insistently as did liberal and rightist papers. Typical of anti-Bolshevik editorials appearing in moderate socialist papers in the aftermath of the July days was one in Izvestia, the main organ of the Central Executive Committee, on July 6. According to Pravda, the goals of the July 3rd to 4th demonstrations have been achieved. In reality, what did the demonstrations and the Bolsheviks, the official leaders of the demonstrations, accomplish? They, the demonstrations, caused the deaths of 400 workers, soldiers, sailors, women, and children. They resulted in the wrecking and looting of private apartments and stores. They brought about a weakening of our forces at the front. They engendered dissension, shattering united revolutionary action, which is the main source of the revolution's strength. During July 3rd to 4th, the revolution was dealt a terrible blow. If this defeat is not fatal for the entire revolutionary cause, the disorganizing tactics of the Bolsheviks will be least responsible for this. A similarly hostile editorial, To the Pillory, appeared in Golos Soldata, a military-oriented organ of the Central Executive Committee, on July 6. "Gentlemen from Pravda," observed its author, "you could not have been unaware of what your appeals for a peaceful demonstration would lead to. You slandered the government. You lied and cast aspersions on the Mensheviks, SRs, and Soviets. You created panic, frightening people with the specter of the still unreal danger of the Black Hundreds. And now, according to the custom of all cowards, you are covering your tracks, hiding the truth from your readers and followers." A day earlier, a writer for the right SR paper Volia Naroda had declared emphatically, "The Bolsheviks are openly acting contrary to the will of the revolutionary democracy. The revolutionary democracy, i.e., the socialist parties, Soviets, trade unions, cooperatives, etc., has enough power to force everyone to obey its will. It must do this. In these feverish days, any procrastination might prove fatal." The provisional government had contemplated the use of force to suppress militant leftist groups for the first time after the April crisis. During the late spring and early summer, Mounting pressure for such action had been exerted by the military high command and by conservative and liberal political circles thoroughly alarmed by expanding anarchy at home as well as by apparent chaos among soldiers at the front. Prior to the July days, however, the government's capacity to move against the extreme left was limited by its lack of authority among the Petrograd masses and by the reluctance of many deputies in the Central Soviet organs to countenance repression so long as any hope remained that such measures could be avoided. The July uprising strengthened the determination of the government to take whatever action was necessary to prevent similar outbreaks in the future. At the same time, a number of factors militated against the Soviets' continued opposition to the application of force against the left. For one thing, as we shall see, the July experience triggered an indiscriminate reaction against all leftist groups, moderate socialists included, thus putting the Soviet as well as the Bolsheviks on the defensive. Of course, the capacity of the Soviet leadership to influence the government's behavior was closely related to the authority that the Soviet enjoyed among the masses. Following the July uprising, workers, sailors, and soldiers in the capital were confused and dispirited. Whom they would follow in the future remained to be seen, but in the short run the Soviets' power base was, at best, uncertain. Meanwhile, troops dispatched from the front to the capital provided the government, at long last, with a sizable military force upon which it could depend. Further decreasing the likelihood that the Soviet would interfere in the provisional government's adoption of repressive measures was the fact that the events of July 3rd to 5th persuaded heretofore wavering Soviet deputies of the need to act quickly and decisively to restore order and, in this connection, to take a firm stand against the Bolsheviks. While reluctantly acknowledging the necessity of repression, most moderate socialists did not give up striving for reform and immediate peace. They insisted that repression be kept to a minimum, and, most important, that exceptional measures be taken only against individuals accused of specific crimes, not against whole groups. In contrast to the liberals, the Mensheviks and SRs were genuinely alarmed by the danger that the reactionary wave following the July days posed for the revolution. But their response to the threat of counter-revolution, like their earlier response to attacks from the extreme left, was to rally more closely behind the government and to insist on coalition with the liberal parties. It is ironic that the Soviet leadership had become most receptive to closer cooperation with the government at a time when the latter was in a shambles. It will be recalled that 3 cadet ministers withdrew from the cabinet on the night of July 2nd. They were followed into retirement 3 days later by Pereverzov, who resigned in the wake of criticism of his unauthorized release of the Aleksandrsky-Pankratov documents. Prince Lvov himself left the government on July 7th after socialist ministers presented him with a list of general principles, intended as the basis of a political program for a new coalition. Modeled after proposals for reform adopted by the First All-Russian Congress of Soviets, these principles were simply too radical for Lvov. Unable to accept them, he resigned. The remaining cabinet members now named Kerensky acting prime minister and entrusted him with the formation of a new government. Simultaneously, most of the measures rejected by Lvov were incorporated into a Declaration of Principles, released for publication in the cabinet's name on July 8th. Among other things, this declaration pledged the government to arrange an Allied conference in August for the purpose of working out the details of a compromise peace proposal, and to take all steps necessary to ensure that elections to the Constituent Assembly would be held on September 7th. The declaration acknowledged the importance of adopting, at the earliest possible moment, local government reforms based on the principle of universal, direct, and secret suffrage, and promised the abolition of estates and of civil ranks and orders. Moreover, it pledged the government to the preparation of an overall plan for regulating the national economy and to the immediate passage of meaningful labor legislation. Finally, it committed the government to the preparation, for submission to the Constituent Assembly, of a basic land reform program transferring all land into the hands of the peasantry. To judge by Lvov's statements to the press at the time, this endorsement of revolutionary changes in landholding was what disturbed him most of all. In deference to the liberals, the declaration made no reference to the dissolution of the Duma and the State Council, or to the immediate declaration of a republic, 2 demands that had been endorsed by the Congress of Soviets and that were included in the original list of principles drawn up by the socialist ministers. As the price of their participation in a new coalition, the cadets now demanded that the government disavow the declaration of July 8th. Confident that the bulk of the population shared their view that the July days had discredited the moderate socialists along with the Bolsheviks, and consequently that a propitious moment for the reestablishment of order and the preeminence of the government had finally arrived, the cadets were adamant in demanding that in the future socialist ministers maintain complete independence from the Soviet. In internal affairs, they insisted that the government abjure consideration of any further social reforms. In keeping with this position, they demanded that Chernov be replaced as Minister of Agriculture because of his role in facilitating land reform. Moreover, they called for an end to pluralism in governmental authority, i.e., to the political and administrative authority of Soviets and committees. On the war issue, the cadets insisted that the government be guided by the principle of total commitment to the Allies and that it take all steps necessary to re-establish traditional military discipline and to build a strong army. Negotiations aimed at somehow squaring these demands with the declaration of July 8 were naturally tortured and acrimonious. While they dragged on, Russia, more than ever, was without effective national leadership. Meanwhile, the initially successful offensive at the front had been turned into a most terrible rout of the Russian armies by the Germans, who launched a massive, devastating counterattack against the Russian 11th Army on the southwestern front. Boris Savinkov, government commissar for the southwestern front, now telegraphed Petrograd, the German offensive is developing into an unprecedented disaster. Most units are in a state of rapidly spreading disintegration. There can be no talk of authority or discipline. Some units are withdrawing from their positions on their own, without even waiting for the enemy to approach. There were cases when orders for immediate reinforcements were debated in meetings for hours, with the result that these reinforcements were as much as a day late. Long columns of deserters stretch for hundreds of versts. A verst equals 6/10 of a mile to the rear. Let the entire country know the truth of what is happening here. Even before receipt of the suppressive news, the All-Russian Executive Committees had gathered in joint session on the night of July 7th to 8th to discuss the latest developments, the most important being the behavior of the Bolsheviks, the sudden explosion of counter-revolutionary sentiment, and the breakup of the cabinet. This meeting culminated in the passage of a resolution that characterized the July movement as an adventurous, abortive armed uprising by anarcho-Bolshevik elements, while stressing that exceptional measures could be taken only against individuals. This resolution explicitly recognized the responsibility of the government to assure the protection of revolutionary freedoms and the maintenance of order. At the same time, it strongly endorsed immediate passage of the reform legislation called for by the Congress of Soviets. For most moderate socialists, word of the debacle at the front appeared to reinforce strongly the need for the creation of a representative national government powerful enough to halt expanding anarchy. A joint emergency meeting of the All-Russian Executive Committees was hurriedly convened late on the night of July 9th to 10th, soon after the situation at the front became known. Here, bitterness toward the Bolsheviks for subverting the policies of the Soviet majority, as well as support for the creation of a strong revolutionary dictatorship, reached a new peak. A succession of speakers lashed out at the Bolsheviks for, among other things, precipitating an assault on the Soviet during the July days, being responsible for the conditions that had triggered counter-revolutionary activity, and, perhaps worst of all, contributing mightily to the collapse of the armed forces. The influential Menshevik Fedor Dan spoke for the entire moderate socialist bloc on this occasion. A physician by profession and, along with Lenin, a veteran of the first major social democratic organization established in St. Petersburg, among Menshevik leaders in 1917, Dan was slightly left of center. After the abortive June 10th demonstration, for example, he had strongly opposed Tseretelli on the question of applying sanctions against the Bolsheviks and their followers, believing that the Bolshevik threat was exaggerated and that precipitous action against the extreme left would only undermine further the position of the government and strengthen Lenin's hand. Now, his usually mild face taut with anger, dressed in a shapeless military surgeon's uniform, he proposed that, in view of the prevailing civil and military emergency, the provisional government immediately be proclaimed a government to save the revolution, and, moreover, that it be vested with comprehensive powers to restore organization and discipline in the army, wage a decisive struggle against any and all manifestations of counter-revolution and anarchy, and promulgate the reform program, embodied in the Cabinet Declaration of July 8. The executive committees subsequently adopted a resolution to this effect by an overwhelming vote. Let the government crush all anarchical outbursts and all attempts to destroy the gains of the revolution with an iron hand, declared a proclamation announcing this decision to the Russian public. Let the government carry out all those measures required by the revolution. It is worth noting that the Menshevik internationalists and left SRs, the extreme left groups within the Menshevik and SR camps, not to speak of the Bolsheviks, did not support the political resolution passed by the All-Russian Executive Committees on July 9, in effect a blank check for a government whose makeup and program were at this point completely unclear. Bearded, frail Yuliy Martov, his voice hoarse from endless speech-making, pince-nez drooping slightly on his nose, spoke for the Menshevik internationalists. The son of a Russified, liberally inclined Jewish intellectual, Martov, in his mid-40s in 1917, had been propelled into the revolutionary movement by the injustices of Jewish life in Tsarist Russia, by the fiercely repressive environment and virulent antisemitism he experienced in school, and by progressive ideas and forbidden books which he first encountered at home. Already a committed social democrat in the early 1890s and revered among his associates for his intellect, personal courage, high principles, and honesty, Martov had broken with Lenin, earlier a close friend and collaborator, at the time of the Bolshevik-Menshevik split in 1903. From then on he had been the Mensheviks' most prestigious and widely respected political figure. Following the outbreak of World War I, Martov had led the fight of Menshevik internationalists for an immediate negotiated compromise peace. Upon returning to Russia from exile abroad in early May 1917, he opposed the established Menshevik policies of limited support for the war and of participation in the government and headed a largely independent internationalist faction within the loosely structured Menshevik organization. Convinced that continued coalition government would lead to the destruction of the revolution, at the height of the July days Martov came out for the formation of an all-socialist government capable of moving the revolution forward. Now, slightly less than a week later, he insisted emotionally that the Soviets' program for saving the country could not be realized if there were enemies on the left. Martov went on to read a Menshevik internationalist declaration expressing the view that the provisional government's foreign and domestic policies, because they were neither consistent nor sufficiently revolutionary, had contributed significantly to the crisis facing Russia. The declaration concluded that the revolutionary democracy, i.e., the whole spectrum of democratic institutions and socialist parties, could save the country and the revolution only if the divisions that had already appeared in its ranks were not exacerbated, if all the powers of a revolutionary government were concentrated on combating the mounting threat of counter-revolution, and if decisive steps toward reform could convince the army that in rebuffing the enemy it was shedding blood for land, freedom, and an early peace. A few days later, at a plenary session of the executive committees on July 17, after the cadets had made plain their terms for entry into the government, Martov insisted that the Soviets had no choice but to assume full governmental power. Either the revolutionary democracy will take responsibility for the revolution upon itself, he declared, or it will lose the ability to influence the revolution's fate. Events would soon show that Martov's vision of a revolutionary Soviet government uniting all socialist elements, carrying out a broad program of reform, vigorously challenging the counter-revolution, and striving in every way to arrange an immediate compromise peace corresponded quite closely to the aspirations of the politically conscious Petrograd masses. We shall see, for example, that precisely these goals were expressed in the discussions and resolutions of most district-level Soviets in the aftermath of the July days. Within the SR Menshevik leadership at this time, however, Martov's views were shared by a relatively small minority. Discussion of political issues at the Executive Committee's plenum on July 17 culminated in an endorsement of the position adopted by the Executive Committees on July 9. In view of the commitment of most Mensheviks and SRs to the provisional government and to coalition politics, it is not surprising that in negotiations to form a new cabinet, the moderate socialists ultimately gave up considerable ground to the cadets. These negotiations took place on July 21 and 22, after Kerensky, frustrated in his previous efforts to create a new government, abruptly tendered his resignation, which the remaining ministers refused to accept. Instead, they met with representatives of the various competing political parties, Central Soviet organs, and Provisional Committee of the State Duma and agreed to give Kerensky complete freedom in forming a government. Armed with this mandate, Kerensky proceeded at this point to engage ministers on a non-representative basis. Under this mutually acceptable arrangement, cabinet members would not act as representatives of their respective parties and socialist ministers would no longer be formally responsible to the Soviet. Although individual ministers might support the declaration of July 8, the cabinet as a whole would not be pledged to it. In practice, this meant that the Soviets' leverage over the government was further reduced, while the principles put forward by the Socialists, even in the scaled-down version of July 8, were no longer a part of the government's program. On this basis, the Second Coalition, headed by Kerensky and composed of 8 socialists and 7 liberals, came into being. The most influential figures in the new cabinet were Kerensky. In addition to becoming prime minister, he retained the War and Naval Ministry, and 2 of his close associates, Nikolai Nekrasov, deputy prime minister and minister of finance, and Tereshchenko, foreign affairs. To almost everyone's surprise, Chernov managed to remain the minister of agriculture. Among those missing from the new cabinet was Tseretelli. In ill health and overwhelmingly tired of cabinet politics, he now opted to concentrate his energies on the affairs of the Soviet. The government crackdown on the Bolsheviks began very early on the morning of July 5 with the dispatch of a large detachment of military school cadets to raid the Pravda editorial offices and printing plant. The cadets arrived at their destination only a little too late to catch Lenin, who had left the premises moments earlier. A few members of the Pravda staff were beaten up and arrested during the raid. The cadets made a thorough search of the press, in the course of which they wrecked furniture and equipment and dumped bales of freshly printed newspapers into the nearby Moika Canal. German correspondents found, was the way a headline in Malenkaya Gazeta summed up this discovery. On July 4, the cabinet specifically authorized the command of the Petrograd military district to remove the Bolsheviks from the Chasinskaya mansion. Before dawn on July 6, the full-scale attack force commanded by A.I. Kuzmin and composed of the Petrogradsky Regiment, 8 armored cars, 1 company each from the Preobrazinsky, Semenovsky, and Volinsky Guards regiments, a detachment of sailors from the Black Sea Fleet, some cadet detachments, students from the Aviation Academy, and a frontline bicycle brigade, all supported by heavy artillery, prepared to storm the Bolshevik headquarters. Warned of the impending attack, some second-level party leaders at the mansion seriously contemplated resistance and even began preparations in this regard. But in the end, it was recognized that the situation was hopeless, and the Bolsheviks made a successful dash to the Peter and Paul Fortress, then still occupied by friendly forces. In the Chasinskaya mansion, Kuzmin's troops seized a substantial quantity of arms and arrested 7 Bolsheviks who were working frantically to complete the evacuation of party files. Moreover, they discovered in an attic some pogromist Black Hundred leaflets, evidently left there in Tsarist times. The Black Hundreds were extreme rightist groups that organized pogroms in late Tsarist Russia. To Petrogradskaya Gazeta, this find indicated that the Bolsheviks were in league with the extreme right, as well as with the Germans. A headline in the paper on July 7 read, "Lenin, William II, and Dr. Dubrovin, a notorious member of the extreme right working together. It is proved the Leninists organized the uprising in association with the Black Hundreds." In the early afternoon of July 6, government troops reoccupied the Peter and Paul Fortress, one of the last strongholds of leftist resistance. By then, several of the military units dispatched from the Northern Front had reached the capital. The bicyclists, an armored car division, and the 2nd Squadron of the Little Russian Dragoons had arrived in the morning, in time to participate in the taking of the Chasinskaya mansion and the Peter and Paul Fortress. The 14th Mostavsky Hussar Regiment, in full battle dress, reached Petrograd in the early evening. Preceded by standard-bearers holding aloft a red banner with the legend, "We have come to support the All-Russian Executive Committees of Soldiers, Workers, and Peasants' Deputies." The regiment marched off to the General Staff Building to report to the government. The Minister of Agriculture, Viktor Chernov, welcomed some of the troops on the Palace Square. "It makes me sad to speak of why you have come," he said, "but I believe this will be your first and last such visit. We hope and believe that, in the future, no one will dare act contrary to the will of the majority of the revolutionary democracy." Between July 6 and 12, the cabinet issued a series of hastily formulated directives aimed at restoring order and punishing political troublemakers. At a marathon session the night of July 6 to 7, it was decreed that all organizers and leaders of the armed movement against the government established by the people, and all those making appeals and instigations in support of it, should be arrested and brought to trial as traitors to their nation and the revolution. Simultaneously, the government published new penal regulations which included the following. 1. Anyone guilty of making public appeals for murder, plundering, robbery, pogroms, and other heinous crimes, as well as for violence against any part of the population, is to be punished by confinement in a prison or fortress for no longer than 3 years. 2. Those guilty of making public appeals for disobedience of lawful government directives are to be punished by confinement in a fortress for not more than 3 years or by incarceration in a prison. Anyone guilty of inciting officers, soldiers, and other military personnel to disobey the laws in effect under the new democratic system in the army, or the directives of military authorities consistent with them, is to be punished according to regulations pertaining to acts of treason. Kerensky, named Prime Minister on July 7, had not been in Petrograd at the height of the July days, having left the capital for a tour of the front late on the afternoon of July 3. While at the front, he had received detailed reports on the developing crisis in the capital. In response, he shot off a telegram to Lvov demanding that traitorous actions be decisively suppressed, insurgent units disarmed, and all instigators of insurrections and mutineers brought to trial. While at the front, moreover, Kerensky was shown the latest issue of Tovarish, a Russian-language propaganda weekly published by the Germans for circulation among enemy troops. An article in this issue suggested to Kerensky that the Germans had known in advance of the insurrection in the capital. Naturally, this reinforced his belief that Lenin was a German agent. Incensed to the point of distraction, Kerensky boarded a train to return to the capital on the morning of July 6. At the railway depot in Polotsk, the carriage in which he was sleeping was partially wrecked by a bomb. Although physically unharmed, Kerensky was understandably unnerved by the incident. It is not surprising that, upon his arrival in Petrograd on the evening of July 6, he was fuming and champing at the bit to have done with the Bolsheviks. From this time on, Kerensky stood at the forefront of cabinet ministers speaking out for a tough policy toward the extreme left. Addressing a crowd of soldiers and workers from a windowsill of the General Staff building a short while later, as 2 officers held his legs to prevent a fall, he pronounced, "I will not allow anyone to encroach upon the triumphs of the Russian Revolution." With voice rising to fever pitch, he shouted, "Damnation to those traitors who abandon their brothers who are shedding blood at the front. Let those who betray their country in its days of trial be damned." In an interview with the Associated Press several days later, after he had been officially installed as Prime Minister, Kerensky declared with equal vigor, "Our fundamental task is the defense of the country from ruin and anarchy. My government will save Russia, and if the motives of reason, honor, and conscience prove inadequate, it will beat her into unity with blood and iron." First and foremost, the July insurrection was, of course, a garrison mutiny. At its July 6th to 7th session, the cabinet ordered that non-military units participating in the July uprising be disarmed and dissolved, their personnel to be transferred at the discretion of the war and naval ministers. A detailed plan supplementing this order bore Kerensky's handwritten notation. "Agreed, but I demand that this be carried out forcefully, without deviation." About the same time, Kerensky issued a strong condemnation of the Kronstadt sailors, implying that they were acting under the influence of German agents and provocateurs. All commands and ships of the fleet were ordered to turn over to the authorities in Petrograd for investigation and trial all suspicious persons calling for disobedience to the government and agitating against the offensive. Steps aimed at halting the disintegration of the army at the front were also initiated at this time. Thus, military commanders were authorized to fire on Russian units fleeing the field of battle on their own. Bolshevik newspapers were banned from all theaters of military operations. Political meetings among front troops were strictly forbidden. Most significant, the government decreed the reinstitution of capital punishment for military offenses in the battle zones, simultaneously authorizing the creation of ad hoc military revolutionary courts with authority to impose the death sentence. To prevent rebel workers and sailors caught in the central sections of Petrograd from fleeing to the comparative safety of the left bank factory districts, the drawbridges over the Neva were kept open. At the same time, the country's borders were sealed to keep German agents from escaping abroad. Street assemblies were temporarily banned. The ministers of war and of the interior were empowered to shut down newspapers encouraging disobedience of military authorities or appealing for violence. By virtue of this order, the Bolshevik papers Pravda, Soldetskaya Pravda, Okopnaya Pravda, and Golos Pravdy were closed. In a move obviously directed primarily toward disarming workers, All civilians in the capital were ordered to turn over to the government all weapons and military supplies in their possession. Failure to hand over arms was to be considered theft of public property and prosecuted accordingly. On July 7, the cabinet made N.S. Kerensky, prosecutor of the Petrograd Court of Appeals, responsible for investigating all matters relating to the organization of the July uprising. In view of this, the all-Russian executive committees agreed to drop the Soviets' planned independent inquiry into the insurrection. Even before the prosecutor's office was able to launch its investigation, however, the authorities in Petrograd had begun rounding up key Bolsheviks. The cabinet specifically ordered the arrest and detention of Lenin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev. As we shall see, Lenin and Zinoviev immediately went underground, as did Nevsky and Podvoisky, the two top military organization officials. Only Kamenev did not flee. He was arrested and jailed on July 9. 2 days earlier, the government had incarcerated members of two large naval delegations dispatched from Helsingfors to Petrograd by the leftist-dominated Central Committee of the Baltic Fleet, Centrobalt. Among the arrested sailors were such influential fleet Bolsheviks as Pavel Dybenko and Nikolai Kovrin. A week later, Vladimir Antonov of Sinko, another key Helsingfors Bolshevik, was also imprisoned. One of several suspicious characters in a car full of workers detained by a Cossack patrol at this time was Sergei Bagdativ, an Armenian by background who had once been a candidate for the Bolshevik Central Committee. On the afternoon of July 4, Bagdativ was reported cruising around Petrograd atop an armored car, waving a rifle and crying out to gaping onlookers to arrest the ministers. Upon interrogation following his arrest, Bagdativ modestly admitted to being one of the organizers of the uprising. Newspaper accounts of his capture were very definite about two things: that Bagdativ was a German spy and that he was a Jew. To Malankaya Gazeta's man on the scene, Bagdativ's outward appearance, his hooked nose, his short reddish beard, and the fact that he was masquerading in a democratic workman's shirt were dead giveaways. Noted the reporter, Bagdativ speaks Russian well with barely a trace of a Jewish accent. Flavian Kaustov, an editor of Okopnaya Pravda and the focus of a widespread manhunt since his escape from the Crosses prison, an ancient jail in the Vyborg district built in the form of two crosses, on June 18, was now recaptured, picked up leaving a theater at the Luna Park Amusement Center, evidently on a tip from an informer. Taking leftist leaders from the Kronstadt naval base into custody was infinitely more difficult for the government. In response to a telegram from Kerensky demanding that counter-revolutionary instigators be turned over to the government at once, the executive committee of the Kronstadt Soviet wired back. Inasmuch as no one knows of any counter-revolutionary instigators in Kronstadt, it will be impossible to conduct arrests, specifically directed to turn over several key Bolshevik leaders, Fyodor Raskolnikov, Semyon Roshal, and Afanasy Remnev. The Kronstadt Soviet persisted in its refusal to cooperate with the government. Only after the naval base was threatened with blockade and bombardment was it agreed that all of the sought-after Kronstadters, except for Roshal, who had disappeared, would turn themselves in. Subsequently, Roshal also surrendered. Encountering Raskolnikov in the Crosses shortly afterward, he explained, "After your arrest, it seemed awkward to hide." Alexander Kalantai, an internationally prominent Bolshevik, was in Stockholm during the July days. After the German agent scandal broke, the Swedish press made life miserable for her, implying that she was abroad to arrange for further German subsidies. Consequently, she hurried back to Petrograd. She later described her reception at the Swedish-Finnish border on July 13. Some Russian officers boarded the train at Tornio and took her into custody. Word of her arrest spread through the station, and crowds soon formed on the platform chanting "German spy, betrayer of Russia." A dining car steward with a napkin tucked under his arm chased after her, screaming, "It's the spy Kalantai! You belong on the scaffold with the betrayers of Russia." After the train had left Tornio, Kalantai and her guards made their way to the dining car, but Revolutionary Russia's self-appointed guardian was still on duty. Barring the way, he blurted, "The spy Kalantai won't eat anything in my dining car," adding that spies should be given only bread and water. He stubbornly refused to serve even that. As arrests of suspected leftists mounted, few non-Bolsheviks challenged the government. Among those who did were Martov, Trotsky, and Anatoly Lunacharsky, a playwright, Marxist philosopher, and powerful revolutionary tribune who at this time was a member of the Interdistrict Committee. At a Central Executive Committee meeting on July 17th, for example, Trotsky staunchly defended the behavior of the Bolsheviks throughout the July days and mocked the idea of Lenin's being a German agent. "Lenin has been struggling for the revolution for 30 years, observed Trotsky. "I have been fighting against the oppression of the popular masses for 20 years. We cannot but be filled with hatred toward German militarism. Anyone who says differently does not know what a revolutionary is." To help the Bolshevik cause, Trotsky agreed to defend Raskolnikov in court. In mid-July, he sent a letter of protest on the Bolsheviks' behalf to the government in which he declared, "In principle, I share the views of Lenin, Kamenev, and Zinoviev. My relation to the events of July 3rd to 4th was exactly the same as theirs. There is no logical reason for ordering that Lenin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev be arrested and not me. The government could not ignore such a challenge. Orders for the arrest of Trotsky, and Lunacharsky as well, were issued by Kerensky's office on the morning of July 23rd. Lunacharsky was picked up at his apartment a short while later. Trotsky, unaware that the authorities were on the lookout for him, called Kerensky that evening to discuss Raskolnikov's defense. When Trotsky inquired whether it would be all right for him to appear in court as Raskolnikov's lawyer, Kerensky replied, "I'll let you know. Where can you be reached?" "At Laren's," responded the unsuspecting Trotsky. Within an hour, a squad of soldiers knocked at Laren's door and hustled Trotsky away. A warrant for Lenin's arrest was issued by the prosecutor of the Petrograd Court of Appeals on the evening of July 6th. At once, a detachment of soldiers and officers from the Preobrazhensky Guards Regiment, commanded by the head of the Counterintelligence Bureau, Boris Nikitin, rushed to Lenin's last known residence, the apartment of his oldest sister, Anna Elizarova. Although Lenin was not there at the time, Nikitin, who had been impatient to get his hands on the Bolshevik leader for months, was in no mood to come away empty-handed. While Nadezhda Krupskaya, Lenin's wife, looked on enraged, Nikitin supervised an inch-by-inch search of the apartment, confiscating papers and documents that seemed in any way suspicious. A reporter for Petrogradskaya Gazeta who appeared at the apartment house early the next morning recorded Lenin's neighbors' reactions to the latest events. All voiced indignation at the idea of having harbored an enemy agent and agreed that the tenants of number 24 had a lot of money. The word German was left unspoken. "You can see for yourself. Buildings like this with a grand staircase and mahogany floors are not at all common in Petrograd," pointed out the custodian. "Lenin almost always travels by automobile," he added. "Lenin and his wife have better linens than anyone else," confided a female tenant. "Workers don't rent in this building," her companion chimed in. As the reporter prepared to leave, the custodian produced a petition demanding that the residents of number 24 be evicted immediately. Already embellished with several signatures, the petition proclaimed, "We do not want such dangerous neighbors as Lenin and his family." Lenin learned of the warrant for his arrest and of the search at Elizarova's at the apartment of Sergei Ilyuev, Stalin's future father-in-law, Lenin's fifth hiding place in 3 days. As he moved from hideout to hideout, Lenin weighed the pros and cons of surrender. Within his immediate entourage, opinion on the proper course to follow was sharply divided. Apparently, Kamenev, Trotsky, Lunacharsky, and Viktor Nagin, along with a significant number of Moscow Bolsheviks, felt that the Soviet could be relied on to assure Lenin's personal safety, and that under the Soviet's protection he would receive a fair and open trial which could be used as a forum for exposing the rottenness of the existing regime. They consequently urged that Lenin submit to the authorities. Several Petrograd party leaders, whose overriding concern seems to have been the negative impact of Lenin's flight on factory workers and soldiers, were of like mind. Volodarsky expressed this view during an intra-party debate over the issue of Lenin's appearance in court. "This question is just not as simple as it seems. Up to now, we have been able to capitalize on all developments. The masses have understood us. But in this thing, Lenin's going underground, they don't." Dmitry Manuelsky, who, like Volodarsky, had particularly close ties to workers and soldiers, commented, "The question of Lenin and Zinoviev appearing for trial can't be looked at exclusively from the point of view of their personal safety. It is necessary to consider the problem from the perspective of the interests of the revolution and the interests and dignity of the party. We are forced to deal with the masses and can all observe the trump the bourgeoisie will play when the subject of our comrades' ducking trial arises. We must make a Dreyfus case out of the proceedings against Lenin. According to the Bolshevik trade union leader Alexander Shliapnikov, the friendly advice of many comrades that Lenin submit to trial greatly upset Lenin's sister Maria, who favored her brothers attempting to reach Sweden. Many other Bolshevik leaders, a majority of those participating in the Six-Party Congress, which met in Petrograd at the end of July, also feared for Lenin's safety in the event that he turned himself in. They contended that the proceedings against Lenin were part of a plot by the party's class enemies to destroy the Bolsheviks and that in the prevailing climate Lenin could not receive a fair trial, indeed that he would probably be assassinated before his case reached court. Thus, in the immediate aftermath of the July days, these leaders urged that Lenin go into hiding. Subsequently, amid a storm of criticism from both inside and outside the party, they staunchly defended Lenin's behavior. As late as the end of July, Stalin occupied a middle position in this argument, contending that Lenin and Zinoviev ought not turn themselves in while the political situation was still fluid, but implying that the two should submit if a government with some degree of integrity was established that would guarantee Lenin's safety. At the outset, Lenin apparently leaned toward submission to the authorities. On the afternoon of July 7th, he dashed off a note protesting the search of his sister's apartment and expressing his readiness to present himself for arrest if his detention was sanctioned by the Central Executive Committee. Sergei Ordzhonikidze, a longtime Georgian Bolshevik, recently arrived in Petrograd, and Nagin were sent to the Taurida Palace with this message and with oral instructions to negotiate the terms of Lenin's imprisonment. They were to obtain from V.A. Anisimov, an official of the Bureau of the Central Executive Committee, ironclad guarantees of Lenin's safety and the promise of a quick, fair trial. The two met with Anisimov later that afternoon. While unable to give any absolute guarantees, Anisimov evidently assured them that the Soviet would do what it could to protect Lenin's rights. According to Ordzhonikidze, after this weak response, even Nagin was uneasy about Lenin's fate were he to turn himself in. These apprehensions were immediately conveyed to Lenin. At the same time, Lenin also learned of the All-Russian Executive Committee's decision to abort their inquiry into the July days, and this information appears to have had a bearing on his thinking. At any rate, on July 8 Lenin made a firm decision not to surrender. In a letter that he now prepared for publication, he explained, "We have changed our plan to submit to the government because it is clear that the case regarding the espionage of Lenin and others has been intentionally constructed. Formed a commission to look into the espionage charges, and under pressure from the counter-revolution this commission has been dissolved. To turn ourselves in to the authorities now would be to put ourselves into the hands of the Milyakovs, Aleksinskys, Pereverzovs, that is, into the hands of dyed-in-the-wool counter-revolutionaries for whom the charges against us are nothing more than an episode in the Civil War." On July 9th, under cover of darkness, Lenin left the Ililyevs and, together with Zinoviev, fled to the village of Razliv near the small resort town of Sestroretsk, on the Gulf of Finland 20 miles northwest of the capital. Lenin remained there until August 9th, when he moved to Finland. At first he and Zinoviev ensconced themselves in the loft of a barn on the property of a Sestroretsk factory worker and longtime Bolshevik, Nikolai Emelianov. But since there was some danger of being spotted in this refuge by curious villagers, the fugitives soon moved to an isolated straw hut on the bank of a neighboring lake. Years later, Zinoviev remembered that one day he and Lenin were frightened by the sound of gunfire nearby. As the two hid in some bushes, Lenin whispered, "The only thing left now is to die properly." The shots, it turned out, had been fired by passing hunters. By and large, such unnerving incidents were not repeated. Until rain and cold made their hut uninhabitable in August, attacks by mosquitoes were the fugitives' greatest logistical problem. At Razliv, Lenin rested, swam, and went for long walks. According to Alexander Shotman, who, along with Aino Rakia and Ordzhonikidze, maintained communications between Lenin and the party leadership in Petrograd, Lenin was most of all concerned with receiving up-to-date newspapers from Petrograd. He pounced on each fresh batch of papers as soon as it arrived. Seated on the grass, he would mark up the papers and begin scribbling comments in his notebooks. During this period, Lenin wrote regularly for the Bolshevik press, prepared pamphlets and draft resolutions for consideration by his colleagues in Petrograd, most importantly for an expanded Central Committee meeting on July 13th and 14th and for the Sixth Congress, and worked on a major theoretical treatise, The State and Revolution. Throughout this time, criticism of Lenin's behavior and speculation in the press concerning his whereabouts continued. On July 7th, Żywo Słowo triumphantly headlined the erroneous news that Lenin had fallen into government hands, having been caught during the raid on the Chasinskaya mansion. The same day, Petrogradskaya Gazeta, not to be outdone, supplied its readers with further details. Basing its report on information from Matilde Chasinskaya's lawyer, who had rushed to inspect his client's home as soon as it was liberated, the paper revealed that some soldiers from the Volinsky regiment had recognized Lenin, who was trying to pass as a sailor. On July 13th, Lenin's flight was the center of attention at a meeting of the All-Russian Executive Committees. Coming in the wake of news of still more disasters at the front and increasingly unrestrained activity on the part of rightist organizations hostile to the revolution, this meeting quickly turned into yet another public demonstration of the Soviets' commitment to the provisional government and its hostility toward the Bolsheviks. More a political rally than a business session, the meeting began with Kerensky, just back from another trip to the front, delivering an impassioned plea for the Soviet support and for a decisive break with Bolshevism. This was Kerensky's first appearance in the Taurida Palace since his accession to the post of Prime Minister, and the galleries were packed for the occasion. Waves of applause greeted the Prime Minister's appeal, as well as Chkit's response. No sacrifice is too great for the defense of the revolution. According to news accounts, Kerensky sprang from his chair at this point and embraced Chkit's. Applause and shouts of "Long live the Republic!" and "3 cheers for the motherland!" reverberated in the hall. As soon as he could be heard above the noise, Fedor Dan rushed forward to speak. "We have already done what Kerensky asks us to do," he declared. "Not only have we delegated full support to the provisional government, we insist that the government make use of its power." Dan now proposed a bluntly worded majority, socialist-sponsored resolution accusing the Bolsheviks of crimes against the people and the revolution. The resolution branded Lenin's evasion of arrest absolutely intolerable, insisted that the Bolshevik fraction initiate a discussion of its leader's behavior, and provided for the suspension from membership in the executive committees of all persons under indictment.
In vain Nogin protested.
"You are being asked to adopt a resolution regarding the Bolsheviks before they have been tried," he warned. "You are asked to place outside the law the leaders of the fraction that prepared the revolution together with you." Dan's resolution carried by an overwhelming margin, and as the meeting went on, the condemnation of the Bolsheviks became even harsher. To roars of approval and stormy applause from the floor and the gallery, Bulat Atrudovik delivered an emotional speech attacking remarks in defense of the Bolsheviks made by the trade union official David Ryazanov moments earlier. Ryazanov had drawn a parallel between the provisional government's demands for Lenin and the Tsarist government's insistence, in June 1907, that the Duma cooperate in placing members of its Social Democratic Party fraction under arrest. Turning first to Tsereteli and then to members of the Bolshevik fraction, Bulat declaimed, "You have the gall to make such an analogy. You say now the demand is for Lenin, then it was for Tsereteli. Let me compare how Tsereteli acted then with how Lenin is behaving now." On this very platform, Tsereteli came forward and declared for all to hear, "We stand for an end to the present regime, for the destruction of the Tsarist system, and for the creation of a democratic republic." How is Lenin behaving? The only thing to say to him is "gutless Lenin." Reports of this sensational meeting appeared in the press on July 14th, and on that day as well Petrogradskaya Gazeta had some fresh news regarding Lenin's location. "Lenin tracks found," proclaimed its headline. "The hiding place in which Lenin is staying has been definitely established." Lenin fled to Kronstadt through Lissy numbers. The next day, Żywo Słowo disclosed that summer residents in Lissy Nos had seen a man resembling Lenin in sailor's clothes get out of a big car and board a cutter bound for Kronstadt on July 5th. "At the present moment Lenin is in Stockholm," announced Gazeta Kopika on July 15th, quoting an absolutely impeccable source. On July 15th, Berzovai Vidomosti, citing semi-official sources, maintained that Lenin had indeed been in Stockholm. However, with the help of the German ambassador to Sweden and the not unknown Genetsky Furstenberg, he had already resettled in Germany. Finally, on August 8, Zivoslovo revealed that information placing Lenin in Germany had been planted by the Bolsheviks themselves to throw authorities off the track. Lenin is actually only a few hours from Petrograd, in Finland, explained the report with somewhat greater accuracy. Even his house number is known. But making an arrest won't be easy. Lenin has a powerful, highly armed bodyguard. Reading such far-fetched reports in his hut at Razliv, Lenin often became convulsed with laughter. But for the most part, during the remainder of July and the beginning of August, the Petrograd newspapers must have been anything but pleasant reading. Maria Sulimova, a Bolshevik staff worker with whom Lenin stayed on July 6, recalls that when she brought Lenin up to date on the news, he reflected, "You, Comrade Sulimova, they might arrest. But me, they will hang." Lenin expressed similar apprehension in a note he scribbled to Kamenev. "Entre nous, if they do me in, please publish my notebook, Marxism and the State." The memoirs of Shotman and Zinoviev provide valuable glimpses into Lenin's state of mind during this period. Shotman remembered that for a time Lenin exaggerated the scope and impact of the reaction and was pessimistic about the short-term prospects for revolution in Russia. There was no use talking further about a constituent assembly, Lenin felt, because the victors would not convene it. The party ought therefore to marshal what strength it had left and go underground seriously and for a long time. The dismal reports that Shotman initially passed to Lenin in Razliv reinforced these convictions. It was several weeks before the news began to improve. Lenin's pessimism in the wake of the July days is confirmed by Zinoviev. Writing in the late 20s, he recalled that at the time Lenin assumed that a longer and deeper period of reaction lay ahead than actually turned out to be the case. Even socialist newspapers were full of outlandish stories about the conspiracy of July 3rd to 5th and about Lenin himself. Such a sea of lies and slander was never thrown at any other man in the world. Lenin's espionage, his connections with the German General Staff, his receipt of funds, etc., were the subjects of articles, poems, and cartoons. It is difficult to transmit the feeling we experienced when it became clear that the Dreyfus case was a reality, that lies and slander were being spread in millions of copies and circulated to every village, to every workshop. But although the lies kept snowballing, there was no way to respond. The enemy became ever more insolent and inventive. Already the slander had spread to the far corners of the country and throughout the world. These were dark, difficult days. Petrograd during the reaction. The great contrast between the political atmosphere prevailing in Petrograd before the July crisis and the dominant mood in its aftermath was nowhere more evident than in an event of otherwise minor importance. The government-sponsored funeral of 7 Cossacks killed fighting insurgents at the height of the July days. Saturday, July 15th, was the day designated by the provisional government to pay tribute to the slain Cossacks. Several days before, government officials, the Central Soviet organs, the Provisional Committee of the State Duma, and the Petrograd City Duma Municipal Council began working to stimulate public interest in the event, viewed by its sponsors as yet another means of further discrediting the Bolsheviks and demonstrating support for law and order. On behalf of the City Duma, Grigory Schreider, the mayor of Petrograd, appealed to all those loyal to the revolution and all those infused with its spirit to pay homage to the fallen Cossacks. Meanwhile, the Central Executive Committee directed that every factory in the capital appoint a 30-man delegation to participate in the funeral. Fearing a repetition of the June 18th fiasco, the committee ordered workers not to carry banners or placards. To judge by press accounts of the funeral itself, efforts to mobilize a big crowd for the occasion were highly successful. Golos Soldata reported that by early morning Nevsky Prospect had already taken on a very special appearance. Although few shops opened for business, people were everywhere about. The crowds were packed tightest in the area near St. Isaac's, Petrograd's largest cathedral, where the main services were to take place. Crowds also lined the route along which the cortege was to travel, from the cathedral to the Alexander Nevsky Monastery where the dead Cossacks were to be interred. Throughout the previous night, townspeople, along with relatives and friends of the slain Cossacks, had waited in long lines outside St. Isaac's for their turn to pay their last respects. Inside the vast candlelit cathedral, the dead Cossacks lay in state in open, white caskets, while stern-faced Cossacks stood guard over their fallen comrades. Once admitted to the cathedral, Many of the mourners remained there for the rest of the night, so that by early morning the church was filled to capacity and further entry was barred except to invited dignitaries. These began to arrive well before the requiem service was scheduled to start. Representatives of the various diplomatic missions in Russia, among them David Francis of the United States, Joseph Newlands of France, and George Buchanan of England, each accompanied by a military attaché in dress uniform, took their places alongside members of the Russian cabinet, the majority socialist leadership of the Soviet, officials of the Zemstvo and city administrations, representatives of the merchant and industrial estates, emissaries from each Cossack force in Russia and from every unit in the Petrograd garrison, and delegations from major factories in the capital as well as from a host of lesser groups and organizations. Shortly before 10 a.m., Kerensky appeared in the cathedral. Reportedly looking pale and nervous, he was just then at a most difficult juncture in his efforts to form a government. He watched as the former court capella, the combined St. Isaac's and Kazan cathedral choirs, and the personal choir of the Metropolitan filed to places reserved for them. The cathedral became hushed as the Archbishop of Petrograd, followed by the Exarch of the Georgian Orthodox Church and the members of the Holy Synod, ascended the platform before the altar to begin the requiem. At the start of the service, a procession of dignitaries laid wreaths of bright summer flowers at the foot of the caskets. Among the first to come forward was a delegation of Cossacks bearing a floral tribute inscribed, "To those who loyally did their duty and died at the hands of German agents." They were followed by the cadet leaders Fyodor Radichev, Pavel Milyakov, and Vasily Maklikov, who carried a large wreath beribboned in green and bearing the legend, "To the loyal sons of free Russia who fell in the struggle against traitors to their country." An approving observer from Zivo Slovo reported that when the hundreds of voices of the combined choirs broke the silence to entone a solemn hymn, the entire congregation dropped to its knees. In this moving service, the prominent cadet Ariadna Tirkova professed to have heard the voice of Russia itself. The requiem lasted nearly 3 hours. At its close, guards replaced and screwed down the casket lids. The caskets were then carried by selected high officials to the square outside the cathedral, where Cossack and Dragoon units, regiments of the Petrograd garrison, several military bands, and a detachment of trumpeters were massed for the procession to the Alexander Nevsky Monastery. As the first of the caskets, borne by cabinet ministers led by Kerensky, appeared from inside the cathedral, the commander of the Petrograd military district ordered, "Present arms!" Regimental banners fluttered in a soft breeze from the Neva, while a single trumpeter played taps. Then the air was rent by the loud boom of ceremonial cannon at the Peter and Paul fortress. The polished sabers of the Cossacks gleamed in the bright sun, and at an officer's command a forest of bayonets rose and sprang back in salute. Kerensky stepped forward. "Citizens," he thundered. "Citizens, we are sharing a rare, sad, historical moment. Every one of us must bow before the heroes who fell on the streets of the capital in the struggle for our homeland, for freedom, and for the honest name of a Russian citizen. On behalf of the government, I say to you that the Russian state is going through a terrible moment. It is closer to destruction than ever before in its history. Before all of you, I openly declare that all attempts to foment anarchy and disorder, regardless of where they come from, will be dealt with mercilessly. Before the bodies of the fallen, I beseech you to swear that along with us you will work to save the state and freedom." Raising his right hand, Kerensky shouted, "I pledge this." There was a brief silence, then thousands of hands shot into the air, and a roar erupted from the crowd. "We swear it!" Those nearest Kerensky lifted him onto their shoulders and carried him to a waiting automobile. The cortege started forward. The bells of St. Isaac's tolled as the bands played the majestic anthem, "How Glorious is Our God in Zion." Leading the procession were the trumpeters, who were followed by a Cossack squadron carrying pikes tied with black bunting. Priests in flowing black robes bearing tall crosses, church banners, and incense burners. Several rows of choir boys, high dignitaries of the church, and the St. Isaac's and Metropolitan's choirs. The remains of the slain Cossacks were borne on 7 horse-drawn gun carriages. A riderless horse ambled behind each of the first 6 carriages. Seated in the saddle of the mount behind the last carriage was a thin-faced boy of about 10, the son of the slain Cossack, wearing the distinctive dark blue uniform trimmed with maroon of the Don Cossacks. Bringing up the rear of the long cortege were government and Soviet officials, followed by the delegations that had attended the ceremony and seemingly endless ranks of military troops. As the head of the procession turned from Morskaya Street into Nevsky Prospect, bells at several neighboring churches began to toll, adding their peals to those from St. Isaac's. When the procession reached the Kazan Cathedral itself, it halted for a brief service, a procedure that was repeated in front of the Znamensky Church. With these interruptions, the cortege did not reach its destination until late afternoon. Remarkably, the time passed without incident. Observers of the Cossacks' funeral could not but have contrasted that occasion with the anti-government demonstrations of the preceding months. On July 15th, there were few workers to be seen, and, as one reporter noted, the military bands did not play the Marseillaise once all the way to the cemetery. A commentator in Wretch on July 16th expressed great pleasure at what this outpouring of public sympathy for the slain Cossacks suggested about the apparent transformation in the popular mood. The days July 3rd to 5th had thrust all the stench stored up over many months into the streets and revealed in all its horror and repulsiveness where the unrestricted sway of insurgent lackeys and drunk helots led. He wrote, July 15th demonstrated what a healthy corps had made its appearance. Once the logic of the revolution caused this shady scum to be expelled. The Cossacks' funeral was thus both a sad and a joyous occasion. The writer in Wretch concluded, sad for the losses mourned and joyous because Russia could now embark on a period of national rejuvenation. What was most astounding about the post-July day's reaction in Petrograd was how quickly the prevailing political climate appeared to have shifted. One newspaper reporter observed at the time, the difference in mood between July 4th and 5th is so enormous, it is misleading to refer to it as a change. It is as if one had suddenly been transported from one city to another and found oneself amidst different people and different moods. Many years later, the left Menshevik Vladimir Woytinsky remembered July 5th, when the streets of Petrograd became the scene of a counter-revolutionary orgy, and the debauchery of the Black Hundreds threatened to destroy the victory over the insurgents, as one of the saddest days of his life. As early as July 6th, the All-Russian Executive Committees warned that the illegal arrests and the violent acts carried out in retaliation against the intimidation of July 3rd to 4th constituted a grave threat to the revolution, that is, to the repudiation of Tsarism and to the establishment of a permanent democratic political system. A session of the Petrograd City Duma on July 7th was continually interrupted by reports of trouble throughout the city. A Menshevik deputy declared, citizens who look like workers, or who are suspected of being Bolsheviks are in constant danger of being beaten. Quite intelligent people are conducting ultra-anti-Semitic agitation, volunteered another deputy. Responding to such reports, the City Duma deputies agreed to prepare a public condemnation of street violence. Published the next day, the statement cautioned the public against falling prey to irresponsible agitators who, placing all the blame for the calamities being endured by the country on either the Jews, the bourgeoisie, or the workers, are instilling extremely dangerous thoughts in the minds of the aroused masses. In the Petrograd press of this period, there appeared a rash of reports regarding a sudden burst of activity on the part of extreme rightist groups. Among these organizations, apparently one of the most active was a group called Holy Russia, which, according to a story in Izvestia, operated out of a bookstore on Pushkin Street. Holy Russia published its own one-page weekly newspaper, Groza Thunderstorm, which heaped blame for all of Russia's ills on non-Russians, especially Jews, as well as on socialists, liberals, the bourgeoisie, and the proletariat. According to Groza, only Tsar Nicholas II was capable of furnishing bread and peace to the Russian people. Only he could save the country from total ruin. There were also frequent press reports of pogromist street agitation. Petrogradsky Listik, for example, carried an account of a street corner rally at which several speakers appealed to listeners to smash the Jews and the bourgeoisie because they are responsible for the murderous war. One speaker put particular emphasis on Jewish domination of the central organs of the Russian democracy. The assembled crowd would not disperse until broken up by a detachment of soldiers and militiamen. At about this time, several local Bolshevik party offices were raided and wrecked. During the afternoon of July 9th, for instance, soldiers raided party headquarters in the Lytiny district. The same evening, Bolshevik headquarters in the Petrograd district was attacked by 100 military school cadets arriving in 4 trucks and an armored car. 3 party members in the headquarters were arrested and some money was seized by the cadets. Coming across the rubles, one of the cadets inquired incredulously, "Is this German money?" Not only Jews and Bolsheviks but also non-party labor organizations and Menshevik and SR groups felt the impact of this kind of action. A few days later, the headquarters of the Metalworkers Union, the largest labor union in Russia, was also raided. A local Menshevik office that happened to adjoin the Bolshevik headquarters in the Petrograd district was wrecked when the latter was raided on July 9. Office personnel had already left for the day. During these days, several moderate socialist officials were less successful in escaping blows aimed primarily at the Bolsheviks. Thus, a Trudovik representative on the Central Executive Committee was badly beaten and briefly jailed for publicly urging that people refrain from referring to Lenin as a spy until his case had been properly investigated. And on July 5, Mark Lieber, one of the most influential Mensheviks in the Soviet and an arch-critic of the Bolsheviks as well, was arrested by soldiers who mistook him for Zinoviev. During these same days, Yuri Steklov, a prominent radical social democrat with close ties to Bolshevik moderates, encountered such difficulties not once but 3 times. The night of July 7, his apartment was raided by a detachment from the Petrograd military district. Steklov immediately phoned Kerensky, who arrived on the scene and persuaded the soldiers to leave Steklov alone. Later, however, a crowd of private citizens and soldiers, indignant that the first raiding party had come away empty-handed, gathered at Steklov's door bent on lynching him. Once more, Kerensky was summoned, and again he hurried over and freed Steklov, this time seeing to it that Steklov left the premises. Evidently in part to avoid such harassment, Steklov left the capital the next afternoon for a few days at his summer home in Finland. Yet this proved no escape. Steklov's cottage neighbored that of Bolshevik, where Lenin had been staying on the eve of the July days. During the night of July 10, military cadets, looking for Lenin and not finding him at Bolshevik's, moved on to search Steklov's home, grabbed Steklov, and forced him to return to Petrograd. In reference to such incidents, the Izvestia of the Moscow Soviet commented ruefully, "The cadets are not very knowledgeable about our differences." On July 18, the Provisional Committee of the Duma held a sensational, widely publicized meeting, yet another barometer of the times. During the February days, deputies to the State Duma had created the Provisional Committee to help restore order. Along with the Executive Committee of the Petrograd Soviet, this committee had played a prominent role in the formation of the first provisional government. Subsequently, relatively little was heard from the Provisional Committee. Its 50 or 60 active members, headed by Mikhail Rodzianko, seemed content to hold periodic unofficial discussions of governmental problems and, with less frequency, to issue pronouncements on political questions about which they felt strongly. During the early summer, however, as liberal and conservative members of the committee reacted to attacks from the left, and to the government's obvious incapacity to deal with outstanding problems, the committee's meetings and pronouncements became increasingly militant. In the wake of developments in June and July, more than a few deputies became convinced that the Duma's complicity in the overthrow of the old regime had been a tragic error and that the Russian state was on the brink of destruction. Quite a number of deputies now also came to believe that the Duma, Russia's sole legally elected representative body, was duty-bound to try to save the country by helping to create a powerful government free of leftist influence. This view was forcefully expressed on July 18 at a meeting of the Provisional Committee convened to formulate a public declaration on the existing political situation and, more fundamentally, to discuss the Duma's course of action. At this meeting, 2 rightist deputies, A.M. Maslenikov and Vladimir Purishkevich, the latter best known for his involvement in the assassination of Rasputin, went furthest in attacking the prevailing situation. Maslenikov placed most of the blame for the tragedies befalling Russia on the leaders of the Soviet, whom he called dreamers, lunatics passing themselves off as pacifists, petty careerists, and a group of fanatics, transients, and traitors. Maslenikov implied that those involved were mostly Jews, and he made no distinction between moderate socialists and Bolsheviks. To the approval of many deputies, he proposed that the full Duma be convened in official session and demanded that all cabinet members report to it for a complete accounting. The Duma could then determine how the government should be reconstructed and what policies it should follow. The State Duma is a trench defending the honor, the dignity, and the existence of Russia, he concluded. In this trench we will either win or die. Purishkevich voiced complete agreement with Maslenikov and expressed particular bitterness toward all those who continued to concern themselves with the defense of the revolution at a time when, in his words, every patriot ought to be shouting from every rooftop, "Save Russia, save the motherland." She is poised on the edge of ruin more because of internal enemies than because of the foreign foe. According to Purishkevich, what the country needed most was a strong voice to sound the alarm about the misfortunes befalling Russia, as well as liberal use of the noose. If 1,000, 2,000, perhaps 5,000 scoundrels at the front and several dozen in the rear had been done away with, he declared, we would not have suffered such an unprecedented disgrace. To restrict hanging to the front, he contended, referring to the reimposition of the death penalty there, made no sense at all. Rather, it is necessary to eradicate the sources of trouble, not merely its consequences. Like Maslenikov, Purishkevich viewed the activity of the Soviet as wholly pernicious and looked to the Duma to speak out sternly and powerfully and to mete out proper punishment to all who had earned it. "Long live the State Duma!" shouted Purishkevich emotionally toward the end of his speech. "It is the only organ capable of saving Russia. And let all the sinister forces that cling to the provisional government be destroyed. These forces are led by people who have nothing in common with the peasantry, the soldiers, or the workers, and who fish in troubled waters alongside provocateurs maintained by the German emperor." Despite the strong rhetoric by Maslenikov and Purishkevich, the public appeal for firm government, free of Soviet influence, and for total commitment to the war effort that the Provisional Committee subsequently adopted was moderate in tone. Moreover, the committee rejected the notion of attempting to convene the full Duma to mete out punishment. A majority of the deputies apparently agreed with Milyukov's conclusion that such a step was inappropriate. Nonetheless, for the left and especially for the Bolsheviks, these were indeed difficult days, subsequently remembered by many revolutionary veterans as perhaps the roughest in the history of the party. In some early memoirs of this period, Alexander Rabinowitch, an editor of Soldetskaya Pravda, recorded the problems he encountered searching for a press willing to print Bolshevik publications. Sent away with insults wherever he went, often even before identifying himself, he recalled wondering whether one could tell a Bolshevik by his looks. The Kronstadt Bolshevik Ivan Florovsky described a walk that he and Lunacharsky had taken together on July 5. On Nevsky Prospect, just below the Anichkov Bridge, Florovsky was grabbed by a fellow wearing a cross of St. George in his lapel who was screaming, "Here they are. Anarchists. This one is from Kronstadt." A hostile mob at once surrounded Florovsky and Lunacharsky and dragged them off to General Staff Headquarters. In his memoirs, Florovsky relates in some detail the harrowing moments that ensued. The square separating the headquarters from the Winter Palace was in use at the time as a staging and billeting area for military forces mobilized by the government to restore order. It was crammed with pup tents, machine guns, artillery pieces, and stacked rifles. As Florovsky and Lunacharsky were led through the area, crowds of milling, restless soldiers shook their fists menacingly and shouted obscenities at the pair of German agents. Bolshevik newspapers of the post-July days period contain numerous accounts of the indignities suffered by suspected leftists. On July 14th, for example, Proletarsko Delo printed an anguished letter from two imprisoned sailors, Aliko Fadiv and Mikhail Mikhailov. On July 7th at 9 a.m., we set out to return to our units in Kronstadt when we were suddenly apprehended by a detachment of cadets and taken to General Staff Headquarters. While we were being led through the streets, the intelligentsia pounced on us, determined to kill us. Some of the attackers said scandalous things about us, that we were German agents. When we passed the Naval Staff building, even the doorman there begged our guard to line us up on the bank and shoot us. Just as we arrived at headquarters, another convoy drew up with 10 people under arrest. All had been beaten up and blood was streaming from their faces. Many of those detained in this way were questioned and soon released. Some, however, spent weeks and even months in prison. Trotsky, who was imprisoned in the Crosses, described his encounters with some of these prisoners. One worker, Anton Ivashin, was beaten up and arrested in a public bath. Ivashin came to grief when, overhearing some dragoons newly arrived from the front talking about how the Petrograd garrison was receiving money from the Germans, He interrupted his scrubbing to inquire whether the soldiers had actually seen any evidence. He was immediately hauled off to jail. Another of Trotsky's fellow prisoners, Ivan Piskunov, was arrested for an equally careless remark. Chancing to come upon a street rally and hearing a soldier affirm that 6,000 rubles had been found in the pockets of a rebel soldier killed in the July days, he barely managed to blurt, "That can't be!" before he was pummeled and dragged away. While there were frequent incidents of this kind during the post-July days reaction, what seems most remarkable is that only one Bolshevik, Ivan Voinov, a 23-year-old helper in the Pravda circulation room, was killed. On July 6, Voinov was arrested while distributing copies of Listik Pravdy. While he was being transported for interrogation, one of his captors struck him on the head with a saber. The young Bolshevik died instantly. It is difficult to estimate the number of Bolsheviks incarcerated in the aftermath of the July uprising, in part because many of those arrested were soon released and hence are not counted in available published sources, and also because political prisoners were held in many places of detention scattered throughout the capital. Roughly 30 politicals, among them Petr Dashkevich, Nikolai Krylenko I.U., Kudelko, Mikhail Turtunians, Oswald Zines, Nikolai Vishnevetsky, and Yuri Kotsiubinsky, all military officers and the cream of military organization unit-level garrison leadership, were held in the 1st District Militia Headquarters. Ilan Zanevsky, who often passed the building, later recalled seeing the familiar faces of his former, close associates peering through the barred windows of their cells. Catching sight of him, they would smile and wave. About 150 prisoners, a large percentage of them Kronstadt sailors indiscriminately rounded up in the streets, were held in the 2nd District Militia Headquarters. The crosses held 131 politicals, many of whom were suspected extreme leftists netted in the streets, often merely for a loose word. In the crosses, too, were some of the government's most prized prisoners, including Trotsky, Kamenev, Lunacharsky, Raskolnikov, Vasily Sakharov, Roshal, Remnov, and Kaustov. Some of the soldiers of the 1st Machine Gun Regiment who had initially triggered the July days, and Antonov of Sinko, Dybenko, and Kovarin of Tsentrabalt. Female prisoners, including the notorious Kalantai, were jailed in the Vyborg district hard labor prison for women. 20 Bolsheviks were kept in the transfer prison, and over a dozen party members, presumably those requiring medical treatment, were held in the Nikolaevsky military hospital. The regime in these places of detention varied considerably. Nonetheless, except perhaps for the food, conditions in all of them were a good deal less oppressive than in Tsarist days. While the staff in most prisons included a significant percentage of holdovers from before the February Revolution, even these veterans now tended to be relatively lenient. Raskolnikov recalled that many of his guards at the crosses were cautious toward, indeed even fearful of, politicals. After all, following the February Revolution, yesterday's high officials suddenly turned up in jail, while some of the previous inmates instantly became cabinet ministers. Prison personnel were naturally wary of such a turnabout happening again. Bolsheviks in common cells holding several inmates were also relatively well off. The prisoners who suffered most in the aftermath of the July days were those held in the 2nd District Militia Headquarters, where overcrowding was a problem, and those particularly notorious figures, among them Raskolnikov, Trotsky, Kamenev, and Lunacharsky, who were initially kept in solitary confinement in the crosses. Treatment of the imprisoned Bolsheviks shifted with the prevailing political winds. Thus the going was roughest for politicals just after the July days, when the provisional government appeared potentially strong and when it seemed as if the Bolsheviks were permanently crushed. When the fortunes of the party began to recover, the prison regime became noticeably freer. After a few weeks, Raskolnikov, for one, was removed from solitary confinement and was amazed to find that the doors to cells in the crosses were now kept open throughout the day. With the beginning of this open-door policy, he wrote, individual cells were transformed into Jacobin clubs. Moving from one cell to another in noisy groups, we argued, played chess, and shared what we read in the papers. Recalling significant differences of opinion among his fellow prisoners, Raskolnikov observed that while all prisoners had faith in the ultimate triumph of the proletariat, in contrast to pre-revolutionary days, when political prisoners were, typically, ideologically well-grounded professional revolutionaries, a significant number of his comrades in the crosses were youthful, recent converts to the Bolshevik cause. As a consequence, there were frequent, fierce debates about revolutionary tactics between impatient hotheads who believed the party had made a grievous error in not trying to take power in July, and older, experienced, more disciplined Bolsheviks who defended the tactics of the Central Committee. When Raskolnikov insisted that power could not be seized until a majority of workers supported the Bolsheviks, the hotheads countered that an energetic revolutionary vanguard could seize power on its own in the interest of the working class. Raskolnikov adds that while Trotsky had fully supported the cautious policy of the Central Committee during the July days, now, sitting in jail, he occasionally had second thoughts. Perhaps we should have given it a try. What if the front had supported us? Then everything would have turned out differently. But these impetuous thoughts inevitably gave way very quickly to a more logical analysis of the prevailing correlation of forces. Almost all jailed rebels were allowed writing materials, and many took advantage of lax security to send petitions, articles, and messages to the world outside. Some prisoners, Roshal for one, used this time to begin writing memoirs. Among the inmates of the crosses, the most prolific author appears to have been Trotsky. Taking time out only for daily walks, he remained rooted to his desk, writing political pamphlets and preparing daily articles for the Bolshevik press. A week after his arrest, Kamenev drew up a personal appeal to the Central Executive Committee for help in expediting the proceedings against him. I turned myself over to the courts because I had faith that the authorities would present the accusations against me without delay and that I would have full opportunity to explain myself. Instead, a whole week has gone by and I still have not seen a single representative of the court authorities. Meanwhile, my being locked up has deprived me of the ability to wage a public struggle against the vile slander concerning my connection with German money. I want to think that the Soviet will not force me to acknowledge that those of my comrades who failed to obey its directives, to submit to the authorities, acted more wisely than I. Somewhat later, a group of political prisoners identifying themselves only as soldiers thrown into prison formulated an appeal to comrade cyclists and soldiers of other military units that have arrived from the front. You, dear comrades, know that our comrade workers and soldiers have been in Petrograd prisons without trials for more than a month. Do you know that many of our comrade soldiers and workers are charged with being traitors merely because they had the courage to call themselves Bolsheviks? It is painful for us if you are aware of this and remain silent. But we do not believe this to be the case. We believe you are already on our side, that you sympathize with us, and that you will come to help us. There is no record of any response to such appeals. Naturally, Bolsheviks who still had their freedom did what they could to help arrested comrades, mobilizing public concern for their plight and maintaining the strongest possible pressure upon the government to release them. The Bolshevik Petersburg Committee created a special organization, the Proletarian Red Cross, to collect funds for prisoners and their families. Mutual aid organizations were also established at the district level. After several weeks of detention and increasing signs of a possible rightist coup, the patience of some prisoners reached the breaking point, despite improving conditions of confinement. What appears to have oppressed prisoners most was the government's desultoriness in handling their cases, in particular in questioning and formally indicting them. Condemnation as German agents also enraged each and every prisoner, including the usually very controlled Trotsky. Within our stone cells this slander pressed in on us like a wave of suffocating gas. One prisoner subsequently related. The inmates' growing frustration was reflected in their increasingly bitter letters and declarations, which appeared prominently in the leftist press. On August 2nd, political prisoners in the 2nd District Militia Headquarters hit on a new way to protest their treatment, declaring a hunger strike. This action ended 3 days later, after representatives of the Central Executive Committee guaranteed that the prisoners' cases would be attended to without further delay, and that individuals against whom there were no specific charges would soon be released. Beginning in mid-August, inmates at the 2nd District Militia Headquarters were gradually freed, and in due course this success stimulated a wave of hunger strikes at other prisons. In time, these protests would arouse the sympathy of a major segment of the Petrograd population. For the moment, however, only a very small percentage of jailed Bolsheviks were actually set free. The ineffectiveness of repression. Viewing the apparent swing in sentiment against the Bolsheviks and the seemingly decisive steps taken by the provisional government to restore order in the immediate wake of the July uprising, many contemporary observers were inclined to believe, wishfully no doubt, that the Bolsheviks had incurred a fatal defeat. As one newspaper editor wrote confidently at the time, "The Bolsheviks are compromised, discredited, and crushed. More than that, they have been expelled from Russian life. Their teaching has turned out to be an irreversible failure, and has scandalized itself and its believers before the world and for all time. And as another writer, a cadet, put it, the Bolsheviks are hopelessly compromised. Bolshevism has died a sudden death. It has turned out to be a bluff inflated with Germany money. With the benefit of hindsight, one can see that those who facilely wrote off Bolshevism as a potent political force in the midsummer of 1917 failed completely to take account of the basic concerns and great potential power of the Petrograd masses and of the enormous attraction that a revolutionary political and social program like that of the Bolsheviks held for them. At the same time, such people were obviously misled by the torrent of tough-sounding decrees emanating from the Winter Palace. They read into the actions of the provisional government a singleness of purpose and degree of strength and effectiveness that it simply did not possess. Kerensky's flaming hardline rhetoric notwithstanding, almost none of the major repressive measures adopted by the cabinet during this period either was fully implemented or successfully achieved its objectives. The policy of getting arms and ammunition out of the hands of civilians, for example, encountered early obstacles and was not pursued for long. Similarly, only the 1st Machine Gun Regiment, the 180th Infantry Regiment, and the Grenadier Regiment, among the many units of the Petrograd garrison in which Bolsheviks had a strong foothold, were effectively disarmed. While considerable numbers of personnel from radicalized units were transferred to the front in late July and August, none of these units, contrary to the original intention, were completely liquidated. As for the government's avowed aim of arresting and quickly bringing to trial leaders and supporters of the July insurrection, although many Bolsheviks were jailed after the rebellion's collapse, most of the Petrograd Party organization's roughly 32,000 members were not disturbed by the authorities. Those leftists actually jailed were not formally indicted for some time, if at all, and the October Revolution intervened before any of them were brought to trial. Various factors contributed to this state of affairs. The provisional government's fundamental weakness and lack of credibility among the masses were probably the main reasons for its lack of success in disarming civilians. The Central Soviet organs endorsed this effort. But most factory workers, suspicious of the government's intentions and alarmed over what they perceived to be the mounting danger of counter-revolution, would have none of it. Although some civilians obediently turned in weapons immediately after publication of government orders to this effect, it soon became apparent that most workers possessing arms were unwilling to surrender them peacefully. Government troops consequently raided factories and offices of leftist supporters in which arms were believed to be hidden. More often than not, these fishing expeditions failed to turn up weapons, and they were discontinued toward the end of July. Their main result was to exacerbate relations between factory workers and the authorities. That many strongly Bolshevik-influenced military units managed to avoid disarmament was probably partly a result of the fact that they publicly repudiated their previous behavior and adopted fervent pledges of loyalty to the new Kerensky regime as soon as the latter's plans concerning the garrison became known. That the government's plan of transferring Bolshevized troops out of the capital was only partially realized was in part because front commanders had headaches enough as it was and were understandably reluctant to accept such unreliable reinforcements. Additionally, making a fair determination of which troops among the 215,000 to 300,000 soldiers of the Petrograd garrison actually deserved to be punished by shipment to the front was no easy matter. Even in the most belligerent regiments, only a very small proportion of soldiers had consciously acted to overthrow the government in July. The command of the Petrograd military district was disorganized, and inevitably many largely blameless units were summarily punished by shipment out of the capital, while some troops that had mutinied in July were still in Petrograd in October. The fact that only a small percentage of Bolshevik leaders were arrested after the July days was due partly to the All-Russian Executive Committee's stubborn insistence that action be taken only against individuals, not against whole political groups. Of course, the provisional government did not contain any Cavagnacs. This was in part because cabinet ministers were justifiably apprehensive about the government's ability to control the massive protest that an officially sponsored, indiscriminate attack on the left was bound to stimulate. To be sure, at the height of the reaction that followed the July days, some leftist institutions were subjected to military attack. Present-day Soviet historians view these assaults as part of a deliberate, all-out campaign by the government to crush the entire Bolshevik organization and the militant labor movement generally. Yet this interpretation does not withstand careful scrutiny. When each of the major post-July military attacks on the left is examined closely, one finds that, with a few exceptions, among the most prominent of which were the government's raids on the Chasin mansion and the offices of Pravda, this or that attack on a district Bolshevik committee or non-party labor organization or factory either was directly connected to government attempts to confiscate weapons or was undertaken at the initiative of some zealous, anonymous, second-level official, often a holdover from the Tsarist regime, without the approval of higher authorities. This was the case with the July 9th raid on Bolshevik headquarters in the downtown Lighting district. Several days before this attack, the Lighting District Committee had unwittingly moved into new quarters in a building also housing a regional counterintelligence office. As far as the personnel in this office were concerned, every Bolshevik was a German agent. Acting on their own, they picked the next Sunday to forcibly evict their new neighbors. Similarly, the same day's raid on Bolshevik Party headquarters in the Petrograd district, which ended with the wrecking of a neighboring Menshevik office, was initiated and led by junior officers attached to the Petrograd military district. Probing by reporters later revealed that the attack force did not have a warrant, and spokesmen for the government and even General Polovtsev himself denied prior knowledge of the operation. Raids in the suburb of Sestroretsk at this time were also apparently the result of an excessive zeal on the part of lower-level military personnel. When members of a local hunting club at Sestroretsk took some pot shots at camping soldiers, the soldiers jumped to the conclusion that factory workers were responsible and reported as much to the headquarters of the Petrograd military district. General Polovtsev responded by ordering his troops to disarm some worker detachments known to exist in the Sestroretsk factory. Although this occurred before publication of the provisional government's orders regarding the turning in of weapons, the commander of the force sent to the Sestroretsk factory announced that all weapons in the hands of civilians, regardless of whether or not they belonged to the worker detachments, were to be confiscated. Moreover, despite the fact that large quantities of arms and ammunition were turned in, government troops arrested 7 leftist organizers and searched and wrecked scores of private apartments and labor organization offices in the town of Sestroretsk itself. Evidently because General Polovtsev could not, or more likely, would not control the frequent excesses of his subordinates, he was relieved of command at the Central Executive Committee's insistence on July 13th. Why it took so long to indict Bolsheviks arrested after the July uprising and why not one was tried are complex questions. There is, first of all, the problem of why the government did not actively prosecute cases in connection with the German agent charges. Several related factors may have been responsible for this. Though it is now evident that funds from German sources were funneled to the Bolsheviks during the revolutionary period, we know that at the time of the July uprising, the government's case was far from complete. Then, too, Lenin, the central figure in the alleged conspiracy, was never caught. Many of those arrested after the July days were picked up and imprisoned merely for a loose word. Prosecuting them could have led only to embarrassment for the government. Charges of complicity in organizing an insurrection leveled against many jailed lower-level Bolshevik leaders, particularly those from the military organization, were based on significantly more solid grounds. Published portions of the official inquiry into the background and development of the July uprising indicate that the government had gathered a good deal of persuasive evidence of the significant role played by activists from the military organization and the Petersburg Committee in its organization and expansion. Why some of these people were not speedily brought to trial is a real puzzle. Part of the explanation may be that their cases became swamped among the many more altogether flimsy ones being pursued at the same time. In addition, many of those Bolsheviks whose important roles in organizing the July uprising could be established most definitely were also accused of the much more difficult to substantiate charge of having conspired with the Germans. No doubt this affected the disposition of their cases. More fundamentally, what the available evidence reveals most clearly is that the harassed provisional government, only 5 months old, was simply ill-equipped to deal effectively with a judicial problem of this nature and magnitude. In the aftermath of the February days, institutions and procedures had been established to investigate and prosecute officials of the old regime. Not until after the July days, however, was the provisional government forced to address itself to the problem of handling a major popular rebellion. Appropriate procedures had to be established on a piecemeal ad hoc basis. Within the cabinet, differences of opinion regarding which statutes of the Tsarist criminal code were applicable to the existing situation caused delays. Moreover, while the government had the good judgment to concentrate overall responsibility for investigating and prosecuting accused insurgents in the hands of a single authority, N.S. Kerensky, prosecutor of the Petrograd Court of Appeals, several subordinate military and civil agencies were also necessarily involved. Coordination between these agencies was either very poor or non-existent. This caused further confusion and delay. Then, too, it is well to remember that in the aftermath of the July days, the work of the provisional government and of its individual departments was especially disorganized. In retrospect, it is obvious that the government's most crucial problem, if it was to survive, was somehow to ease mass unrest and to deal decisively with the extreme left. But to the harried men of the provisional government, this was by no means apparent. As we have seen, from July 2nd, when the first coalition collapsed, until July 23rd, when Kerensky finally succeeded in putting together a full cabinet, Russia was without a properly functioning government. It appeared that the Bolsheviks were permanently suppressed, and most of Kerensky's time was understandably taken up by political discussions aimed at forming a new coalition and planning for the stabilization of the front. After all-night negotiating sessions in the Winter Palace, Kerensky would leave Petrograd for Mogilev, Pskov, or some other frontline location to consult with his military commanders. During this period, individual ministers were shuffled from cabinet post to cabinet post like cards in a deck. This was the case in the Interior Ministry and the Ministry of Justice, the departments most intimately involved in proceedings relating to the affair of July 3rd to 5th. After Lvov's resignation on July 8th, Tseretelli became Interior Minister. On July 24th, he was replaced by Nikolai Avksentiv, who served until the end of August, when he, too, stepped down. At the Ministry of Justice, Ivan Efremov replaced the departed Perverzov on July 11th. In the cabinet announced on July 23rd, Alexander Zarodny became Minister of Justice. Zarodny was replaced by Pavel Maliantovich on September 25th. The result of these continual ministerial changes was chaos. It could not have been otherwise. Meanwhile, public demands to do something about imprisoned leftists mounted, from liberals and conservatives, anxious to expose the Bolsheviks fully and without delay, and from socialists, equally determined that the Bolsheviks be either properly indicted and tried or set free. Evidently, in the hope of silencing these critics, Kerensky on July 21st released a report on the progress of his inquiry. This report assigned exclusive blame for stimulating, organizing, and directing the July uprising to the Bolsheviks. As regards charges of espionage against the party, the report concluded that, among others, Lenin, Zinoviev, Kalantai, Sakharov, Raskolnikov, and Roshal had entered into an agreement with Russia's enemies to assist in the disorganization of the Russian army and the rear. For this purpose, with the money received from these states, they organized an armed insurrection against the existing order. In his report, Kerensky provided only the weakest circumstantial evidence to support these charges, making frequent allusions to more substantial proof which could not then be made public. Predictably, the report triggered an outcry from the left. As Novaya Zizn put it, "It is difficult to understand why, instead of an objective account of what happened, we get what amounts to an indictment. The conclusions do not follow from the premises. The portions of the report dealing with treason are so ambiguous and superficial, it is staggering to think that they could have been released by the prosecuting authority." In view of the tendentious nature of Kerensky's report, Martov recommended to the Central Executive Committee that the government be prevailed upon to permit arrested leftists to defend themselves during investigative proceedings. He also urged that an attempt be made to have representatives of the Central Executive Committee included in the government's commission of inquiry. A measure of the great upset triggered by Kerensky's action is the fact that, despite dislike for the Bolsheviks and fundamental loyalty to the government, a majority of committee members immediately accepted both recommendations. They also adopted a public statement in which they strongly protested the publication of materials from the preliminary investigation of the July 3rd to 5th cases before the completion of the investigation, and condemned this clear violation of the law as an ominous sign that the new court system had inherited the worst features of the old Tsarist courts. Meanwhile, many of the jailed Bolsheviks had yet even to be formally questioned, and to workers and soldiers their plight became a cause célèbre. Whatever opportunity may have existed in the immediate aftermath of the July days to decisively scandalize the Bolsheviks and their cause quickly passed, and the government was forced gradually to release those Bolsheviks in its hands. The overall ineffectiveness of the government's post-July days attempts to suppress and discredit the Bolsheviks becomes apparent when one examines the condition and activities of the Bolshevik Central Committee, the Petersburg Committee, and the military organization during the second half of July and in early August. Of the 9-man Central Committee elected at the April conference, for example, only Kamenev was behind bars. The necessity of remaining undercover put a severe crimp in the work of Lenin and Zinoviev. Still, neither was entirely lost to the party. Zinoviev maintained and indeed soon increased his journalistic endeavors, while Lenin, by means of frequent written dispatches from Razlov in Finland, continued to exert an influence on the formation of Bolshevik policy. Moreover, Iosif Stalin and Yakov Sverdlov, along with the Moscow leaders Felix Dzerzhinsky, Andrei Bubnov, Grigory Sokolnikov, and Nikolai Bukharin, all of whom were elected to the Central Committee at the end of July, filled the gap left by the absence of top Petrograd Bolshevik officials in jail or in hiding. Under the cool-headed leadership of Sverdlov, an indefatigable young administrator from the Urals who headed the party secretariat, the Central Committee quietly set itself up for business in a modest apartment outside the center of town. In the mid-1920s, when public criticism of higher party organs was still tolerated, Ilan Zanevsky recalled the operation of the Central Committee in this period with undisguised nostalgia. Just about every day I used to go to Central Committee headquarters, and I frequently encountered a serene family scene. Everyone sits at the dining table and drinks tea. On the table, a large samovar steams cozily. L.R. Menzinskaya, one of the secretaries, a towel over her shoulder, rinses glasses, wipes them, and pours tea for each arriving comrade. Involuntarily, a comparison with the present headquarters of the Central Committee comes to mind. We have a gigantic building with a labyrinth of sections and subsections. Bustling about on every floor are an enormous number of employees, feverishly completing urgent tasks. Naturally, with its functions so expanded today, there is no possibility of the Central Committee operating in any other way. Still, there is a certain sadness in the fact that the time when simple and unpretentious, yet profoundly comradely and united effort was possible, has gone and will never come again. During the first weeks following the July uprising, the closure of Pravda handicapped the Central Committee's work. Not until early August was it able to resume publication of a regular newspaper. Nonetheless, even in mid-July, while the reaction in Petrograd held full sway, Sverdlov felt confident enough of the future to cable party committees in the provinces that the mood in Peter is hale and hearty. We are keeping our heads. The organization is not destroyed. On July 13th, less than 2 weeks after the July uprising, the Central Committee managed to convene a secret 2-day strategy conference in Petrograd. Bringing together members of the Central Committee, officials of the military organization, and representatives of party committees from Petrograd and Moscow, this meeting had as its central purpose the evaluation of changes in the political situation caused by the July uprising and formulation of appropriate tactical directives for the guidance of subordinate party organizations throughout Russia. The conference's importance is attested to by the fact that Lenin prepared, expressly for its consideration, a set of theses on tactics, in which he departed sharply from his pre-July tactical stance. In these theses, Lenin argued that the counter-revolution, fully supported by the Mensheviks and SRs, had managed to take full control of the government and the revolution. Not only the moderate socialist parties but also the Soviet had become mere fig leaves of the counter-revolution. The perspective for the future outlined by Lenin flowed directly from this assessment of the prevailing situation. Now that the counter-revolution had consolidated itself and the Soviets were powerless, there was no longer, in his estimation, any possibility that the revolution might develop peacefully. The party's pre-July orientation toward transfer of power to the Soviets and the chief Bolshevik slogan, "All power to the Soviets," had to be abandoned. The only tactical course left to the party was to prepare for an eventual armed uprising and transfer of power to the proletariat and poorer peasantry. In conversations with Ordzhonikidze at this time, Lenin spoke of the possibility of a popular rising by September or October and of the need to focus Bolshevik activity in the factory shop committees. The factory shop committees, Lenin is quoted by Ordzhonikidze as saying, would have to become insurrectionary organs. In order to appreciate the response of participants in the July 13th to 14th Central Committee conference to Lenin's directives, it is well to bear in mind the following factors. First, while there is evidence that by mid-June, i.e., prior to the July days, Lenin had given up whatever hope he may have had for the transfer of power to the Soviets without an armed struggle, it appears that he shared his views in this regard with only a very few closest associates. To the party at large, his efforts to prevent a premature rising during the second half of June conveyed the impression that events had moderated his outlook. Thus, the ideas expressed in the theses came as a shot out of the blue. Second, the course now envisioned by Lenin inevitably reopened intra-party disputes over fundamental theoretical assumptions which had been papered over at the April conference and which were to have been thrashed out at the approaching party congress. Finally, as we shall see, Lenin's assessment of the prevailing situation ran counter to the mood and views of many Bolshevik leaders, who, unlike Lenin, could evaluate the impact of the reaction personally and were in touch daily with leaders of left Menshevik and SR factions and the Petrograd masses generally. No official record of the deliberations of the Bolshevik leadership on July 13th to 14th has been published. From related contemporary documents, we know that Lenin's ideas were the subject of fierce debate. Volodarsky of the Petersburg Committee and Nogin and Rykov from Moscow took issue with Lenin on every key issue touched on in the theses. There is also evidence that Zinoviev, who was as vehemently opposed to Lenin's course as were Volodarsky, Nogin, and Rykov, but who was not at the conference, made his views known to the participants in writing. Sverdlov Vyacheslav Molotov, Stalin's future foreign minister, who was then a dour-faced political activist in his mid-20s, and Savelyev probably spearheaded the fight for the adoption of Lenin's course. When the theses were put to a vote, they were decisively rejected, 10 of the 15 party officials attending the conference voting against them. The basic differences in outlook between Lenin and the conference majority were reflected in the resolution that the conferees went on to adopt. In contrast to Lenin's view that the moderate socialists had completely sold out to the government and that state power was effectively in the hands of counter-revolutionary capitalists and large landowners, this resolution, while acknowledging that the Kerensky government was a dictatorship, implied that it was not yet fully under the thumb of the counter-revolution. According to the resolution, the dictatorship of Kerensky, Tsereteli, and Efremov represented 1. The peasant petty bourgeoisie and the portion of the working class that had not yet become disillusioned with petty bourgeois democrats, and 2. The bourgeois and landowning classes. These two sides, the resolution indicated, were still engaged in bargaining with one another. With regard to the Mensheviks and SRs, the resolution stated that by their cowardice and betrayal of the proletariat they were constantly strengthening the position of classes hostile to the revolution. But there was no suggestion that the Mensheviks and SRs were irretrievably lost to the revolutionary cause. In line with this view, the resolution was silent about the need to withdraw the slogan "All Power to the Soviets." Declaring simply that the Kerensky government was incapable of providing solutions to the basic problems of the revolution, the resolution pointed to the need for placing power in the hands of revolutionary proletarian and peasant Soviets which would take decisive steps to end the war, put a stop to compromises with the bourgeoisie, transfer land to the peasants, establish workers' control in industry and the distribution of goods, and destroy strongholds of the reaction. Subsequently, Volodarsky remembered that this qualification of the slogan "All Power to the Soviets" was the only concession that he and his followers made to those who demanded that the slogan be scrapped altogether. The tasks of the party in the prevailing circumstances, the resolution stated, were to expose each and every sign of counter-revolution, effectively to criticize the reactionary policies of petty bourgeois leaders, to strengthen the position of the revolutionary proletariat and its party wherever possible, and to prepare the forces necessary for a decisive struggle to fulfill the Bolshevik program, if the development of the political crisis in the country permitted this, on a genuinely mass scale. It was a formulation that could mean almost anything. The resolution said nothing about the end of the peaceful period in the development of the revolution or about the need to prepare for an armed uprising. Implicit was the assumption that the party would continue to devote considerable attention to work in the Soviets. This mood is also mirrored in the decision, taken as the July 13th to 14th meeting adjourned, to invite internationalists to participate in the coming party congress with a consultative vote, and even to invite the SRs, presumably to gain a sense of where they stood. When Lenin learned, on July 15th, what had transpired at the Central Committee conference, he reacted with anger and alarm. The current situation was not unlike the one he had encountered at the time of his return to Russia in early April. Once again, He had to counteract a strong impulse within Bolshevik ranks to forego radical revolutionary action and to work closely, if not to merge, with more moderate political groups. Now, however, he was forced to reorient his party's policies from a remote hiding place 20 miles from Petrograd, without benefit of a regular newspaper. Lenin responded to the rejection of his theses by the Central Committee Conference in a long essay on slogans, pointedly observing at the outset of this essay that all too often in the past, when history has made a sharp turn, even progressive parties have been unable to adapt quickly to new situations and have repeated slogans that were valid before but had now lost all meaning. He insisted that the slogan "All Power to the Soviets," while valid during the period from February 27 to July 4, had patently lost its usefulness after that date. Unless this is understood, he warned, it is impossible to understand anything about the urgent questions of the day. Lenin went on to suggest that the thinking of his adversaries in the party who believed that the SRs and Mensheviks might yet rectify their errors was childishly naive, if not simply stupid. The people must be told the whole truth, he insisted, namely that power is in the hands of a military clique of Cavagnacks. That power must be overthrown. He added, Soviets may appear in this revolution, but not the present Soviets. The present Soviets have failed. They are like sheep brought to the slaughterhouse, bleeding pitifully under the knife, declaring toward the close of on slogans that a new cycle in the class struggle is beginning, one that does not involve the old classes, old parties, and old Soviets. He insisted that the party start looking forward instead of backward and operate with new post-July class and party categories. For the time being, however, Lenin was on the outside looking in. The Central Committee Conference resolution was the national leadership's main political evaluation and official pronouncement on tactics between the April Conference and the 6th Congress. It was quickly reproduced as a leaflet, 340 bundles of which were rushed to subordinate Bolshevik organizations throughout the country. The resolution was duly published in each of the party's main provincial organs and served as a guide for resolutions on the political situation and tactics adopted at pre-Congress party conferences and meetings that took place during the second half of July throughout Russia. The experience of the Bolshevik Petersburg Committee during this same period confirms that the damage done to the Bolsheviks during the reaction following the July days was comparatively superficial and easily overcome. Composed of close to 50 elected district committee representatives who met weekly to discuss important policy issues, the Petersburg Committee was directed by a 6-man executive commission, no members of which were arrested after the July days. The Petersburg Committee's work was momentarily thrown into disarray by the loss of offices and records in the Chasinskaya mansion. We lost just about everything. Our documents, accounts, quarters, literally everything, a member of the Executive Commission dejectedly reported at the time. Still, contact between the Commission and district party committees was never seriously disrupted. A temporary home for the Petersburg Committee was quickly found in the relatively safe Vyborg district, where as early as July 7th party workers were turning out revolutionary leaflets on a dilapidated hand press left from Tsarist days. During the first weeks after the July uprising, the problem that seems to have troubled Petersburg Committee officials most was what effect the latest events, and particularly the charges of espionage against the top party leadership, would have on the Bolsheviks' influence and following among the Petrograd masses. An initial answer to this question came at the first full post-July days gathering of the Petersburg Committee on July 10th, and at a session of the Second City Conference of Petrograd Bolsheviks on July 16th. The Second City Conference began on July 1st and was suspended on July 3rd because of the July uprising. The conference was resumed on July 16th. At both meetings, representatives from each district in the capital delivered personal reports on conditions in their areas. These reports indicated that among factory workers, resentment toward the party was limited from the outset, and in any case it did not last long. More precisely, to judge by the reports of July 10th, employees of factories situated in relatively prosperous, not primarily industrial neighborhoods of the capital seemed to be genuinely hostile to the Bolsheviks in the wake of the July days. In these areas, there were frequent instances of Bolsheviks being insulted by fellow workers and of their actually being hounded out of workshops. The representative of the Nevsky district, for one, termed the attitude of workers towards Bolsheviks their pogromist. According to him, better-known party members were hunted. Moreover, Offices belonging to the party were continually in danger of pillage by street crowds. The representative of the Porokovsky district, one of 6 Bolsheviks thrown out of his factory a day or two after the July days, complained of slanders against the Bolsheviks and of their being under surveillance. He stated quite bluntly that workers in his district were a stagnant swamp. Reviewing late developments in the Kolpinsky district, another speaker reported that the sympathy of workers there had turned away from the Bolsheviks as soon as the July demonstrations had ended. These first-hand reports suggested that in addition to engendering bitterness toward the Bolsheviks among undetermined numbers of Menshevik, SR, and non-affiliated workers, the July events seriously undermined the faith of at least some factory-level Bolshevik organizers in their own higher party leadership. Latsis of the Vyborg district reported on one shocking sign of such a development at the metal list factory. With almost 8,000 workers, this plant was among the largest industrial establishments in Petrograd. Before July, its flourishing 300-member collective had been a bright spot among Petrograd party organizations at the factory level. Latsis reported that after a military raid on the metal list factory earlier that day, leaders of all political organizations represented there had gathered to discuss the latest developments. In the course of this discussion, Mensheviks and SRs had heaped blame on the Bolsheviks for having provoked the rise of the reaction. Under this pressure, the Bolsheviks present evidently swore to behave with greater restraint in the future. Worse yet, from the party's point of view, the metal list factory Bolsheviks adopted a formal resolution pledging support to the Soviet and placing their organization under the Soviet's full control. Immediately published in many papers, this remarkable resolution also demanded that the Bolshevik Central Committee and the Petersburg Committee divest themselves of authority and turn themselves into the courts to demonstrate publicly that 100,000 Bolshevik workers are not German agents. Such indications of shattered loyalty must have been profoundly disturbing to Petersburg Committee members. More significant, nonetheless, was that among party members, strong reactions to the July events, like the one at the metal list factory, were quite rare. Indeed, judging by the district reports of July 10th, Petersburg Committee members were, if anything, relieved that matters were not significantly worse. To be sure, those present agreed that the influx of newcomers to the party had stopped. But the one development that all feared most, mass defections, had not materialized. A party organizer from Vasilevsky Island transmitted the news that while Bolsheviks in factories under his jurisdiction were sometimes attacked, there was no sign that these assaults were affecting the party's numerical strength. With obvious satisfaction, he also reported that SRs in one large factory had adopted a resolution in which they declared, "If you arrest the Bolsheviks, go ahead and arrest us too." The representative of the Narva district, which contained the giant Putilov factory, insisted that pogromist agitation had an impact only in the most backward factories, and that the street press is not believed. Latsis, in his report on the all-important Vyborg district, was similarly encouraging. "There is no mass exodus from the party," he stated. "Resignations are strictly of an individual character." He also indicated that in factories where workers had had an opportunity to assemble for political meetings, one could detect a desire for all revolutionary groups to pull together. At the second city conference on July 16th, the report from the Nevsky district was still dismal. Vasily Vinokurov related instances of individual Bolsheviks being beaten by fellow workers who wanted them to withdraw from the party. He noted that in his district a patriotic, pogromist, anti-Bolshevik wave was still very much on the rise. Elsewhere, however, developments were significantly more encouraging. Speaking for the Executive Commission, Volodarsky was able to inform conference delegates that reports reaching us show that the spirit of workers is good everywhere. The spokesman for the Porokovsky district concluded that the pogromist mood there was already dwindling. As nearly as he could tell, flight from the party was limited to chance elements that don't even pay dues. A Narva district Bolshevik leader affirmed confidently that the spirit of factory workers was respectable and that work is progressing normally. The representative from Vasilevsky Island went so far as to term the mood of workers in his locale bright. He added that while some politically backward female workers are fearful, in other places the mood is even better than it was before the July days. As on July 10th, he noted that decreases in party strength were inconsequential, a slippage of 100 out of a total party membership of 4,000 in the district. On July 10, the representative of the Petersburg district had reported the mood in his district as unstable. Now, despite the fact that the local Bolshevik committee was without a headquarters, the mood, he said, was good. The representative of the first city district proudly related that there were more people than usual at our last meeting. Latsis remained uneasy about the situation in the metal list factory, but to him sentiment everywhere else in the Vyborg district appeared to be swinging in the Bolsheviks' favor. He commented, "If fewer people are entering the party, it is because our staff has been disorganized." Equally significant, he again suggested that in the face of attacks by the counter-revolution, workers were exhibiting a desire to forget past differences and close political ranks. Apart from attempting to ascertain the effects of the July events on the stature of the party among the masses, delegates to the Second City Conference were most concerned about formulating an appropriate program of action for the future. With several of the most prominent Central Committee members temporarily unavailable, the obligation to present the Central Committee's position on this issue fell to Stalin, then 38 years old. Temperamental, coarse, and overbearing, an undistinguished theoretician, writer, and public speaker, Stalin was overshadowed as a revolutionary leader in 1917 by Lenin, Trotsky, and even Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Lunacharsky. This was probably the primary reason he was not sought by the government after the July uprising. Evidently largely because of his Georgian background, Stalin was recognized as the party's leading authority on the nationalities question. On occasion, he also represented the Central Committee in the Executive Committee of the Petrograd Soviet and in the Central Executive Committee. Apart from that, he seems to have spent most of his time assisting with the editing of Pravda and doing day-to-day administrative chores. Initially, Stalin's views on the development of the revolution corresponded closely to those of Kamenev, but after Lenin's return to Russia, he swung sharply leftward. By the middle of June, he could be counted among the ultra-militants within the Bolshevik leadership. As a gesture of protest against cancellation of the June 10 demonstration, he, along with Smilga, submitted his resignation to the Central Committee. It was subsequently rejected. The honor of representing the Central Committee at the Second City Conference was a mixed blessing for Stalin since, as was soon apparent, the views embodied in the Central Committee Conference resolution described above did not fully represent his own thinking. His task was further complicated by the fact that some delegates were already aware of and sympathetic to Lenin's views on the prevailing situation and the appropriate course for the party, and anxious that they be given a hearing. In these circumstances, Stalin adopted an ambiguous, sometimes contradictory, middle-of-the-road tactical stance, unsatisfactory to practically everyone. Thus, in his main report, on the current moment, using words that might have been borrowed from Lenin, Stalin announced that the peaceful period in the development of the revolution had ended, that the counter-revolution had emerged triumphant in the wake of the July days, and that the Central Executive Committee had aided and abetted this development and was now powerless. In amplifying these statements, however, Stalin differed with Lenin in defining the triumph of the counter-revolution. He also departed from Lenin in his views on the nature and condition of the provisional government, the character and attitudes of the petty bourgeoisie, the significance of the July experience for the development of the revolution, and the prospects for the immediate future. According to Stalin, the provisional government was greatly influenced, but certainly not controlled, by the counter-revolution. The petty bourgeoisie still wavered between the Bolsheviks and the cadets. The political crisis of which the July days was a part had not ended. The country was engulfed in a period of sharp conflicts, clashes, and collisions, during which the immediate goal of workers and soldiers would remain the exclusion of capitalists from government and the creation of a petty bourgeois and proletarian democracy. In this situation, Stalin further explained, the main job of the party would be to urge restraint, fortitude, and organization on the masses, to rebuild and strengthen Bolshevik organizations, and not to neglect activity in legal institutions. In short, while Lenin called on the party to break decisively with more moderate political groups and to point the masses toward an armed seizure of power independently of the Soviets, Stalin's main emphasis was on the need for restraint and consolidation. Yet if in this sense his ideas were less than satisfactory to those sympathetic to Lenin's views, Stalin's statements regarding the triumph of the counter-revolution and the powerlessness of the Central Executive Committee, as well as his assertion that the immediate course of the revolution was bound to be violent, were understandably vexing to people sharing the outlook of the Central Committee Conference majority. Moreover, Second City Conference delegates across the board were apparently troubled by Stalin's failure to discuss the future of the Soviets, the foremost question on everyone's mind, and by his relatively passive view of the party's future political role among the masses. This predominantly negative reaction to Stalin's remarks was revealed during the heated debate that followed the speech. Taking part in this argument were, among others, S.D. Maslovsky, Vasily Ivanov, Moise Karatanov, Gavril Weinberg, Vyacheslav Molotov, Anton Slutsky, and Maximilian Savelyev. Maslovsky began the discussion by inquiring to what extent the party ought to promote conflicts with the government and whether it would assume direction of armed protests in the future. To this Stalin replied noncommittally, "We can expect that these actions will be armed, and we must be ready for anything." Ivanov then asked what the party's attitude was toward the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," implying that the slogan had reached a dead end. Pinned down, Stalin answered that from now on we speak the language of the class struggle, all power to the workers and poorer peasants, who will pursue revolutionary politics. Karatanov, a longtime Bolshevik and former émigré, criticized Stalin for not touching on the international situation as it affected the development of the revolution in Russia. "We have been saying that if there is no revolution in the West, our cause is lost," he declared. Well, the West European Revolution did not come to our aid in time, and our revolution could not expand further. Nonetheless, Karatanov was not without optimism for the future. Scoffing at Stalin's suggestion that the counter-revolution was victorious in Petrograd, he insisted that from the time of the February Revolution there had been a gradual shift of power to the Soviets, which would continue. "There were moments when we had to fear the dispersal of the Soviets," he said, referring to the days immediately preceding. "But this time has definitely passed," he added. "Without the Soviets, our bourgeoisie would not be able to retain power for more than a few days." When his turn to speak came, Volodarsky seconded Karatanov's contention that Stalin exaggerated the strength of the counter-revolution. "People who claim the counter-revolution is victorious are making judgments about the masses on the basis of their leaders," he explained, with both Stalin and Lenin in mind. "While the top Menshevik SR leaders are shifting rightward, the masses are moving leftward. Kerensky, Tsereteli, and Avksentiv are caliphs for an hour. The petty bourgeoisie will swing to our side." Bearing this in mind, it is clear that the slogan "All power to the Soviets" is not obsolete, he concluded. Added Weinberg, "The present government won't be able to do a thing about the economic crisis. The Soviets and political parties will swing leftward. The majority of the democracy is grouped around the Soviets, and so rejecting the slogan, 'All power to the Soviets,' can have very harmful consequences." Among those now venturing opinions on the current moment, Molotov, Savelyev, and Slutsky came closest to expressing Lenin's sentiments. Molotov insisted that before the latest events, the Soviets could have taken power without violence had they desired to do so. They didn't. Instead, the developments of July 3rd and 4th impelled the Soviets on a counter-revolutionary course. Power has slipped out of the hands of the Soviet into the hands of the bourgeoisie. We can't fight for Soviets that have betrayed the proletariat. Our only solution lies in the struggle of the proletariat accompanied by those strata of the peasantry capable of following. For his part, Slutsky chastised Volodarsky for shutting his eyes to the counter-revolution's great success. "If we think of the term counter-revolution as meaning transfer of power to a specific group, a change in which the group previously in power can't get it back," he explained, "then what we are witnessing is plainly the triumph of the counter-revolution." Obviously not completely familiar with Lenin's thinking, however, he added that no one is suggesting that we should simply throw away the "all power to the Soviets" slogan like worthless rubbish. At a time when the workers' revolution is expanding and the Soviets are struggling against it, contended Savelyev, the slogan "All power to the Soviets" just sows confusion. "We have two choices," he declared. "Either we expand the revolution or we stop. The party of the proletariat cannot stop. The winner will be up to history. The revolution goes on, and we are headed for the final assault." After everyone wishing to do so had spoken out, Stalin read the resolution of the Central Committee Conference in its entirety. A proposal that a committee be established to revise the resolution as a whole failed by a narrow margin of 3 votes, after which the resolution was considered point by point. Early in this phase of the discussion, an unidentified delegate from the Vyborg district requested, to no avail, that the chair read Lenin's theses, this despite the fact that copies of both the political situation and on slogans were in the possession of the chairman. As each point in the resolution was reached, one of the Leninists, either Molotov, Slutsky, or Savelyev, rose to propose amendments in line with the theses. Either because defending the Central Committee resolution was uncomfortable for Stalin or because supporters of the resolution were dissatisfied with Stalin's earlier performance, Volodarsky rebutted these amendments. In response to a delegate's protest that Volodarsky had no right to the floor inasmuch as he had not been the main speaker, the chair ruled that Volodarsky represents the conference at which the resolution was originally adopted. At one point in the torrid parliamentary battle over amendments, after Slutsky tried unsuccessfully to insert a clause in the resolution declaring that the counter-revolution had triumphed, Volodarsky blurted out in exasperation, "We are witnessing an attempt, at whatever the cost, to muscle through points that have already been rejected. The whole crux of our argument, i.e., with Lenin, is whether we are witnessing a temporary or a decisive victory of the counter-revolution," retorted Savelyev. "I sense a flippant attitude toward Lenin's theses here." All told, Molotov, Slutsky, and Savelyev introduced some 18 amendments to the resolution read by Stalin, all but one of which were rejected. As a result, in most respects the resolution that the conference ultimately passed was a copy of the one adopted by the Central Committee Conference. The bitterness that the controversy over a new tactical course engendered at this time was revealed in the voting. 28 delegates came out in favor of the resolution, with 3 against and 28 abstentions. Justifying their abstentions, some delegates from the Moskovsky district explained that they were not voting because of the inadequacy of the resolution. Molotov declared that he was abstaining because, at such a crucial time, it is impossible to adopt a vague resolution. Finally, Viktor Narchik, speaking for 11 delegates from the Vyborg district, explained that his group had decided to abstain because the conference had not heard Lenin's theses, and because the resolution was defended by someone other than the main speaker. The Bolshevik agency damaged most severely after the July uprising was undoubtedly the military organization. From the time of its formation, the military organization's chief purposes were to win the support of the soldiers of the Petrograd garrison and to organize them into a disciplined revolutionary force. By midsummer, considerable progress had been made in regard to the first objective. Several thousand soldiers had joined either the military organization itself or Club Pravda. Party cells had been established in most garrison units, and in several units Bolshevik influence was paramount. Plans formulated by the government in the wake of the July days to disarm and dissolve Bolshevized regiments that had been actively involved in the uprising were only partially realized. Still, a high percentage of the party's most experienced and effective unit-level leaders were now jailed, the immensely popular Soldetskaya Pravda was silenced, and links between the military organization's top leadership and the troops were temporarily severed. Bolsheviks were effectively excluded from military barracks and, generally speaking, the party's operations in the garrison were all but halted. More markedly than in the case of workers, soldiers of the Petrograd garrison appear to have turned against the Bolsheviks after the July experience. This was probably in part because a relatively higher percentage of soldier Bolsheviks were undisciplined, politically inexperienced newcomers whose loyalties to the party were tenuous. In addition, however strong their desire for peace, soldiers tended to be more patriotic than workers and were consequently more likely to be swayed by the charge that the Bolsheviks were working for the Germans. Then too, as suggested earlier, garrison soldiers hoped, not without foundation, that by repudiating the Bolsheviks they might avoid transfer to the front. For these reasons, and probably for others as well, units of the garrison immediately after the July days often conducted their own political housecleaning, isolating known Bolsheviks from contact with troops and in some cases turning them in to the authorities. On July 10th, for example, at a meeting of soldiers' committees in the 1st Reserve Infantry Regiment, it was agreed to arrest leading Bolsheviks in the unit and to draw up a list of personnel guilty of making appeals for radical action, presumably for use by the government. A formal resolution that these committees adopted 2 days later declared that chief responsibility for the behavior of the 1st Reserve Infantry Regiment on July 4th rested with the Bolsheviks Vasily Sakharov and Ivan and Gavril Osipov, and a soldier of unknown party affiliation, Ilyazar Slavkin. The resolution accused the four of carrying on dangerous agitation and making inflammatory speeches that hypnotized the troops. Moreover, at the same time, garrison units anxious to clear themselves of charges of involvement in the July days adopted fervent pledges of support to the government and the executive committees. Typical of such resolutions was one adopted at a mass meeting of soldiers from the Litovsky Guards Regiment on July 9. Having consciously refrained from taking part in the armed movement of July 3 and 4, we condemn this action as dangerous and shameful to the revolutionary cause. We call on everyone to obey the firm will of the executive committees and the provisional government. We appeal to our garrison comrades to join their powerful voices to our resolution, in so doing expressing the unified and conscious will of the garrison, which is directed toward defending liberty from attacks by German agents who are allied with counter-revolutionaries and who make use of the ignorance and backwardness of certain segments of the soldiers and worker masses. As if assaults by the authorities and harsh criticism by garrison soldiers were not enough, in mid-July the military organization was also forced to endure attacks from embittered elements within the Bolshevik Party itself. Among top Bolshevik officials, the value of maintaining a distinct military arm had been the subject of continued controversy from the time that social democratic military organizations were first formed after the 1905 revolution. Supporters of military organizations contended that regular military forces were a key factor in every modern revolution. Moreover, they argued that the situation and concerns of soldiers and sailors differed so markedly from those of civilian elements of the population that military organizations possessing a great degree of autonomy and independence were an absolute necessity if the former were to be won to the side of the revolution, making possible its success. On the other hand, critics of military organizations argued that the potential costs of such organs in terms of duplication of effort and loss of control far outweighed whatever benefits might be derived from them. It is not surprising, then, that the apparent involvement of the Bolshevik military organization in the preparation of the July uprising without authorization from the Central Committee intensified criticism of the organization. Officials of the Petersburg Committee, as well as elements of the National Party leadership, evidently took part in these attacks on the military organization. Despite the danger of detection, Podvoisky, then sought by the authorities, was forced to appear and defend the military organization at the Second City Conference on July 16 and at the Sixth Party Congress on July 28. Moreover, at the Sixth Congress the military organization was the subject of a formal inquiry by a specially organized military section. Boris Shumyatsky, a delegate to the Sixth Congress from the Mid-Siberian Bureau of the party and evidently a member of the section, subsequently related that at the Congress, Bukharin, Kamenev, and Trotsky, the last two presumably by written messages or through intermediaries, insisted on the necessity of dissolving the military organization on the grounds that it overlapped the work of regular party organs. According to Shumyatsky, a majority of the military section rejected this position, acknowledging the necessity of maintaining a special military organization under the Central Committee. In the published materials on the Sixth Congress, the debate and decision concerning the military organization status are reflected in the military section's final communiqué, which, among other things, announced the adoption of the following resolution by a vote of 8-4. Because of a whole series of peculiarities in living conditions and in professional and organizational matters pertaining to the existence and work of party members in the armed forces, the section sanctions the existence below the Central Committee, under its constant and direct supervision, of a special military organization to direct the everyday work of the party in the armed forces. Despite the authorities' active search for them, the military organization's most important officials, Nevsky and Podvoisky, managed to evade arrest following the July days. Although Podvoisky was twice detained by military patrols, he was able to conceal his identity. Nevsky, who had incurred a minor bullet wound in the leg during a shooting incident on July 4, fled to the provinces. Shortly after Nevsky's return to Petrograd in mid-July, officials of the military organization still at large, among them Podvoisky, Nevsky, Ilanzanevsky, and Mikhail Kedrov, met secretly at the apartment of Genrikh Yagoda to assess their losses and discuss future strategy. According to Ilanzanevsky, participants in this meeting agreed for the time being to try to combine underground activity with legal work, that is, to maintain a central headquarters under cover and, as feasible, to resume open organization and agitational activity among the troops. One of the goals set by military organization officials at this meeting was to resume, as quickly as possible, publication of a Bolshevik newspaper for soldiers, along the lines of the now illegal Soldetskaya Pravda. During the third week of July, Podvoisky finally found a press willing to produce such a paper, and the first issue appeared on July 23rd. The new organ, Rabokii I Soldat, was to be edited by Podvoisky, Nevsky, and Ilanzanevsky, and managed by Kedrov and Yagoda. All appeared to be going well with the paper until complications arose at a Central Committee meeting on August 4th. This was the first meeting of the new Central Committee elected by the 6th Congress. Since the committee did not yet have a paper to replace Pravda, it decided to appropriate Rabokii I Soldat. Moreover, obviously mindful of the organizational control problems experienced in June and July, it resolved that, for the time being, neither the Petersburg Committee nor the military organization would be permitted to publish a separate paper. The Central Committee went on to stipulate that the editorial board of Rabokii I Soldat would be composed of Stalin, Sokolnikov, and Miliutin from its own membership and one representative each from the military organization and the Petersburg Committee, subsequently designated as Podvoisky and Volodarsky, respectively. This arrangement was profoundly distasteful to military organization officials, who were accustomed to working on their own, were jealous of their prerogatives, and were convinced, as Podvoisky put it at the time, that a combined news organ could neither fulfill the objectives of the military organization nor meet the needs of the soldier masses among whom the military organization conducted propaganda and agitation. The fate of Rabokii I Soldat was sealed on August 10th, when a particularly inflammatory editorial provided the provisional government with an excuse to shut down the paper. Hurriedly, the Central Committee now made new publishing arrangements. Without clearance from the Central Committee, the military organization did the same. Thus, on August 13th, for the first time since the July days, two Bolshevik papers, the Central Committee's Proletarii and the military organization's Soldat, appeared on Petrograd newsstands. When the Central Committee got wind of the military organization's independent action, it determined to take over Soldat as well and directed Stalin to inform Podvoisky of this decision. Moreover, to prevent the military organization from embarking on further publishing ventures, Smilga was ordered to appropriate, for use by the Central Committee, funds in the military organization's possession that had been earmarked for the publication of Rabokii I Soldat. Stalin and Smilga apparently carried out their duties with firmness and dispatch, for on August 16th the Central Committee received two sharply worded appeals from the military organization's All-Russian Bureau. The first appeal insisted on the military organization's right to publish a separate newspaper, in terms which indicated that it would not be easy to get the military organization leaders to back down. The second protested the unprincipled way, violating the most elementary principles of party democracy, in which Stalin and Smilga had dealt with the military organization, and demanded that the Central Committee establish a more workable relationship with the Bureau of the military organization, so that the latter might carry out its responsibilities. There is evidence that around this time the Central Committee established another special commission to inquire into the military organization's affairs, primarily with relation to the organization of the July uprising and the publication of Rabokii I Soldat and Soldat. Indeed, Nevsky related that military organization leaders were now subjected to a party trial, during the course of which Bubnov, Dzerzhinsky, Menshinsky, and Sverdlov were delegated to oversee various aspects of the military organization's activities. It is impossible to determine from existing evidence the relationship of this trial to the work of the military section at the 6th Congress. In any case, the military organization was evidently cleared of most charges against it, perhaps partly as a result of Lenin's intervention. Nevsky quotes Sverdlov as having told him that when Lenin learned that Sverdlov had been delegated to acquaint himself with the military organization, Lenin's advice was, "To acquaint yourself is necessary. It is necessary to help them, but there should be no pressure and no reprimands. To the contrary, they should be supported. Those who don't take risks never win. Without defeats there can be no victories." The published minutes of a meeting of the Central Committee on August 16th indicate that after listening to the military organization's two appeals, the committee reaffirmed the military organization's subordinate position within the party hierarchy, bluntly declaring that according to party statutes the military organization could not exist as an independent political center. Yet, having delivered this rebuke, the committee agreed to let the military organization continue publishing Soldat, with the proviso that a member of the Central Committee with the right of veto be included on its editorial board. Simultaneously, it delegated Sverdlov and Dzerzhinsky to conduct discussions with the Military Organization Bureau to establish a proper relationship between it and the Central Committee, and to keep tabs on Soldat. While the military organization leadership was fighting to preserve its status within the party organization, the Bolshevik position among soldiers of the garrison had improved considerably. Significantly, the regeneration of support for the party program that now occurred began in military units heretofore relatively free of Bolshevik influence. As Menzinskaya enthusiastically reported in a letter of July 17 from the Central Committee to the Moscow Region Bureau, "The mood is shifting in our favor in those regiments in and around Peter where up to now we have not had much success. Among soldiers, Kerensky's latest decrees, especially his reinstitution of the death penalty, have caused a terrible stir and explosion of hostility toward officers." Brief published summaries of post-July days meetings between high officials of the military organization and representatives of Bolshevik collectives in the Petrograd garrison confirmed that government repression and the threat of counter-revolution helped the military organization overcome some of the worst effects of its unsuccessful insurrection by late July and the beginning of August. Delegate reports at the first of these gatherings on July 21 revealed that the events of early July had initially caused great confusion among the troops and had adversely affected their attitudes toward Bolsheviks. At the next military organization meeting a week later, delegates remained dispirited and very much concerned about persecution of party members. Nonetheless, they were agreed that the negative impact of the July experience on soldiers who were sympathetic to Bolshevism was minimal. By August 5, the same unit representatives were proudly describing mass meetings organized in the garrison to protest repression and the continued existence of the Duma and State Council. They also indicated that military organization membership was again on the increase. Finally, at the military organization meeting on August 12, most unit representatives were of the mind that sympathy for the Bolshevik cause in the garrison was expanding even more rapidly than before. Apparently, some of them averred candidly that this was the result less of military organization efforts than of the actions of the government and the moderate socialists. After hearing out these representatives, the military organization secretary recorded that the success of the Bolsheviks was due not to agitation, which is still difficult to conduct, but to new punishment regulations, the repression of revolutionary soldiers, and temporizing on the part of the defensists. The fact that repressive measures undertaken by the Kerensky administration had the entirely unintended effect of heightening popular suspicion of the government and of impelling the Petrograd masses to put aside past political differences and to unite more closely in defense of the revolution is clearly reflected in numerous documents of the time. Among the richest and most valuable of these documents are the voluminous protocols and resolutions of the Petrograd District Soviets for 1917. As will be recalled, Soviets came into being in each district of the capital soon after the February Revolution. Often created upon the initiative of workers and soldiers themselves, these Soviets first sprang up in heavily industrial sections of the city. The Vyborg and Peterhof district Soviets, for example, were founded during the February days. A local Soviet was formed in the Vasilevsky Island district in March. Subsequently, similar bodies were created in the central city, so that by the end of May a network of over a dozen district and subdistrict Soviets blanketed Petrograd and its environs. As in the case of the Petrograd Soviet, during this first period after the collapse of the Tsarist order the strongest political groups in the district Soviets were the Mensheviks and SRs. Yet, in part because the majority socialist leadership on the national level did not attach much importance to work in such organs, the district Soviets were never dominated by middle-class intellectuals and political parties, as were the Petrograd Soviet and the All-Russian Executive Committees. Readily accessible to ordinary workers and soldiers, the district Soviets busied themselves mainly with immediate local concerns, such as food supply, the maintenance of public order, labor disputes, and social welfare, taking time to discuss only those broader national issues about which their constituencies were generally aroused. For these reasons, the proceedings of the district Soviets are a more reliable gauge of the shifting moods and concerns of the Petrograd masses than are the deliberations of the Petrograd Soviet or the All-Russian Executive Committees. One of the most striking observations that emerges from study of the district Soviets between late April and early August is the divergence that developed during this time between the political outlook of the district Soviets, on the one hand, and the Central Soviet organs, on the other. In mid-July, for example, when the All-Russian Executive Committees were pledging their unlimited support to the Kerensky regime, most district Soviets were becoming overwhelmingly suspicious of the government, increasingly exasperated with the temporizing of national Menshevik and SR leaders, and gradually more strongly attracted to the idea of creating a revolutionary Soviet government. Just as Volodarsky had argued at the Second City Conference, while the moderate socialist leadership shifted rightward, the masses were moving leftward. The divergence of views between the district Soviets and the National Soviet leadership, particularly the feeling of the former that the Petrograd Soviet was not devoting enough attention to the concerns of the district Soviets, was reflected in the activation in mid-July and August of an organization known as the Interdistrict Conference of Soviets. Initially formed during the April crisis but quiescent during most of June and the first half of July, the Interdistrict Conference was an assembly of district Soviet representatives, 2 from each local Soviet in Petrograd, which met, as the need arose, to coordinate the activities of individual district Soviets and, increasingly, to bring the combined pressure of all district Soviets to bear on the Central Soviet organs. A second feature that emerges from study of the Petrograd district Soviets during the summer of 1917 is the expanding influence within them of leftist groups such as the Menshevik Internationalists, the Interdistrict Committee, and the Bolsheviks. In April, for example, the Bolsheviks had been strongly influential only in the Vyborg and Kolpinsky district Soviets. Initially, a large majority of the Interdistrict Conference members were Mensheviks and SRs, and its first chairman was the Menshevik Anisimov. By midsummer, however, in addition to the Vyborg and Kolpinsky district Soviets, the Vasilevsky Island, Kolomensky, and First City district Soviets, geographically scattered throughout the capital, were frequently passing Bolshevik-sponsored resolutions. Nonetheless, with the possible exception of the Vyborg district Soviet, it appears that none of these Soviets were effectively controlled by the Bolsheviks. The Mensheviks and SRs, more accurately their Menshevik Internationalist and Left SR offshoots, retained influence in most district Soviets at least until the late fall of 1917, and even those local Soviets in which the Bolsheviks had majorities preserved their essentially democratic character. In early August, a Menshevik internationalist, Alexander Gorin, was elected chairman of the Interdistrict Conference. Under his direction, a compatible coalition of Bolsheviks, Menshevik internationalists, and Left SRs steered the assembly along an independent, revolutionary course. The protocols and resolutions of the Petrograd district Soviets lend support to the idea that immediately after the July days anti-Bolshevik feeling on the part of workers and soldiers in some areas of the capital ran high. On July 13th, for instance, the Okhtinsky district Soviet, located on the right bank of the Neva, adopted a resolution endorsing the condemnation of the Bolsheviks and the unqualified pledge of support to the government that the All-Russian Executive Committees had issued a few days earlier. At about the same time, the highly independent Rozdestvensky District Soviet, just across the river, passed a resolution declaring that the events of July 3rd and 4th forced the whole conscious organized revolutionary democracy to fear for the fate of the Russian Revolution. An irresponsible minority, injecting the uneducated masses with slogans abhorrent to the representatives of the all-Russian democracy, is unconsciously but definitely leading us to civil war. We declare that responsibility for the bloodshed on the streets of Petrograd on July 3rd to 4th falls completely on those irresponsible persons and parties who consciously or unconsciously continually pursued politics that disorganized the force of the revolution. Apparently, only the consistently militant Vyborg District Soviet attempted to buck the tide at this juncture, publicly continuing to call for transfer of power to the Soviets and attempting to defuse criticism of the Bolsheviks. For example, on July 7th, the day the All-Russian Executive Committees first endorsed repressions by the government, the Vyborg District Soviet defiantly insisted that the effective solution of the government crisis, the regulation of the shattered economy, and the promulgation of reforms were dependent on the transfer of power to the Soviets. What the relevant documents indicate most clearly is that in the aftermath of the July uprising, most district Soviets were not interested in either condemning or defending the Bolsheviks. Their primary concern was with such matters as the government's effort to disarm workers and to transfer radicalized soldiers from the capital, the reinstitution of capital punishment at the front, the apparently indiscriminate attacks on the left, and the resurgence of the extreme right. Each of these developments was perceived by almost every district Soviet as a serious threat to the revolution. The Interdistrict Conference met for the first time in a month and a half on July 17th. Partly to discuss the question of whether or not district Soviets should cooperate with the government in the campaign to confiscate arms from the population. This meeting opened with appeals by soldiers from the front that the deputies endorse this campaign in the interest of national defense. The soldiers added that they were all dedicated to defending the revolution and hence that their demands ought not to be interpreted as hostile to workers. In response, a highly skeptical deputy observed diplomatically that while workers might be willing to trust the composite detachment that had just arrived from the front, there was no way of predicting what might happen tomorrow. Workers had no assurance that someone else might not take advantage of their helplessness. Entire caches of arms are still in the hands of the Black Hundreds and nothing is being done about it. Another deputy interjected angrily at this point. Someone else then suggested that while workers might be prevailed upon to turn in machine guns, bombs, and perhaps even rifles, under no circumstances would they part with their revolvers. Ultimately, the conference effectively evaded cooperation with the government and for all intents and purposes thwarted any significant coordinated effort by district Soviets to help disarm workers by voting to leave the matter up to the discretion of each district Soviet. A few district Soviets subsequently agreed to help disarm workers. On July 28, for example, after listening to a plea for aid in procuring arms by a Don Cossack, the Admiralty District Soviet passed a resolution declaring that military weapons were completely unnecessary for personal defense and that in view of the government's frequent appeals, retaining them was a crime against liberty and the Russian army. However, there were almost no factories and few workers in the Admiralty District, an area in central Petrograd with numerous military administrative agencies and army barracks. District Soviets in heavily working-class sections of the city, reflecting the mood of their constituencies, tended to view with the greatest suspicion the efforts of the government to confiscate weapons. Thus, on July 20th, after listening to some front representatives and discussing the arms question at length, the relatively moderate Petrograd District Soviet, while endorsing the turning in of rifles and machine guns, declared firmly that the confiscation of revolvers and sidearms would be considered a counter-revolutionary assault on the working class, which it would be necessary to oppose by every possible means. When the Peterhof District Soviet considered the question of disarming workers on July 29th, deputies protested that it was not the workers who should be disarmed but the counter-revolutionary and hooligan elements that have been shooting from rooftops and windows of houses, and that have come out openly and brazenly against the revolution and its triumphs. Obviously, the government would get little help from the Peterhof Soviet in taking arms from workers. As nearly as one can tell, this was the position of all but a few district Soviets. The provisional government's restoration of the death penalty met with similar hostility from the district Soviets. Typifying their response to this step was the following declaration by the Rozdestvinsky District Soviet, in which the Bolsheviks were still a small minority. One of the dearest victories of the Great Russian Revolution, the abolition of capital punishment, has been eliminated by a stroke of the provisional government's pen. In the name of saving the revolution, military courts knowing only one sentence execution will be convened, and soldiers designated for the roles of executioners will hurriedly drag their worried sick, condemned comrades, tormented by 3 years of slaughter, into an isolated corner and shoot them like dogs for no other reason than because they were unwilling to selflessly sacrifice their lives for their class enemies. The result is a gross absurdity. A free country has eliminated the death penalty for high-ranking criminals, all those Nikolais, Sukhomlinovs, Sturmers, Prokopovics, etc. The last 3 were former Tsarist ministers, but retains it for soldiers oppressed by 3 years of senseless carnage. It is a crime to kill tormented and desperate people, crazed by recognition of the futility of their suffering and unable to see the end of this endless war. It is a crime to be silent about this reactionary, impulsive step by the provisional government against one of the most priceless triumphs of the revolution. Down with capital punishment. Down with legalized murder. Long live the Revolutionary International. At its meeting on July 17th, responding to scores of alarming reports of counter-revolutionary excesses in every district, the Interdistrict Conference adopted a resolution declaring that unmistakable indications of an enlivened, actively organizing counter-revolutionary movement had been reflected in the events of July 3rd to 5th and the immediately succeeding days. The resolution called on the Petrograd Soviet to display energy and firmness in exposing counter-revolutionary cells and to insist that the government take decisive steps to combat the counter-revolution. It also demanded, among other things, a full investigation of all improper raids and arrests and the immediate release of political prisoners against whom substantial charges had not yet been made. One can easily imagine the dismay of district Soviet deputies 2 days later upon reading detailed press accounts of the Duma Provisional Committee's sensational meeting of July 18th. At an emergency session of the Interdistrict Conference on July 21st, every deputy taking the floor insisted on the immediate dissolution of the Provisional Committee. Indeed, several speakers advocated immediate, concrete measures to ensure that this was accomplished. A spokesman for the Rozdestvinsky District Soviet, for one, proposed that the conference march en masse to the Taurida Palace in order to make their views known to the Central Executive Committee. This suggestion was accepted with the proviso that in addition to demanding the dissolution of the Duma, the District Soviet deputies also insist on the restoration of full rights to democratic committees in the army, the rehabilitation of the leftist press, the halting of attempts to disarm workers, the immediate release of all political prisoners not yet charged with specific violations of the law, the prosecution of Purushkevich and Maslenikov, rescission of the policy of breaking up regiments of the Petrograd garrison, and the immediate abolition of capital punishment at the front. At the same time, individual district Soviets responded to the pleas of Purushkevich and Maslenikov for liberal use of the noose against the left with protest declarations of their own. Typical of these public statements was the following one passed by unanimous vote in the Vyborg District Soviet. The Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies of the Vyborg District, having learned of the private meeting of members of the former State Duma and of their emergence on the national political arena, considers that the Duma, as an institution of the old autocratic system, is subject to immediate dissolution. The Soviet insists that the provisional government issue a decree dissolving this counter-revolutionary institution and categorically protests against the Black Hundred Duma members who had the audacity to stand up and refer to revolutionary organs as a handful of fanatics, transients, and traitors. The Soviet demands a decisive struggle against counter-revolutionary elements and, in particular, against former members of the State Duma, and believes that they should be made to stand trial for insulting the entire democracy, represented by the Soviet. Significantly, by the end of July, even relatively moderate district Soviets were more concerned with consolidating all leftist groups, including the Bolshevik Party, in defense of the revolution than with penalizing the Bolsheviks for their behavior weeks earlier. To formerly hostile deputies in the district Soviets, the Bolsheviks now appeared as simply the left flank of the revolution, which was threatened with destruction. This spirit of letting bygones be bygones, and alarm in the face of the counter-revolution, emerged at the Interdistrict Conference's emergency meeting of July 21st. In a stirring appeal for the unification of all democratic forces to combat the advancing counter-revolution, Victor Rappaport, a Menshevik internationalist, voiced the view that while the counter-revolution had begun with attacks on the Bolsheviks, blows against leftist groups close to the Bolsheviks could also be expected. The counter-revolution is mobilizing, Rappaport declared, and we cannot afford to dissipate our resources. Judging by their subsequent comments, most of the assembled district Soviet spokesmen shared this sentiment. A three-man committee, including one member of the Interdistrict Committee, Manuelsky, and two Menshevik internationalists, Gorin and Rappaport, was appointed to draw up a declaration on the counter-revolution and the existing political situation for consideration by each district Soviet and, ultimately, for transmittal to the Central Executive Committee. In the document drawn up by this committee, the Interdistrict Conference's first public statement on broad national issues, the July uprising was characterized as a spontaneous act of military units and workers, the direct result of the political crisis partly caused by the cadets. According to the declaration, the counter-revolution had utilized the events of July 3rd to 4th for an open assault on the revolutionary democracy in general and its left flank in particular. Meanwhile, the post-July days persecution of the Bolsheviks had divided the forces of the revolution, isolating its left flank. The breakup of regiments loyal to the revolution, mass arrests, the destruction of the labor press had all served simply to weaken the revolutionary democracy. Expressing the opinion that another coalition government would lead only to a deepening of the existing political crisis and would open the doors more widely to the advancing counter-revolution, the declaration concluded that only a strong revolutionary government, composed exclusively of elements from the revolutionary democracy and conducting internal and foreign policies according to the program outlined by the Congress of Soviets, could save Russia and the revolution. Reflected in this declaration was the desire, articulated by Martov in the executive committees at this time, to unite all genuinely revolutionary elements in an exclusively socialist Soviet government which would combat the counter-revolution, pursue a meaningful reform program, and work for an immediate peace. This strong impulse to band together in defense of the revolution was also vividly expressed in a resolution, supported by the Bolsheviks and passed on August 1st, by deputies of the Narva District Soviet. In view of the extreme dangers threatening our country from both within and without, we believe that disorganization in the ranks of the revolutionary democracy is intolerable and harmful. Furthermore, we believe that all political groupings and multifarious shades of opinion come from above. The majority of those below don't understand, don't know, indeed can't even comprehend all of their disputes. We appeal to all who are participating in the common revolutionary struggle and who value our newly won freedom. To respond to our call, we recommend that they rally around the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies as the highest organ of the democracy. We propose that those above find a common language so that united we can struggle against the enemies of the revolution. The Bolshevik Resurgence. On the night of July 26th, in a spacious private assembly hall in the heart of the Vyborg district, some 150 Bolshevik leaders from all over Russia gathered for the opening of the party's long-awaited 6th Congress. This National Assembly of Bolshevik officials began with the election of Lenin, Trotsky, Kamenev, Kalantai, and Lunacharsky to the posts of honorary Congress co-chairman and ended, 15 sessions and 8 days later, with the singing of the Internationale. In the interim, the delegates listened to formal greetings and statements of encouragement from the Petrograd Trade Union Soviet, the American Socialist Workers' Party, jailed soldiers and officers of the Petrograd garrison, 21 military regiments in Riga, several thousand Putilov factory workers, 3 Petrograd district Soviets, the Muslim Social Democratic Organization in Baku, and more than a dozen other various and sundry labor organizations and political institutions. The delegates received detailed, first-hand status reports from representatives of the Central Committee, the Petersburg Committee, the Military Organization, and the Interdistrict Committee, which now formally merged with the Bolshevik Party, as well as from emissaries of 19 major provincial party organizations. Most important, they hammered out official positions on the question of Lenin's refusal to submit to the authorities and on broad political problems such as the war issue and the current Russian economic and political situation. Finally, lest the assembled delegates had overlooked anything, they reconfirmed all of the resolutions adopted by the April conference. The work of the 6th Congress proceeded in an atmosphere of extreme tension, heightened periodically by rumors that the Kerensky administration was on the verge of raiding and dispersing the Congress. These rumors acquired increased credibility on July 28th, the third day of the Congress, when the government published a decree authorizing the ministers of the Interior and of War to ban any assemblies or congresses deemed harmful to the war effort or to the security of the state. Following this, the Congress's meeting place was quietly switched to an out-of-the-way workers' club belonging to the Interdistrict Committee in the Narva district on the southwest outskirts of the capital. Roughly simultaneously, party officials supervised election of a smaller Congress which, meeting separately, agreed on a public manifesto to be issued in the event that the Congress was actually broken up, and hurriedly elected a new Central Committee to direct Bolshevik activities until the next National Party Congress. The mood of the embattled delegates in these trying circumstances was vividly reflected in the emotional reception which they gave to a speech by Yuri Lerin, a Menshevik internationalist who a few weeks after the Congress joined the Bolshevik Party. Of this moment Ilan Zanevsky subsequently wrote, "I remember the enthusiasm that seized the Congress when the chairman Yakov Sverdlov announced that one of the leaders of the Menshevik internationalists, Comrade Lerin, wanted to greet the delegates. To thunderous applause, barely hobbling along on a paralyzed leg and shaking all over with nervousness, Lerin moved slowly down the aisle to the speaker's platform. The nearer he approached to it, the louder the applause became. Lerin's remarks to the delegates were, in part, an earnest appeal for revolutionary unity. When you are being attacked, it is the obligation of every honest internationalist to be with you," he said. "The time has come to build a united revolutionary social democratic party and to transfer power into the hands of the revolutionary democracy." At the same time, Lerin's talk was a warning against resorting to violent revolutionary action. He affirmed bluntly, "Among us are some who are apprehensive about your overly great permissiveness toward the military organization. We know that during the movement of July 3rd to 5th, the military organization was calling for immediate action at the very same time that the political powers of the party were agitating against a coming out. I heard comrades say that the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies have adopted a reactionary position, and so down with the Soviets, we will build our own organization. This is precisely the kind of dangerous road along which we would not be able to accompany you. Our task is not to destroy the Soviets and not to create new organizations, but to bring about changes in the composition of the present Soviets. We are opposed to rash methods. The Soviets are elective institutions. Obviously, much of Lenin's speech conflicted with Lenin's position. Yet the official Congress protocols indicate that the applause following his remarks was as tumultuous as it had been before them. Again, Alexander commented on the episode. To get a feeling of what occurred at the Congress when Lenin finished his speech, you have to imagine the atmosphere of persecution and repression in which our party found itself. At this moment, every expression of sympathy and support was especially valued. It seemed that Comrade Martov, and with him all that was alive and talented within the Menshevik fraction, would return to our united social democratic ranks. Principally because of problems in arriving at a consensus on fundamental theoretical issues, and also because of difficulties caused by the absence from the Congress of Lenin, Trotsky, Kamenev, and other key party leaders, the delegates agreed toward the end of their deliberations to postpone once again the adoption of a new party program. Hence, to the extent that fundamental theoretical questions relating to the development of the revolution were argued out at the Congress, this was done mainly in the course of debate on the current political situation. The working sessions of July 30th to 31st, during which this debate took place, were undoubtedly the most important of the entire Congress. With Lenin out of action, Trotsky had been slated to deliver the main speech and to present a draft resolution on the current political situation. When Trotsky was arrested 2 days before the start of the Congress, Stalin was hastily recruited to perform this task. It is noteworthy that on this occasion supporters of the tactical program advocated by Lenin left very little to chance. Kronstadt Bolsheviks had run off copies of on slogans for every delegate, and these were distributed shortly before Stalin's speech. And very likely as a result of lobbying efforts by the Leninists, Stalin's remarks to the 6th Congress on the prevailing situation and course for the future paralleled Lenin's views much more closely than had Stalin's speeches at the Second City Conference. This is not to suggest that Stalin's position now coincided with Lenin's in every respect. During a discussion early in the Congress, for example, Stalin declared that, at the present time, where state power lies is unclear. And at another point in the Congress, Stalin, discussing the Soviets, showed that he was much less negatively inclined toward them than was Lenin. Still, in his main speech on the current political situation, Stalin characterized the provisional government as a puppet manipulated by the counter-revolution. He was critical of comrades who feel that because capitalism is poorly developed in Russia, the goal of a socialist revolution is utopian, contending that the demand that Russia should delay socialist changes until the revolution in Europe began is rank pedantry. Subsequently, echoing Lenin, Stalin declared that the peaceful stage of the revolution was over and insisted that the old slogan, "All power to the Soviets," had to be dropped. Upon completing his speech, Stalin put before the Congress a 10-point draft resolution on the current political situation, which, one is tempted to surmise, was written for the most part by Lenin. The first 7 points of this resolution defined the course of the Russian Revolution through the July days in terms very similar to those in Lenin's theses. At the decisive points, namely at the front and in Petersburg, this portion of the resolution stated, "State power is in the hands of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, supported by the military clique of the Army High Command." Points 8 through 10 of the resolution dealt with the condition and role of the Soviets and the party's immediate tactical program in a manner also strongly reminiscent of Lenin. Point 8 suggesting directly that the existing Soviets were bankrupt and a liability. The peaceful progress of the revolution and the nonviolent transfer of power to the Soviets had become impossible, and the most appropriate slogan for the party was the complete liquidation of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. Points 9 and 10 affirmed that the success of the next revolution would depend on how quickly and thoroughly the majority of the people learned the futility of hopes for compromise with the bourgeoisie. However, the text implied that the proletariat, particularly the workers of Petrograd, would be compelled to seize power at the first opportunity, i.e., when political, economic, and military conditions had become sufficiently catastrophic, regardless of whether or not the mass of the population had come to recognize the necessity of a new revolution through their own experience. As at the Second City Conference, arguments relating to the current political situation in general and the Stalin resolution in particular centered chiefly on the seminal issue of the practical future of the Soviets, heretofore the focal point of every delegate's political activity and hopes. Konstantin Urinev, a close associate of Trotsky, began the debate by asking skeptically, "Up to now we have been consolidating our forces around one organ, the Soviets. In what form are we to consolidate our forces now? Urinev also wondered why the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," was necessarily inappropriate for a violent stage in the revolution. The Stalin resolution proposed, he concluded, that we adopt a course that would be disastrous for our revolutionary gains. If we adopt it, we will be headed in the direction of isolating the proletariat from the peasantry and the broad masses of the population. Paragraphs 8 to 10 must be drastically revised. Volodarsky rushed to the speaker's platform after Urinev had stepped down. They tell us that since the peaceful period of the revolution has ended, the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," is outdated. Is this really so? He demanded. Do we need to maintain the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," in the same form as before July 3rd to 5th? Certainly not. But you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. We must simply modify our slogan, "All power to the Soviets," roughly as follows. All power to the proletariat, supported by the poorer peasantry and revolutionary democracy organized in the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies. Alisha Zaporidze, leader of the Bolshevik organization in Baku, who had been elected a candidate member of the Central Committee the previous day, spoke out in the same vein. At the time of the July days, the Bolsheviks had been making significant strides in building support in the Baku Soviet, and Zaporidze was critical of Stalin for, as he put it, equating Soviets in the provinces with the Central Executive Committee. If earlier the provincial Soviets expressed the Central Executive Committee's views, they don't now, he said. While we are living through a period of counter-revolution, we must fight for the Soviets and, as revolutionary defenders of the idea of rule by the Soviets, we will acquire commanding importance in them. After July 4th, there was a change in the tactics of the Proletarian Party, Manuelsky pointed out. The party found it necessary to shift from offense to the defensive positions won in the revolution. With this disadvantageous correlation of forces, to introduce maximalist slogans, as the left wing of our party is now doing, is to adopt tactics of desperation. Fixing mistrust upon the Soviets, we risk facilitating their eviction from the Taurida Palace and the Smolny Institute. We have to recognize that in Russia 90% of the population is petty bourgeois, and consequently tactics which isolate the proletariat from the petty bourgeoisie must be acknowledged to be harmful. 15 Congress delegates took the floor during this debate, most of them using every second of their allotted 15 minutes of speaking time. Of these delegates, 8 expressed themselves in favor of retaining the slogan, "All power to the Soviets." 1, Bukharin, took an intermediate position, and 6 sided with Stalin. Among the most eloquent of those who took Stalin's position was Sokolnikov. Like Stalin, he pointed to the expansion of the counter-revolution after the July days. And he went on, "Before, we stood for the transfer of all power into the hands of the Soviets. But this is no longer a possibility. Heretofore, the Soviets were revolutionary organs, and we could present them as organs of power. They stopped being revolutionary organs the moment artillery was moved against the working class." In his comments, Sokolnikov seemed not to exclude the possibility that the Soviets might be rejuvenated, in particular that they might again become organs of insurrection. In this sense, his assessment of the prevailing situation differed from Lenin's. Nonetheless, Sokolnikov shared with Lenin the view that a popular mass uprising was next on Russia's revolutionary agenda. "We must explain to the masses that the main issue is not the Soviets but organizing the masses for an uprising," he declared. At this point, the audience burst into applause. He continued, "It is necessary to attract the peasant masses away from the petty bourgeois leaders, explaining to them that land will be transferred to them only with the support of a proletarian rising. For the peasant masses, the road to a socialist revolution lies in support of the proletarian avant-garde." Ivar Smilga, earlier far and away the most militantly inclined member of the Central Committee, echoed Sokolnikov. Quoting extensively from On Slogans, he declared, "Not only Volodarsky, but even an old social democrat like Nogin is mistaken. Power is in the hands of a military clique. In order for power to come into the hands of those classes which will work for the expansion of the revolution, it is necessary to overthrow the existing government." Expressing the view that the Soviets had committed suicide by rejecting power when they could have had it, he suggested that conditions for a new revolutionary eruption were developing rapidly and that the Bolsheviks would be obliged to take the initiative when the explosion came. No one has the right to deprive us of this initiative if fate gives us another chance to stand at the head of the movement, he insisted. Comrade Urinev talks of caution, he added. Let me remind him of Danton's words. In revolution, one needs boldness, and more boldness. One of the last to take the floor during the 6th Congress debate over the current political moment was the newly elected Central Committee member from Moscow, Andrei Bubnov. Taking issue with Nogin, who had attempted earlier to minimize the significance of differences that had emerged over the issue of defining the current moment, he insisted that these were quite serious, mirroring the fundamental differences of opinion over the development of the revolution at the April conference. Bubnov then went on to defend the arguments of the left. The Soviets have no power now, he affirmed. They are rotting. There can be no illusions about this. If previously we spoke of the transfer of power, that term is now obsolete. We must build up our strength for the decisive battle, for the seizure of power. The slogan of transferring power to the Soviets has to go. On the afternoon of July 31st, as soon as arguments on the current political situation were completed, Zaporozhye moved that the Stalin resolution not be put to an immediate vote and, instead, that a committee be formed to draw up a new one. As provided for in Zaporozhye's motion, the work of this committee was to be guided both by the Stalin resolution and by a statement on the current moment, embodying the views of the moderates which had been adopted a few days earlier by Moscow Bolsheviks. Congress delegates, while accepting the idea of postponing a vote on the current moment and of having a committee study the problem further, stipulated that the Stalin resolution be the basis for the resolution which this committee would draft. Subsequently elected to the resolutions committee were Stalin, Sokolnikov, Bubnov, Miliutin, and Nogin, and 2 representatives of the Moscow Regional Bureau, Bukharin and Georgii Lamov. These 7 delegates spent many hours attempting to resolve differing assessments of the prevailing situation, possibly receiving some advice from Lenin in Razlov. The resolution which they formulated and which was adopted by unanimous vote of the Congress with 4 abstentions on August 3 was a compromise between the 2 contending sides. Apart from omitting some particularly hostile references to the Mensheviks and SRs, the first half of this resolution, which defined the course of the revolution through the July days, followed Stalin's draft resolution almost verbatim. The committee resolution affirmed that the peaceful transfer of power to the Soviets had become an impossibility and substituted the slogan, "Complete liquidation of the dictatorship of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie," for the slogan, "All power to the Soviets." At the same time, an entirely new section, taken straight from the statement of the Moscow Bolsheviks, was introduced into the committee resolution. This section specified that the party was to take upon itself the role of leading fighter against the counter-revolution, protecting mass organizations in general and the Soviets in particular from counter-revolutionary attacks. In these organs, the party was to work with all possible energy to strengthen the position of internationalists, consolidating around itself all elements dedicated to the struggle against the counter-revolution. Hence, for the foreseeable future, the central focus of the party's activities was still to be the Soviets and, indeed, the possibility of working with majority socialists in defense of the revolution was, for practical purposes, left open. Moreover, missing entirely from the resolution adopted by the Congress were explicit references to a new revolution, as well as suggestions regarding the possibility that the seizure of power by the Bolsheviks might precede their acquisition of majority support in the country. The concluding paragraphs of the resolution stated simply that the proletariat was to avoid succumbing to provocations and was to direct its energies toward the organization and preparation of its forces for the moment when the national crisis and deep mass upsurge had created propitious conditions for the urban and rural poor to support the struggle of workers against the bourgeoisie. At this juncture, the task of these classes would be to take power into their own hands. What then was the significance of the programmatic decisions of the 6th Congress? Officially, the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," was now withdrawn. It is missing from all official Bolshevik party documents throughout the month of August. Beyond this, however, the decisions seem to have had little practical impact. The party remained pointed in the direction of a socialist revolution, as it had been since April. This course had received solid endorsement by the Congress. But the crucial questions of how and when were still left vague. Intra-party programmatic differences were not resolved. As Bubnov explained in a report on the work of the 6th Congress to a meeting of the Moscow Regional Bureau. At the Congress, as at the April conference, there emerged two points of view, two tendencies, which were not brought out definitely enough and which remained in concealed form. Furthermore, the party's decisions notwithstanding, many mass organizations in Petrograd continued to view the creation of a revolutionary Soviet government as the solution to their most pressing problems. At the time of the Kornilov affair in late August, the goal of an exclusively socialist regime had come to be nearly universally shared by Petrograd workers and soldiers, and the Bolsheviks themselves were forced to formally resurrect their old rallying cry, "All power to the Soviets." While bitterness and hostility toward the Bolsheviks on the part of Petrograd workers and soldiers evaporated within a few weeks after the July uprising, by early August there were numerous unmistakable signs that with its apparatus intact, the Bolshevik Party had embarked on a new period of growth. This resurgence was reflected in the frequently voiced complaints by local Menshevik and SR leaders of numerous defections to the Bolsheviks. It was mirrored as well in Bolshevik gains in strictly local balloting in Kronstadt and in scattered elections for the Petrograd Soviet. Factory workers and garrison soldiers could recall their representatives in the Soviet whenever they saw fit, and during the first half of August Bolshevik supporters in several Petrograd industrial plants took advantage of growing dissatisfaction with the policies of the Central Soviet organs to substitute Bolsheviks for deputies advocating the programs of the moderate socialists. The Bolsheviks did not obtain a majority in the Petrograd Soviet itself until the beginning of September. However, an early indication that the Mensheviks and SRs were in for difficulties there came on August 7th, at the first meeting of the workers' section since the July days. According to an agenda prepared by the Soviet leadership on that day, the workers' section was to discuss some organizational questions and also to make preparations for a conference on national defense scheduled to open in the capital the next day. But Bolshevik representatives in the section, supported by the left SRs, would have none of this. They demanded that the meeting immediately discuss the plight of arrested internationalists and the government's decision to restore the death penalty at the front. In a vote on this proposal, a majority supported the Bolsheviks. The deputies next listened to an impassioned appeal on behalf of imprisoned leftists by the indefatigable Volodarsky, as well as a defense of the authorities by Dan and Gotz. By an overwhelming margin, they then voted for a Bolshevik resolution specifying that the arrest and persecution of comrades belonging to the extreme left represented a blow to the revolutionary cause, a shameful stain which served only the interests of the counter-revolution. The resolution demanded, among other things, the immediate release of all those arrested after the July days who were not yet formally charged, early public trials for those indicted, and prosecution of all officials responsible for illegally depriving citizens of their liberty. The deputies even named a special commission to express sympathy and support personally to Trotsky, Lunacharsky, Kalantai, and other political prisoners. Moreover, they adopted a resolution by Martov condemning the restoration of capital punishment as a measure having openly counter-revolutionary aims. This resolution lambasted the Central Executive Committee for not opposing capital punishment and demanded that the provisional government rescind the measure. Citywide elections held on August 20th for a new Petrograd City Duma provided even more tangible evidence of the rapid Bolshevik recovery. Attaching considerable significance to these elections, the Bolsheviks had devoted some attention to them even before the July days. The July defeat served simply to fortify their determination to make a good showing. As an editorial in Ba-dee-ya Soldat on August 9th put it, "This will be the first important engagement of the class struggle in the completely changed post-July 3 to 5 circumstances. If the cadets win the election, the revolution will have been dealt a mighty blow. If the defensists win, we will have the same mess as before. The victory of our party would be the first triumph of the revolution over the counter-revolution." From August 12th to 15th, the attention of all political groups in Petrograd was focused on the Moscow State Conference. In the last few days before the Duma elections, however, the competition for votes became more feverish. Leading cadets such as Milyakov, Shingarev, Nobakov, and Tirkova now took to the stump. Milyakov, referring to District Duma elections held in May in which cadets had done poorly, declared that citizens of Petrograd now had the opportunity to retake examinations they had failed earlier when they entrusted control of local Dumas to parties that occupied themselves with various fantasies. The Bolsheviks had laid ambitious plans for their campaign, and as the day of reckoning approached, party officials nervously took stock of all that remained undone. Still, party workers had managed to organize an impressive number of political rallies and meetings, and to inundate working-class districts of the capital with campaign leaflets. The party's efforts had received a great boost with the appearance of soldat and proletariat just as the campaign became intense. Moreover, worsening economic conditions and the unpopular policies of the government and the majority socialists obviously worked to the Bolsheviks' advantage, a situation which they exploited to the fullest. Each worker and soldier is going to have to decide for himself whether he wants workers to wallow in the mud and stench of the ghettos, without schools or light, without adequate transportation facilities, declared an editorial in Soldat on election eve. If this is what he wants, then he should vote for our opponents. On the other hand, if he wants those streets in the working-class suburbs that are now breeding places for disease to be sanitary, if he wants to see them paved and lighted and surrounded by schools and gardens, let him vote for the Bolsheviks. The same day's issue of Proletariat claimed, "Only our party is striving for fundamental, radical changes in city government. Only our party favors shifting the entire tax burden from the poor to the rich." Most of all, the party sought to capitalize on popular fears regarding the dangers of counter-revolution by associating all the Bolsheviks' rivals with the assaults of the extreme right. As an editorial in Soldat on August 19 put it, in these elections soldiers and workers would have to decide whether they wanted their city run by those who join with the capitalists and landowners in issuing penal laws against workers, and in decreeing capital punishment, who complain about higher wages for labor, decide on mass layoffs, and keep comrades locked up in prison, driving them to hunger strikes and death. This same theme was emphasized in a long, front-page appeal for votes on election day by Stalin in Proletariat. Wrote Stalin, "The Party of People's Freedom, the Cadet Party, defends the interests of large landowners and capitalists. The Party of People's Freedom insisted on the offensive at the front and worked for the triumph of the counter-revolution. A vote for the party of Milyakov is a betrayal of oneself, of one's wife and children, and of one's brothers in the rear and at the front. The Mensheviks and SRs defend the interests of secure petty proprietors in the cities and in the countryside. To vote for these parties means to vote for a union with the counter-revolution against workers and poorer peasants. It means to endorse arrests in the rear and capital punishment at the front. Inasmuch as the objective of the campaign was to mobilize the broadest possible support, the Bolshevik campaign literature of the time contained few references to potentially divisive aspects of the party's theoretical and tactical program. Even the term Bolshevik seems to have been used sparingly, perhaps because of the danger that it was still tainted by the German agent charges. Every vote for List 6, the list of Social Democratic Internationalists, was billed simply as a blow for the revolution against the counter-revolution. Trumpeted Proletariat on August 15th, and again on August 18th and 19th. Every worker, peasant, and soldier must vote for our list because only our party is struggling staunchly and bravely against the raging counter-revolutionary dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and large landowners. Only our party is fighting the reimposition of capital punishment, the destruction of worker and soldier organizations, and the suppression of all the freedoms won with the blood and sweat of the people. You must vote for our party because it alone is struggling bravely with the peasantry against large landowners, with workers against factory owners, with the oppressed everywhere against the oppressors. After the balloting for the City Duma, it took several days to tabulate the final vote. When the results were in, the Bolsheviks, showing surprising strength in every section of the capital, received 183,624 votes, giving them 67 seats in the new Duma. The Bolshevik tally was second only to that of the SRs, who received 205,659 votes and 75 seats. This represented an improvement of 14% over the Bolsheviks' performance in the District Duma elections of late May. The cadet vote was 114,483 votes, giving them 42 seats, while the Mensheviks trailed with 23,552 votes and 8 seats. What did the vote mean? Some contemporary observers were inclined to ignore the Bolshevik success altogether. Thus, by not very deft manipulation of the figures, a writer for the cadet paper Wretch claimed that the election results revealed growing support for cadet positions among true residents of Petrograd. Significantly more forthright was a post-election analysis by a political observer for Novaya Zizn. This writer stated directly that the elections had been a striking and incontrovertible victory for the Bolsheviks. The success of the party, he explained, was a reflection of the extremely tense mood of workers and substantial numbers of soldiers, and their alienation from the policies of the Soviet majority and the new course of the government. The victory was undoubtedly facilitated by the unpardonable persecution of Bolshevik leaders, which inevitably began with great pomp and always burst like a soap bubble. The repression of the extreme left served only to increase its popularity among the masses, he added. The Bolshevik press was closed, the party's agitation was constrained, but the enforced silence was the most eloquent propaganda. Like Wretch, the Menshevik Rabinowitch Gazeta was at first inclined to minimize the import of the impressive Bolshevik vote. An initial account of the election in Rabinowitch Gazeta suggested that the Bolshevik total had been greatly inflated by the votes of rightists whose aim was to magnify the red threat in order to justify their own political program. The very next day, however, the same paper reassessed the election and arrived at conclusions very similar to those of Novaya Zizn, commented Rabinowitch Gazeta. One must conclude that the Bolshevik triumph was enormous, greatly exceeding the expectations of the Bolsheviks themselves. For this Bolshevik success, we are indebted to the inadequacy of creative work on the part of the democracy, which has not given the masses any concrete results. We are also indebted to the system of repression, chaotic, hasty, at times ridiculous and senseless, which clothed the Bolsheviks in a halo of suffering, destroying the impact which the criminal action of July 3rd to 5th had had on the worker and soldier masses. The rise of Kornilov. For Russian liberals and conservatives who had prematurely celebrated the demise of Bolshevism and the turn toward firm government and order in the wake of the July uprising, developments in the second half of July and the first weeks of August were shattering. During this troubled time, all Petrograd newspapers were filled with indications of the deepening political and social crisis engulfing Russia. Each day brought fresh reports of expanding anarchy and violence among land-hungry peasants in the countryside, disorders in the cities, the increasing militancy of factory workers, the government's inability to resist movements toward complete autonomy on the part of the Finns and Ukrainians, the continuing radicalization of soldiers at the front and rear, catastrophic breakdowns in the production and distribution of essential supplies, skyrocketing prices, and the resurgence and expanding influence of the Bolsheviks, who, alone among the major political groups, appeared to profit from these difficulties and who, after the Sixth Congress, appeared to be waiting impatiently for an early opportunity to organize an armed insurrection. In mid-August, a series of explosions and fires of unknown origin ripped through a number of factories engaged in war work. The food situation in Petrograd, already alarming, suddenly became desperate, primarily because of continuing chaos in domestic railway and water transport systems. On August 21st, there came perhaps the blackest news of all. The Germans had occupied the city of Riga, a vital seaport on the Baltic. Now hordes of anxious citizens, at least those who were financially able to do so, made hurried preparations to abandon Petrograd in expectation of further civil disorders and an early enemy assault on the capital. A sudden dramatic rise in the number of houses and apartments advertised for rent bore eloquent testimony to the prevailing panic. No one was more troubled by these ominous signs of continuing political, social, and economic disintegration than Kerensky. Yet fearful that naked repression untempered by reform would arouse the Soviet and bring the Petrograd masses into the streets once again, and unable to unite his cabinet behind a reform program of any kind, he was incapable of significantly influencing the course of events. In view of the resulting paralysis of national leadership, increasing numbers of industrial and business figures, representatives of gentry interests, military officers, in short, a broad spectrum of liberal, not to speak of conservative, opinion, and even allied representatives in Russia concluded that the second coalition government was no more viable than the first. For these groups, the lone remaining hope of restoring order at the front and arresting chaos in the rear seemed to be an alliance of anti-socialist liberal and conservative forces and the establishment of a strong dictatorship dedicated to the task of eliminating conflicting sources of political authority, most importantly, the Soviet, bridling the revolution, and marshalling the Russian population in defense of the motherland. By August 1917, this orientation was shared by most cadets and by such important centrist political pressure groups as the All-Russian Union of Trade and Industry and the Union of Landowners, both based in Moscow. It has recently been shown that while a minority of cadet leaders responded to the events of late July and August by calling for continued support of coalition government and close cooperation with moderate socialists in the satisfaction of mass demands for reform, the main body of the party, headed by Milyakov, shifted decisively rightward. At the same time, cadets of this persuasion tended, by and large, to shy away from direct participation in preparations for a coup d'état. This appears to have been the position of the All-Russian Union of Trade and Industry and the Union of Landowners as well. Believing that any effort to establish a dictatorship not endorsed by both the cabinet and the Soviet would most likely fail, for the time being they sought simply to exert pressure, both within and outside the government, for the most forceful measures possible to restore law and order and the fighting capacity of the armed forces. Other sizable center and rightist political groups, impatient with Kerensky at this time, had no such reservations about how a dictatorship should be established. Predictably, among the most prominent of these more militant groups were various organizations representing military officers. Embittered elements of the officer corps had first begun to consider possibilities for a military dictatorship as early as April 1917. Subsequently, their number grew rapidly, and representatives of a host of military organizations began swarming around army headquarters in Mogilev like bees in a hive, concocting elaborate schemes to halt and reverse the changes wrought by the February Revolution. In July and August, the most important of these militant pressure groups representing officers were the Union of Officers of the Army and Navy, whose central, or main, committee was permanently headquartered in Mogilev, and the Military League and the Union of St. George Cavaliers, both based in Petrograd. Among civilian organizations of similar orientation functioning during the summer of 1917, the Society for the Economic Rehabilitation of Russia and the Republican Center were probably the most prominent. The Society for the Economic Rehabilitation of Russia, first formed in April 1917 and headed by Alexander Guchkov and Alexei Pudilov, initially united influential figures in the fields of business, industry, and insurance to finance the preparation and dissemination of anti-Bolshevik propaganda and to support candidates for election to the Constituent Assembly. But as the political crisis in Russia deepened, the society began to work closely with top military personnel and to devote increasing attention to the support of preparations for the establishment of a military dictatorship. The evolution of the Republican Center was similar. Founded in May under the auspices of the powerful Siberian Bank by conservative business and military leaders to support a propaganda campaign aimed at breaking the spontaneous, revolutionary movement, the Republican Center soon acquired an active military section. Headed by Colonel L.P. Desimeter and including representatives of all of the more important militant officer groups operating at the time, this organ concerned itself almost exclusively with technical preparations for the seizure of power. It remains to be recorded that during the spring and summer of 1917 these military and civilian rightist organizations considered several prominent military figures for the post of dictator, among them Generals Alexeyev and Brusilov and Admiral Kolchak. By late July, however, the obvious favorite had become General Lavr Kornilov, the newly appointed commander-in-chief of the Russian army. Short, lean, noticeably bandy-legged in stature, straightforward and tough in manner, Kornilov was distinguished by his narrow beard, his thick, graceful mustache, and the slanted eyes and high cheekbones of his Mongolian forebears. Born into the family of a Cossack officer in 1870 and raised in a remote corner of Siberia, Kornilov received a narrowly military education and began his professional career as an explorer of Chinese Turkestan and the eastern provinces of Persia. He saw action in Manchuria in the Russo-Japanese War and served from 1907 to 1911 as military attaché in the Russian legation in Peking. During the first months of World War I, he advanced rapidly in rank, and early in 1914 he received command of an infantry division. Shortly thereafter, in the spring of 1915, the bulk of his division was annihilated by Austrian forces. Kornilov himself was captured while wandering in the woods and subsequently spent close to a year in a Hungarian prison camp. An impression of Kornilov's state of mind during his confinement was recorded by General E.I. Martinov, who shared quarters with the general in captivity and under whom Kornilov had served in Manchuria. According to Martinov, during those months of rising popular indignation against the Tsarist regime in Russia, Kornilov, gnawed by thwarted ambition, passed the hours of enforced leisure engrossed in books about Napoleon, a pastime which only caused him further frustration. Martinov maintained that, at that time, Kornilov was sympathetic to the Black Hundreds. Reading in the Austrian press of the struggle between progressive Duma leaders and the Russian government, Kornilov talked incessantly of the pleasure he would derive from hanging all those Guchkovs and Milyakovs. In July 1916, Kornilov, disguised as an Austrian soldier, managed to escape and return to Russia. largely because of publicity in the Russian press, thirsting for triumphs, however small. During this militarily bleak period, Kornilov became a national hero overnight. Kornilov's escape, more than anything else, fostered the aura of courage and bravery which surrounded him by the time of the February Revolution. Apart from this, his military record was undistinguished, a fact that once prompted General Brusilov to comment brusquely. He was the commander of a mounted partisan detachment and nothing more. After the February events, Kornilov made a rapid, if superficial, adjustment to the changed political atmosphere. Appointed commander of the Petrograd military district at the urging of Duma leaders in search of a well-known and authoritative figure to help restore order and calm, Kornilov commented to reporters upon his arrival in the capital on March 5 that the revolution ensures victory over the enemy. Shortly afterward, having paid a dutiful call on the executive committee of the Petrograd Soviet, Kornilov set off for Tsarskoye Selo to arrest the Empress Alexandra. Yet for all this outward display of revolutionary zeal, Kornilov remained very much an officer of the old school. National political issues interested him only insofar as they affected the primary task of restoring the army. He was described by Martynov as an absolute ignoramus in the realm of politics, and by General Alexeyev, who also knew him well, as a man with a lion's heart and the brains of a sheep. Kornilov understood very little about the conflicting concerns of the various political groups and classes within Russian society. He drew little distinction, for example, between the moderate socialist leadership of the Petrograd Soviet, which, while working for a negotiated compromise peace, nonetheless steadfastly supported the Russian defense effort, and the Bolsheviks, who condemned the war and the defense effort altogether. After all, was not the Soviet responsible for initiating the breakdown of traditional military discipline in the armed forces and for all those meddlesome committees and political commissars? During the height of the April protests, Kornilov, his patience exhausted, had called out his artillery with the intent of using it against demonstrating workers and soldiers, but this order was immediately countermanded by the Petrograd Soviet. In response, Kornilov abruptly resigned his command and departed for the Southwestern Front, bristling with antagonism toward the Soviet and hostility and bitterness toward the provisional government for what he considered its spinelessness in dealing with Russia's internal enemies. From this moment, Kornilov was understandably suspect in Soviet circles, while among workers and soldiers in Petrograd his name was fast becoming synonymous with repression and counter-revolution. At the same time, Kornilov's tough approach to the problem of controlling civil disorder attracted the attention of conservatives, who began to look upon him as the potential strongman to head a more authoritarian government. Indeed, members of an embryonic Petrograd rightist organization formed in mid-March by Vasily Zavoyko and E.P. Semenov began to focus on Kornilov as a potential dictator in April. At that time, a member of the Zavoyko-Semenov circle initiated discussions with Kornilov, who expressed his willingness to work with the group. In order to maintain a liaison after the general's unexpected departure for the front, Zavoyko himself enlisted in the army and became Kornilov's orderly. Zavoyko, a shady character later universally condemned as a political intriguer of the worst sort, quickly acquired enormous influence over Kornilov. The general subsequently testified that Zavoyko's services to him were mainly literary. Since Zavoyko wielded a skillful pen, he affirmed, I had him draw up orders and papers requiring a particularly strong artistic style. It is obvious, however, that the functions performed by Zavoyko went significantly beyond those of a literary nature. The relationship was defined more accurately by Martynov. With such a flimsy store of knowledge, Kornilov was in need of guidance, and Zavoyko became his personal guide, one would say mentor, on all state matters. From the moment of his appointment to Kornilov's staff, Zavoyko fed Kornilov's anxieties about the government in Petrograd, nurtured his superior's personal ambitions, worked unceasingly to further Kornilov's popularity as a potential national leader, and, as time went on, stood at the center of all the political intrigues constantly swirling around the general. The beginning of the June offensive found Kornilov in command of the 8th Army on the Southwestern Front. When the Germans reinforced Austrian troops there and launched a powerful counterattack, the 8th Army was soundly battered. But for a short time, between June 23 and 29, 8th Army forces made some gains, taking the ancient Galician town of Halich, moving on toward Kalus, and in the process capturing some 12,000 enemy soldiers and 200 artillery pieces, Kornilov's trophies. They were proudly dubbed by the press. This occurred at a time when the Russian advance in other areas had been reversed, and jingoistic papers in Petrograd reacted jubilantly. More than any other officer, Kornilov received personal credit for Russia's short-lived military successes. Subsequently, in no small part because of Zavoyko's talents as a publicity agent, Kornilov attracted wide notice for his willingness to trade space for lives, and, even more, for his insistence that spontaneously retreating soldiers be fired upon as a means of restoring discipline. At the same time, the Russian commander-in-chief, General Brusilov, and, of course, the Bolsheviks were made to bear the onus for Russia's defeats. All this publicity increased Kornilov's popularity with the right. It also brought the general's qualities to the attention of Maximilian Filinenko, a right SR and government commissar with the 8th Army, and Boris Savinkov, commissar for the Southwestern Front and ultimately a figure of no small historical importance. Savinkov was a revolutionary extremist who turned rabid chauvinist under the impact of the Great War. Political conspirator par excellence, Savinkov had been one of the most flamboyant and notorious figures in the famous terrorist SR battle organization between 1903 and 1905. He had, in fact, taken a prominent part in the sensational killings of numerous Tsarist officials, among them Nicholas II's hated Minister of the Interior Vyacheslav Plev and the Grand Duke Sergei. After 1905, Savinkov spent much of his time abroad where he busied himself writing a number of popular novels once uncharitably described by Wojtyński as a mixture of pulp magazine technique with revolutionary yarns and a cheap imitation of Dostoevsky generously spiced with eroticism imported from France. At the outbreak of World War I, Savinkov enlisted in the French army, and in April 1917 he returned to Russia and placed himself at the disposal of the provisional government. In the early summer, Savinkov, who was close to Kerensky, then Minister of War, was appointed government representative on the Southwestern Front. As a front commissar, Savinkov had witnessed firsthand the virtual disintegration of Russian combat units. On July 9th, in great anguish, he had apprised Kerensky by telegraph of the horrors then unfolding. In his approach to the problem of the army, Savinkov naturally differed from those who repudiated in toto the changes in the armed forces wrought by the revolution. Rather, he emphasized the crucial role of civil commissars in overseeing the behavior of officers and in smoothing relations between them and the mass of radicalized soldiers. With somewhat less vigor, he defended the role of democratic committees, albeit with strictly limited and well-defined competence. Nonetheless, Savinkov was also a strong advocate of severe measures to restore order at home and on the front, an outlook which Filinenko shared. There is some evidence that in late July Savinkov had sounded out Milyakov about the possibility of establishing a military dictatorship. At the same time, both he and Filinenko began to look to Kornilov for leadership in halting the flood of desertions from the front and for help in pressuring Kerensky to acquiesce in the creation of an authoritarian regime. One of Kerensky's first actions upon becoming prime minister on July 8, instigated quite likely by Savinkov and Filinenko, was the appointment of Kornilov as commander of the Southwestern Front. Here, enemy pressure was greatest and the disintegration of Russian units most advanced. Kornilov wasted no time in reinforcing his reputation for iron firmness. On the day he assumed command, in a telegram to Kerensky drafted by Zavoyko, Kornilov demanded the authorization of capital punishment for fleeing soldiers in terms so threatening that Savinkov was forced to intercede and insist the message be revised. The next day, without waiting for Kerensky's reply, Kornilov ordered his subordinate commanders to use machine guns and artillery on units falling back without orders. Kerensky did not need Kornilov's warning to appreciate the gravity of Russia's military situation and the need for drastic measures to halt the waves of Russian soldiers now rushing pell-mell from the battlefield. On July 9th, even before receipt of Kornilov's first telegram, Kerensky had issued orders to all commanders to fire on units retreating without authority. 3 days later, upon Kerensky's recommendation, the provisional government officially reinstituted the use of capital punishment to maintain discipline at the front. Nonetheless, evidence of Kornilov's effort at applying pressure on the government was leaked to the press, quite likely by the resourceful Zavoyko. Accounts in nationalist papers in Petrograd conveyed the impression that Kornilov was pushing the government to authorize stern measures to restore discipline in the army. This was true. While Kerensky was acting reluctantly in response to this pressure, this was not the case at all. As a result, in rightist circles, Kornilov's stock soared while the government's took a corresponding plunge. Among the masses, meanwhile, Kornilov's image as perhaps the foremost symbol of counter-revolution was significantly reinforced. On July 16, Kerensky, accompanied by Foreign Minister Tereshchenko and by Savinkov and Filinenko, met at General Staff Headquarters, Stavka, in Mogilev with the Russian Military High Command. This emergency council was organized at Kerensky's behest to evaluate jointly the military situation on all fronts in the wake of the enemy's successful counteroffensive and to consider ways of halting the disintegration of the army. Because of the particularly unstable situation on the southwestern front, Kornilov had been directed to remain at his post and to telegraph a report to the conference, but most of the other top Russian generals were present, among them the Commander-in-Chief, General Brusilov, General Denikin, Western Front Commander, General Klembovsky from the Northern Front, and Generals Rusky and Alexeyev, both temporarily unassigned. Not unexpectedly, these officers vented their bitterness at the changes that the revolution had brought to the army. One after the other they blasted the Soviet and the provisional government in general, as well as Kerensky personally, for having directly facilitated the army's ruin. At the core of the generals' complaints were incompetent commissars and constantly proliferating, power-seeking committees, which, they felt, had subverted the authority of officers and continually interfered with military operations. As one of the front commanders declared, "There cannot be dual authority in the army. The army must have one head and one authority." General Brusilov articulated the seminal importance the generals obviously attached to the army's restoration. "There is only one reason for all the difficulties that the provisional government has experienced in Petrograd and for all the disasters within Russia, namely the absence of an army." Implicit in the generals' comments was their conviction that the government's permissiveness was primarily to blame for the army's troubles and, concomitantly, that the imposition of strict discipline in the ranks, along with appropriate legal and administrative sanctions, would alone restore the fighting capacity of the army. The generals made it clear that if Kerensky were unwilling to act decisively in this regard without further delay, they would be compelled to take matters into their own hands. The longest, most impassioned speech was delivered by General Denikin, a dashing, young, much-decorated hero of the early war years, who followed his indictment of Kerensky and post-revolutionary conditions in the army with a series of blunt demands for immediate implementation by the government, which subsequently received strong support from most of his colleagues. Denikin insisted on complete freedom of action for the generals in all military matters. He called for the immediate abolition of commissars and democratic committees, the revocation of the Declaration of Soldiers' Rights, the restoration in full of the traditional authority of officers, the reintroduction of capital punishment and the use of special military courts to reimpose discipline among units in the rear, and the total prohibition of political activity in the army. In sum, not only a return to the old order among troops in battle zones, but the extension of repressive measures to military forces everywhere in Russia. Beyond this, Denikin demanded the formation of special punitive units for use by commanders to impose their authority by force when necessary. One of the participants in the July 16 council at Stavka recorded that Kerensky listened to Denikin's indictment in stunned silence, hunched over a table, his head buried in his arms, and that Tereshchenko was moved to tears by the oppressive report. If one may say so, Denikin was the hero of the occasion, General Alexeyev later recorded appreciatively in his diary. Compared with Denikin's bombast, Kornilov's report to the council was relatively mild, no doubt partly because Zavoyko was away at the time and Savinkov and Filinenko had had some influence in its preparation. That Kornilov was basically in sympathy with Denikin is attested to by a telegram that Kornilov dispatched to him immediately upon receiving the text of Denikin's speech. "I would sign such a report with both hands." Kornilov's telegraphed report, while affirming the need for the traditional prestige and disciplinary authority of officers to be restored, for strict curbs on political activity in the armed forces, and for the extension of capital punishment and special courts to the rear, at the same time implied that commanders were to some degree responsible for breakdowns in order and discipline. Indeed, Kornilov called for a purge of the officer corps. In contrast to the other generals' blanket condemnation of commissars and committees, Kornilov's report was silent on the problem of civil interference in military matters. Beyond this, Kornilov actually proposed expanding the role of commissars, an unmistakable mark of Savinkov's influence. Finally, while insisting on the necessity of defining precisely and limiting narrowly the Democratic Committee's sphere of competence, Kornilov, unlike his fellow commanders, did not call for their immediate elimination. In the course of the train trip back to Petrograd after the July 16th council at Stavka, Kerensky, coaxed by Savinkov and Filonenko, apparently made up his mind to remove Brusilov and promote Kornilov to the post of commander-in-chief. 2 days later, these changes were announced. At the same time, Kerensky named General Vladimir Cheremissov to replace Kornilov as commander of the Southwestern Front. Savinkov was to recall much later that he and Filonenko had urged Brusilov's removal because of his inability to cope with the crisis in the army and had pushed Kornilov as his replacement because of the firmness and coolness under pressure exhibited by the latter during his tenure 1 week as Southwestern Front commander. This may well be true. At the time, Savinkov and Filonenko were preoccupied with finding a leader who would apply force decisively and unflinchingly against recalcitrant troops. It is harder to understand why, in view of his own personal political ambitions, Kerensky accepted their recommendation. At precisely this time, the new prime minister was engaged in a desperate effort to defend himself against attacks from both the extreme left and right and to piece together a second centrist liberal socialist coalition. His prospects for success in this venture were, as yet, uncertain. By now, Kornilov, by virtue of his growing popularity among liberals and conservatives, had become a powerful political figure and a natural rival to Kerensky. Kerensky subsequently claimed that his elevation of Kornilov was dictated by the latter's merits as a commander in the field and by his enlightened position on reform in the army, particularly his view of the future role of political commissars and democratic committees. Yet this explanation does not ring true. Kornilov's achievements on the battlefield were undistinguished, and, the July 16th telegram notwithstanding, his predilection for the application of massive military force to curb disorder at home and at the front was a matter of record. It was probably Kornilov's reputation for severity and toughness, rather than his alleged readiness to accommodate revolutionary change, that now made him attractive to Kerensky. What the army needed, Kerensky appears to have concluded, was a strong personality at its head. On this he was basically in agreement with Savinkov and Filonenko. To the new prime minister, anxiously working to consolidate his political position, the selection of Kornilov had the added advantage of being extremely popular with disgruntled liberals and conservatives and with the non-socialist press in Petrograd. It is also well to keep in mind that Kerensky's options in the matter of a new commander were quite limited. That the ineffective Brusilov had to go was by now universally acknowledged. Yet, judging by the proceedings of the council at Stavka, most senior Russian commanders were at least as reactionary and personally antagonistic to Kerensky as Kornilov. Kerensky might have considered 2 relatively junior officers who were not invited to Stavka on July 16th. Kornilov's replacement as commander of the 8th Army, General Cheremissov, and the commander of the Moscow Military District, General Verkhovsky. However, precisely because they rejected the idea that repressive measures alone could restore discipline in the army, and because they were willing to work with committees and commissars and to purge the officer corps of ultra-reactionaries, Cheremissov and Verkhovsky were suspect among many of the elements whose support Kerensky sought to win. As to the danger of independent political action by Kornilov, Savinkov, who now stepped up to the post of Deputy Minister of War, and Filonenko, who was simultaneously named Commissar at Staff Headquarters, doubtless expected that since they had been able to moderate Kornilov's behavior in the past, it would be possible to continue to do so. Very likely they transmitted this assurance to Kerensky. It immediately became apparent to Kerensky that controlling Kornilov, surrounded in Mogilev by right extremists, would not be easy. The day after his appointment, July 19th, in a bluntly worded telegram drafted by Zavoyko and leaked at once to the press, Kornilov made his assumption of command of the army contingent upon Kerensky's acceptance of a series of demands altogether as ominous as those voiced by Denikin at the Stavka Council. Kornilov insisted that, as commander-in-chief, he would not be subject to regulation of any kind and that he would be responsible only to his conscience and to the people as a whole. He demanded total independence in regard to operational directives and appointments of commanders. Special courts and the application of capital punishment to enforce discipline were to apply to soldiers in the rear as well as those at the front. Kornilov further demanded government acceptance of all the other recommendations he had made to the Stavka Council. Additionally, on July 20th, the new commander-in-chief wired Kerensky insisting that the appointment of Cheremissov as commander of the Southwestern Front be rescinded. There is evidence that after receiving these telegrams, Kerensky began to have second thoughts about the appointment of Kornilov as supreme commander and seriously considered dropping the idea. Yet he was now in an extremely awkward position. Kornilov's appointment had been made public, and, thanks to Zavoyko, the general's conditions were also widely known. The cadets, all other liberal and conservative groups, and the non-socialist press had already formed in solid ranks behind Kornilov. Their attitude was expressed by Novo Vremya on July 20th. It was difficult, in fact probably impossible, to find a more suitable general and supreme commander in these days of mortal danger being experienced by Russia. The provisional government was forced to choose between meetings at the front, the disintegration of the army, the destruction of southern Russia, and the saving of the state. And it found in itself the courage and decisiveness to make the choice. A break with Kornilov at this point probably would have put an end to the delicate negotiations then underway to form a new coalition government with the cadets. And so a compromise of sorts was hastily arranged between Kornilov and Kerensky. Kornilov, for his part, pledged responsibility to the government and dropped his insistence on the immediate implementation of his other conditions. The government, in turn, committed itself to giving the demands of the generals a sympathetic hearing and to acting on them with all deliberate speed. Kerensky also agreed to find another post for Cheremissov. Although this concession was of no apparent import at the time, Kerensky was ultimately to pay very dearly for it. General Kornilov subsequently made 2 trips from Mogilev to Petrograd in an effort to persuade the cabinet to implement his recommendations. The first visit took place on August 3rd. On this occasion Kornilov brought along a formal proposal, another example of Zavoyko's writing talent, embodying most of the demands for the repression of troops at the front and rear and for the restoration of officers' authority that had been made by Denikin and Kornilov at the Stavka Council, as well as the conditions pressed by Kornilov on July 19th. Although Kornilov no longer insisted on unlimited authority for himself in the August 3rd proposal, he now reversed his earlier stand regarding the future role of commissars, calling for strict limitation, rather than expansion, of their authority. He also envisioned a narrower, more tightly controlled role for democratic committees than he had suggested in his memo of July 16th. Still, as Kerensky later acknowledged, he, Savinkov, and Filonenko were ready, in principle, to support all these measures. They found Kornilov's formal proposal so crude in style and potentially inflammatory in language, however, that all 3 agreed the document could not be submitted even to a closed session of the cabinet. Filonenko was therefore assigned to rework the proposal in more diplomatic terms for presentation to the government by Kornilov on August 10th. While given an audience by the cabinet before leaving the capital on August 3rd, Kornilov did not mention his recommendations for reform, restricting his comments to general observations on prevailing conditions in the army. When the Petrograd press got wind of the contents of Kornilov's proposal, the news set off a fierce and prolonged public controversy between the center and right, staunchly supportive of Kornilov and his program, and the moderate and extreme left, united once again in opposition, particularly to the extension of capital punishment to the rear and the curbing of democratic committees. In an antagonistic front-page editorial on August 4th, Rabinowitch Gazeta, for example, lashed out at the cadets and indirectly at Kornilov for advocating a return to the ways of the old regime, complaining that it was precisely this traditionally severe discipline that had made the old army a reliable instrument of the autocracy. Cadets, the editorial demanded, tell us directly, which people do you have in mind as military dictators? Whom are you preparing for the part of Napoleon? Among rank-and-file workers, soldiers, and sailors, the alarm over Kornilov's program rekindled the still smoldering protest against the restoration of capital punishment at the front. Thus, on August 7th, it will be recalled, the workers' section of the Petrograd Soviet adopted a strongly worded resolution demanding that capital punishment be rescinded. At about this time, it appeared that General Cheremissov, in Petrograd for reassignment, was in close touch with moderate socialist leaders. Izvestia, on August 4th, carried accounts of the press conferences held the previous day by General Kornilov, following his meeting with the cabinet, and by General Cheremissov. In response to reporters' questions, Kornilov had once again emphasized the importance of immediate authorization by the government of broader repressive measures and deprecated the future role of democratic committees. In contrast, the burden of Cheremissov's comments was that repressive measures alone, not even mass executions, could restore discipline, that it would be impossible to do so as long as the soldiers did not understand and accept the necessity, obligation, and duty of carrying on the war. In the task of raising the consciousness of the troops, Cheremissov attached great importance to joint efforts by officers and democratic committees. Izvestia pointedly contrasted the two statements. Today we bring you accounts of two conferences, with General Kornilov and with General Cheremissov on the same subject. But just take note of how they differ. At the same time that the first stubbornly insists on all-out repressive measures and completely disregards the importance of army organizations, the second puts the center of gravity in the struggle with disintegration in the army on the joint work of the officer staff with organizations of soldiers. The sympathy of the democracy is not on the side of Kornilov. By the second week in August, rumors, not without some foundation, were circulating in the capital that Kerensky had suggested to those around him that Kornilov would not work in the post of commander-in-chief and that Cheremissov might be a suitable replacement. When word of Kerensky's wavering reached Mogilev, Kornilov and his entourage were naturally alarmed. The campaign of liberal and conservative groups on Kornilov's behalf was intensified. Non-socialist papers featured daily pledges of support for Kornilov from organizations such as the Union of Officers, the Union of Cossack Troops, and the Union of St. George Cavaliers. Between August 8th and 10th, Moscow was the scene of a widely publicized conference of public figures attended by several hundred specially invited leaders of business, industry, agriculture, the professions, the army, and liberal and conservative political groups. The primary purpose of the conference was the adoption of mutually acceptable positions on major issues for presentation to the broader Moscow State Conference, due to open on August 12th. Among the delegates were the wealthy industrialists Ryabushinsky, Tretyakov, Konovalov, and Vishnegradsky, a large group of cadets, led by Milyakov, and a host of top military leaders including Generals Alexeyev, Bruzilov, Holdin, and Yudenich. On August 9th, these dignitaries interrupted their consideration of broad political issues to adopt a pledge of confidence in Kornilov. This declaration, dispatched to Kornilov and widely circulated the same day, affirmed that all attacks on Kornilov's authority in the army and in Russia were treachery, and that all thinking Russia looked to Kornilov with hope and faith. May God help you, the resolution concluded, in your great task of reconstructing a powerful army and saving Russia. While the public furor over Kornilov raged on, Filonenko busied himself with the revision of Kornilov's August 3rd proposal for consideration by the cabinet on August 10th. Not content merely to recast the document in more moderate language, he introduced some sweeping recommendations for drastic controls over rail lines and factories. Thus, he added a provision that all railroads be placed under martial law. Failure on the part of rail workers to fulfill directives was to carry the same penalty as a soldier's refusal to obey orders at the front, that is, summary execution. To implement these measures, he recommended that military revolutionary courts be set up at major railway depots. A further provision added by Filonenko called for the country's coal mines and all factories engaged in defense work. Practically speaking, this could be interpreted to include almost all factories, to be placed under military control. In these enterprises, strikes, lockouts, political meetings, and, in fact, assemblies of any kind were to be prohibited for the duration. Employees would be assigned minimum mandatory work quotas. Workers not meeting their quotas would be dismissed summarily and dispatched to the front. These measures, injected Filonenko at the end of the revised draft, must be adopted and put into practice immediately with iron decisiveness and consistency. Savinkov, fully sympathetic to Filonenko's recommendations, pleaded with Kerensky to support them within the cabinet, and even resigned when the prime minister demurred. Kerensky initially rejected Savinkov's resignation, later accepted it, and ultimately, partly because of pressure from Kornilov, prevailed upon Savinkov to return to his post. Kerensky himself has acknowledged that to halt the slide of industry and transport into absolute chaos, he would gladly have taken the lead in implementing the steps envisioned by Filonenko. Within liberal and conservative circles, of course, and even among members of the cabinet, the need for such extreme measures had already been widely discussed. In view of the storm from the left that Kornilov's more limited August 3rd program had provoked, however, Kerensky was understandably apprehensive about the probable impact of Filonenko's amendments on the leadership of the Soviet, not to mention the workers and soldiers. His conclusion seems to have been that such measures would have brought a decisive rupture with the Soviet, a bloody confrontation of uncertain outcome with the Bolshevik-led masses, and at the very best, the establishment of an authoritarian government completely at the mercy of the military. Unlike large numbers of former moderates, Kerensky paused, for the moment on the brink of such a drastic course. Kornilov, warned by members of his entourage in Mogilev of plots being hatched against him in Petrograd, tried to beg off coming to the capital on August 10th. This was completely agreeable to Kerensky, who, although quite willing to use Kornilov to carry out repression at the front, was understandably nervous about the general's popularity with the right and his potential influence on national politics. Savinkov and Filonenko, to the contrary, were determined to employ pressure from Kornilov to force Kerensky's acceptance of the revised Kornilov program. They therefore persuaded the commander-in-chief not to cancel his trip. Kornilov remained wary, however, taking with him to Petrograd a bodyguard of Turkoman soldiers armed with machine guns. Shortly after Kornilov's train left Mogilev for the capital, a telegram from Kerensky reached Stavka informing the commander-in-chief that the government had not called him, did not insist on his coming, and, in view of the strategic situation, could not take responsibility for his departure from the front. Arriving in Petrograd, Kornilov was met at the train by Filonenko and Savinkov, who brought with them the revised report. Giving the document his hasty approval, the general set off at once for the Winter Palace. Petrograd newspapers the following day carried detailed accounts of his colorful motorcade. Strict military security was observed along the route. Kornilov's car, moving slowly through the streets, was guarded by grim-faced, scarlet-robed Turkoman soldiers jogging alongside, their curved swords dangling unsheathed from their belts. It was preceded and followed by open-top automobiles filled with more Turkomans, armed with machine guns. When the procession neared the Winter Palace, Kerensky, at an upper-story window, watched in amazement and disbelief as the Turkomans jumped from the cars and dashed to the entrance. Emplacing a machine gun in the main vestibule, they took up positions beside it, prepared, if the need arose, to rescue their commander by force. Such was the extraordinary prelude to a short, predictably icy encounter between Kerensky and Kornilov, which served only to exacerbate their differences and complicate their relations. At the outset, Kornilov formally presented his revised and expanded program, with which Kerensky, as we know, was already familiar. The Prime Minister's response was reportedly non-committal, although he may have conveyed the impression that the recommendations were acceptable in principle, which was actually the case. Kornilov, who had risked the trip to Petrograd in the conviction that the situation brooked no further delay, was ill-disposed to let the matter drop. He demanded that the cabinet meet that evening to discuss his proposals. Kerensky declined to call a full cabinet meeting, arranging instead an informal session to which he invited only his two closest supporters in the cabinet, Nekrasov and Tereshchenko. Excluded were 4 cadet ministers who were geared for a decisive struggle on behalf of Kornilov's program and 7 moderate socialist ministers who were certain to be unalterably opposed. The upshot of this gathering on the evening of August 10th was that while Kerensky, Tereshchenko, and Nekrasov registered their willingness to support before the full cabinet Kornilov's recommendations relating to the restoration of the army, in substance the recommendations Kornilov first brought to Petrograd on August 3rd, they firmly insisted on laying aside the new provisions dealing with controls over railways and factories added by Filonenko. One can well imagine Kornilov's frustration as he left Petrograd for Mogilev late on the night of August 10th. His encounters with the Prime Minister on August 3rd and 10th had strengthened his disdain for Kerensky personally. Worse, an incident which had occurred during his meeting with the cabinet on August 3rd aroused Kornilov's fears that politics in Petrograd had degenerated to such a point that German agents had direct pipelines into the highest level of government. While Kornilov was delivering his report on the state of the army, Kerensky had quietly cautioned him against being too precise about actual conditions. After the meeting, Savinkov explained to the general that while there was no evidence that any ministers were leaking information directly to the enemy, some cabinet members were in close touch with members of the All-Russian executive committees, among whom were persons suspected of having German ties. Kornilov must have been genuinely appalled by this incident, which no doubt strengthened his misgivings about Kerensky's government. But above all, his 2 unsuccessful attempts to get his emergency proposals before the cabinet confirmed his suspicions, initially awakened during his tenure as commander of the Petrograd military district and constantly fed by the rightist elements surrounding him at Stavka, that the provisional government was too weak and divided to act decisively, and that independent military intervention might well be called for if the authoritarian regime necessary to take the country in hand was ever to be established. On August 6, 3 days after his first visit to the capital, Kornilov initiated a request that the Petrograd military district, heretofore under the control of the Ministry of War, be placed under his direct command. Justified by the likelihood that the Petrograd area would soon be in the zone of military operations, this change, if accepted, would greatly strengthen Kornilov's hand in a military clash with the government or the left. At the same time, Kornilov ordered substantial troop dispositions obviously aimed at their possible use in Petrograd. To the delight of the right extremists, who had long since been preparing for a coup, such preparations were intensified after Kornilov's second visit to Petrograd. In a conversation with his chief of staff, General Lukomsky, on August 11th, Kornilov explained that these actions were necessary because a Bolshevik rising was to be expected and it was high time to hang the German agents and spies headed by Lenin, and to disperse the Soviet of workers and soldiers in such a way that it would not reassemble anywhere. Commenting to Lukomsky on his appointment of the ultra-conservative General Krymov as commander of the troops being concentrated around Petrograd, Kornilov expressed pleasure that Krymov would not hesitate, if necessary, to hang the entire Soviet membership. Of course, all this does not necessarily mean that Kornilov was now irrevocably committed to direct military action against the government. In view of the unpopularity of the steps envisioned in Kornilov's program among the Petrograd masses and their likely response to its implementation, the troop dispositions made by Kornilov during the first half of August were advisable whether the army ultimately acted alone or in cooperation with Kerensky. It appears that Kornilov, unlike many of his supporters, still held out some hope that the government would take stock of its situation and submit to his authority peacefully. Lukomsky recalls that Kornilov commented to him on August 11th that he was not planning to move against the government, that he hoped it would be possible to reach agreement with it. Nonetheless, it also appears clear that Kornilov was now prepared to act independently, should this prove necessary. Kornilov versus Kerensky. The deepening hostility between Kerensky and Kornilov, the increasing polarization of Russian society, and Kerensky's weakness in the prevailing situation became most apparent during the Moscow State Conference held August 12th to 14th. Originally conceived by Kerensky in late July to familiarize authoritative political figures from all over Russia with the country's grave problems and to mobilize their support for the programs of the newly created Second Coalition, this conference had no actual legislative function. Among its close to 2,500 participants, the flower of the Russian population, were the members of Kerensky's cabinet, top-ranking military officers, deputies from all four state dumas, and members of the executive committees of the All-Russian Congress of Workers and Soldiers Deputies and the All-Russian Congress of Peasants Deputies. Present as well were representatives of trade unions, municipal councils, institutions of higher learning, cooperatives, provincial zemstvos, and various and sundry congresses and committees relating to business, industry, and the armed forces. Politically, the delegates were split between liberals and conservatives, by and large staunchly supportive of Kornilov and of stringent measures to restore order, and moderate socialists, who recognized the need for firm government but continued to insist on tempering repression with at least modest steps toward reform. The first group had a slight majority, noted one observant reporter. Representatives of the bourgeoisie seemed to overwhelm democratic elements. Morning coats, frock coats, and starched shirts predominate over the side-fastening Russian blouses. There were practically no spokesmen for the extreme left. The Bolshevik Central Committee initially had planned that party representatives in the all-Russian executive committees would accompany their colleagues to Moscow. The Bolshevik delegates would formally repudiate the conference at the first opportunity and then stage a walkout. When this intention became known, however, the majority socialist Soviet leadership required that all members of the Soviet conference delegation agree in advance not to speak out at the conference without specific authorization. For practical purposes, Bolsheviks going to the Moscow conference with the Soviet delegation were given the choice of accepting the positions of the majority or risking expulsion from the executive committees. Given these circumstances, the party elected to absent itself from the conference altogether. The Moscow State Conference convened in an atmosphere of tension. For several days prior to August 12th, Moscow had been rife with rumors that troops loyal to Kornilov were converging on the city and that Kornilov and his supporters were about to make a move against the government. Conference delegates arrived in Moscow to find the streets plastered with posters hailing Kornilov. A publicity brochure lauding the first People's Commander-in-Chief circulated widely. Kornilov himself was not scheduled to make an appearance at the conference until August 14th. Nonetheless, so great was the fear of a rightist coup as the conferees assembled that on August 12 the Moscow Soviet formed a 6-man Provisional Revolutionary Committee to help assure proper protection for the government and the Soviet. The seriousness with which the possibility of an attack by the right was taken at this time is indicated by the fact that the Moscow Bolsheviks Viktor Nogin and Nikolai Muralov, along with 2 Mensheviks and 2 SRs, took an active part in the Provisional Revolutionary Committee's work. In anticipation of the conference, the extreme left-oriented Bolshevik Moscow Regional Bureau took the lead in organizing a wildcat protest strike for August 12, the opening day. The strike was subsequently endorsed by trade union leaders, by the more conservative Bolshevik Moscow Committee, and by representatives of Moscow District Soviets and District Bolshevik Committees. By a vote of 312 to 284, however, a joint meeting of the Moscow Workers' and Soldiers' Soviets opposed such action. Nonetheless, on the appointed day, employees in most Moscow factories did not report for work. Many congregated instead at protest meetings. Restaurants and coffeehouses were shut down, streetcars ceased operation, and, for the most part, cab drivers were nowhere about. Even employees at the buffets in the Bolshoi Theater, where the conference met, went out on strike, forcing conference delegates to serve their own refreshments. That evening all Moscow was dark as employees of the gasworks stayed away from their jobs. The impact of the strike bore witness to the power and sentiment of the working classes and the resurgence of Bolshevik influence. A writer in the Izvestia of the Moscow Soviet, whose editorial line reflected the views of the majority socialists, conceded with embarrassment that it was time to realize that the Bolsheviks are not irresponsible groups but one of the elements of the organized revolutionary democracy behind whom stand the broad masses, not always disciplined but, on the other hand, wholly committed to the cause of the revolution. To judge by formal deliberations at the conference, this message was lost on most delegates. At one of the early sessions, when Milyukov cautioned that the demands outlined by Kornilov should not serve as cause for suspicion and voiced great fear that the government was not making sufficient provision for the restoration of order and the security of property, the Bolshoi exploded with shouts of "Right you are," loud bravos and waves of applause. A similar outburst of unrestrained enthusiasm occurred in the right half of the hall when the Cossack leader General Alexei Holdin declared that the survival of the state requires the continuation of the war to a victorious conclusion above all, and that the entire life of the country and all the actions of the provisional government must be subordinated to this fundamental assumption. Holdin outlined a series of basic principles upon which the government should act which, in essence, paralleled Kornilov's program. Amid shouts of "exactly" from the right and agonized cries of "no" from the left, Holdin declared that the usurpation of state power by central and local committees and by the Soviets must be brought to an end immediately and abruptly. When the brilliant orator Vasily Maklakov, one of the founders of the Cadet Party, took the podium and implored the government to rely and believe in those at the front, and to find the courage to take the daring steps necessary to lead the country forward, because the Judgment Day is approaching, the right delegates again stood and cheered. But when Chkits read aloud the All-Russian Executive Committee's platform, which went a long way toward meeting liberal and conservative demands for emphasis on law and order and universal sacrifice in the interest of national defense, and embodied only the most modest concessions to mass demands, these delegates sat scowling in their seats. Trying to walk a tightrope between the left and right, Kerensky in his opening address refrained from commitment to a specific program of action and, typically sought salvation in strong words. Turning to the left, he thundered, "Let everyone who has already tried to use force of arms against the power of the people know that such attempts will be crushed with blood and iron." Turning next to the right, he roared with equal vigor, in obvious reference to Kornilov and his supporters, "At the same time, let those who think the time is ripe to overthrow the revolutionary government with bayonets be even more careful. I can make anyone serving me with ultimatums obey the will of the supreme power and myself as its head." Kerensky's frenzied address, at times seemingly uncontrolled and uncomfortably theatrical, lasted close to 2 hours. Milyukov later described the event. By the expression of his eyes, which he focused on the imagined enemy, by the tense gesturing of his arms, by the intonation of his voice which rose to a scream for extended periods of time, then subsided to a tragic whisper, by his measured phrases and calculated pauses, he appeared to want to scare somebody and to create an impression of force and power. In actuality, he only engendered pity. Kornilov arrived in Moscow by train on the afternoon of August 13th. At the Alexandrovsky, now the Belarusian, station, his followers staged a carefully orchestrated welcome which contrasted sharply with the cool reception accorded government ministers upon their arrival in Moscow 2 days earlier. As the moment for Kornilov's arrival approached, an honor guard and band from the Alexandrovsky Military Academy and a detachment from the Women's Cadet Academy posted themselves on the platform. Also on hand to greet the first People's Commander-in-Chief were a throng of ladies in gaily colored dresses, bemedaled officers by the dozen, conservative and liberal leaders participating in the state conference, a coterie of municipal authorities, and enthusiastic official deputations from all the patriotic organizations supporting Kornilov. The Moscow Women's Battalion of Death stood at attention on a viaduct overlooking the station, while a mounted Cossack detachment was arrayed on the square outside. As the train slowed to a halt, Kornilov's red-robed Turkoman guards, sabers bared, leaped to the platform and posted themselves in 2 ranks. While the band played a fanfare and a loud cheer issued from the crowd, Kornilov, resplendent in full-dress uniform, appeared on the steps of his coach. Waving and smiling, he bounded to the platform and made his way through the lines of Turkomans toward the waiting dignitaries. As he passed, the ladies pelted him with flowers, distributed moments earlier by some young officers. In a brief welcoming speech, the Right Cadet Fyodor Radichev conveyed the mood of the moment. "You are now the symbol of our unity," he intoned. "We are unified. Indeed, all Moscow is unified in confidence in you. Save Russia and a thankful people will crown you." To be sure, at least a few of Radichev's listeners must have observed, as one reporter commented, that there were no common citizens or regular soldiers on hand, but this circumstance, not surprisingly, seems to have escaped the general's notice. Shortly after his arrival, Kornilov, seated in an open automobile at the head of a long motorcade, made a pilgrimage to the sacred Iversky shrine, where the Tsars traditionally worshipped when they visited Moscow. After prostrating himself before the miraculous Iversky icon of the Madonna, Kornilov returned to his railway carriage. There, during the remainder of the evening and the following day, he received a stream of visitors, including a group of influential cadets, led by Milyakov, the financiers Alexei Pudilov and A.I. Vishnegradsky, the notorious Purishkevich, and generals Verkhovsky, Holdin, and Alexeyev. Verkhovsky, who, as commander of the Moscow military district, had formal responsibility for providing security to the Moscow Conference, called on Kornilov to dissuade him from participating in any conspiracy against the government. After the visit, he commented that Kornilov's supporters misunderstood the prevailing situation and the mood of the masses to such a degree that they seem like people who have just dropped from the moon. Cadets who visited Kornilov, reflecting continued nagging doubt about the efficacy of a unilateral coup, may also have urged restraint upon the general. Milyakov, for one, subsequently claimed to have warned Kornilov that a clash with Kerensky was untimely because the prime minister still had a following in the provinces. On the other hand, numerous civil and military figures sought out Kornilov in Moscow expressly to pledge their unqualified support. Most tangibly, Pudilov and Vishnegradsky, representing the Society for the Economic Rehabilitation of Russia, agreed to provide the commander-in-chief with a substantial subsidy to help finance the establishment of an authoritarian, exclusively non-socialist regime. Kerensky, for his part, was becoming increasingly apprehensive about Kornilov's scheduled address to the Moscow Conference on August 14th. Would the general try to use the assembly to apply pressure on the government to adopt his proposals, or, worse still, would he attempt to stampede the conference into supporting his personal ambitions? In an effort to dissuade Kornilov from taking any action and to convince him to restrict his remarks at the conference to military operations and the situation at the front, Kerensky dispatched his Minister of Transport, Petr Urinev, to see Kornilov on the evening of the 13th. Dissatisfied with Kornilov's response to Urinev, Kerensky himself telephoned the general later that evening with the same admonition, and he repeated his plea at the Bolshoi Theater the next morning, as Kornilov was about to mount the podium. The general's reply was enigmatic. "I will give my speech in my own way." To Kerensky's immense relief, Kornilov's address was relatively mild. Still, it was a hollow victory for Kerensky. As far as Kornilov was concerned, Kerensky's strictures were further confirmation, if more were needed, of the prime minister's weakness. Moreover, as the right roared its approval, Kornilov was followed to the rostrum by speaker after speaker whose expressed aversion to the changes wrought by the revolution and fundamental hostility toward the provisional government were by no means similarly restrained. The Moscow Conference ended on the night of August 15th. As a device for uniting diverse elements of Russian society behind the provisional government, it had been a total failure. Kerensky came away from the ordeal with an increased awareness of his own isolation. "It is hard for me," he anguished aloud at the time, "because I struggle with the Bolsheviks of the left and the Bolsheviks of the right, but people demand that I lean on one or the other. I want to take a middle road, but nobody will help me." Kerensky left Moscow with an inflated sense of support for a rightist program. The end of the Moscow Conference coincided with the spreading wave of industrial fires, followed a few days later by the sudden fall of Riga. Quite apart from the pressure of Kornilov's supporters, these developments impelled Kerensky to reconsider the question of stricter civil and military controls. From this reevaluation, Kerensky finally seems to have concluded that something on the order of the major curbs on political freedom and the thoroughgoing repression embodied in Kornilov's proposal of August 10th could no longer be delayed, even if such action precipitated a decisive break with the Soviet and the masses. On August 17th, with a heavy heart, one must assume, he gave Savinkov assurances to this effect and instructed him to draft specific decrees for action by the cabinet. Yet, if Kerensky had now moved distinctly closer to Kornilov politically, there remained a crucial difference between the two men which goes far toward explaining the events that followed. Kerensky and Kornilov each viewed himself, and not the other, as the strongman in a new authoritarian government. More than ever, each was contemptuous toward and apprehensive of the other. Kerensky was determined to use Kornilov for his own ends, while Kornilov harbored similar intentions regarding Kerensky. Meanwhile, spurred by the Moscow Conference, preparations for a coup by rightist groups at home and at the front were reaching a climax. The stage was set for a final, decisive confrontation. In the wake of the Moscow Conference, Kornilov continued preparations to concentrate an imposing array of troops from the front around Petrograd. The main units directed toward the capital were the 1st Don Cossack Division and the Usharayevsky Mounted Division, both belonging to Krymov's 3rd Cavalry Corps. The Russian military high command regarded these forces as among the most disciplined and politically reliable in the entire army. During the first half of August, these units had begun to move from reserve positions on the Romanian front to the Navel, Novosokolniki, Veliki Luki region, roughly 300 miles from Petrograd on the direct rail line. Around August 20th, the 1st Don Cossack Division was transferred to the Pskov area, half the remaining distance to the capital. Simultaneously, the equally crack Savage Division, so called because it was comprised primarily of mountain tribesmen from the northern Caucasus whose ferociousness and cruelty in combat were legendary, was attached to the 3rd Corps and shipped from the southwestern front to Dno, just east of Pskov. Cossack and shock units stationed along the Baltic were earmarked for an eventual role in the pacification of the capital as well. On August 25th, General A.M. Dolgorukov, commander of the Finnish-based 1st Cavalry Corps, was called to Stavka in connection with plans to have one of his main elements, the 5th Cossack Division, advance on Petrograd from the north, while units of the 3rd Corps were moving in on the capital from the south. Among other troop relocation orders emanating from Stavka at this time was a directive to the Rival Shock Battalion of Death to proceed to Tsarsko Selo. As nearly as one can piece together from scattered, sometimes contradictory evidence, an elaborate scheme for a rightist putsch in Petrograd to coincide with the approach of front troops was worked out by the main committee of the Union of Officers and the military section of the Republican Center and Military League. This plan appears to have been linked to a series of fundraising rallies scheduled by the Soviet leadership in Petrograd for Sunday, August 27th, the 6-month anniversary of the February Revolution. The conspirators evidently assumed that the rallies would be accompanied by disorders which could be used as a pretext for proclaiming martial law, wrecking Bolshevik organizations, dispersing the Soviet, and establishing a military dictatorship. To ensure that the occasion would not pass without suitable disturbances, the rightist press was to whip up political tension in the capital, while agitators posing as Bolsheviks were to circulate in factories, rousing workers. The conspirators also agreed that as a last resort they would stage a leftist rising themselves. At this point, the military forces converging on the capital would be called in to help restore order and establish a strict new regime. As the day designated for action neared, the main committee of the Union of Officers, under a variety of pretexts, concentrated inordinate numbers of pro-Kornilov officers in Petrograd. On August 22, the Army Chief of Staff instructed infantry, cavalry, and Cossack division headquarters on all fronts to send 3 officers to Mogilev, ostensibly for orientation in the handling of newly developed English trench mortars. Actually, upon their arrival at Stavka, these officers were briefed and sent on almost immediately to Petrograd. To what extent the government was aware of these activities is unclear. In early August, Kerensky had received an alarming report on the work of the Union of Officers from the SR Central Committee. After the Moscow State Conference, the Prime Minister's apprehension regarding conspiracies being hatched against him at Stavka became obsessive. At his insistence, the government resolved to forbid the Union of Officers from using staff funds to finance its activities, to remove the Union's main committee from Mogilev, and to arrest some of its most active members. The extent of Kornilov's personal involvement in and commitment to the realization of his extreme supporters' plans is also difficult to ascertain. Could Kornilov's apparent preparations to intervene directly in national politics and his support of rightist activity in the capital have stemmed from a sincere belief, encouraged by the conspirators with whom he was surrounded, that the Bolsheviks were on the verge of staging a popular rising which the government would be unable to quell? The evidence on this point is inconclusive. There are indications that even now Kornilov held out hope that ultimately Kerensky would recognize the need for a tougher government free of Soviet influence and would cooperate in its establishment. Kornilov's hope that Kerensky might prove cooperative was strengthened to some extent by discussions at Mogilev between the general and the deputy minister of war, Savinkov, representing the prime minister, during the afternoon and evening of August 23 and the following morning. These conversations touched on a number of sore points between Kornilov and Kerensky. A central issue was what was to be done about those provisions of Kornilov's program relating to the rear that had been rejected by Kerensky on August 10. By this time, the civil control decrees that Kerensky had asked Savinkov to prepare on August 17 had been drafted. In sum, they embodied many of Kornilov's demands. Kornilov evidently expressed approval of the decrees, and Savinkov voiced confidence that they would be adopted in the next few days. How the government would respond to the storm of popular protest these decrees were certain to trigger was a matter of mutual concern. Savinkov suggested, no doubt wishfully, that the Bolsheviks and perhaps also the Soviet would rebel against them and that the government would deal mercilessly with such opposition. To strengthen the government's hand as it embarked on this tough new course, Savinkov proposed that the Third Corps be dispatched to the capital and placed at the War Ministry's disposal. He insisted, however, that for political reasons the reactionary General Krymov be removed as commander of the Third Corps, and that a regular cavalry unit be substituted for the Savage Division prior to the Third Corps' move to the capital. Kornilov agreed to these conditions at the time, although subsequently he simply ignored them. In effect, the government was sanctioning troop dispositions which the commander-in-chief had initiated some weeks earlier on his own. It was decided that Kornilov should notify Savinkov by telegraph 2 days before the Third Corps was in place. The government would then declare martial law in Petrograd, after which the new regulations would be issued. Savinkov and Kornilov tentatively reached this understanding at their first meeting on the afternoon of August 23, despite the fact that the meeting had evidently gotten off to an unpromising start. Kornilov had complained about Soviet socialists in the cabinet and had heaped abuse on Kerensky personally. Savinkov noted later that Kornilov declared directly that the provisional government was, quite simply, incapable of adopting a firm course, that, for every step in this direction, it was necessary to pay with a portion of the fatherland. But after Kornilov had read Savinkov's draft decrees and received authorization to send troops to Petrograd, his mood warmed considerably. Thus, when Savinkov attacked the Union of Officers and asked Kornilov to prevent his staff from aiding it materially and to make the main committee transfer its operations to Moscow, Kornilov agreed to do so. Still another potentially sticky issue now tentatively settled was whether the government or the general staff would have primary command authority over the Petrograd military district. In a telegram to Kerensky on August 19, Kornilov had reaffirmed his desire to have troops of the Petrograd garrison placed under his direct command. Cabling the government to report on the fall of Riga a few days later, he had reiterated this demand. At the same time, Kornilov also insisted that more garrison troops be shipped to defense positions on the northern front. The removal of radicalized soldiers from the capital had been, of course, one of the government's goals since the July days. Consequently, the cabinet had responded with alacrity to Kornilov's demand, and the level of transfers between the capital and the front had increased significantly towards the end of August. Placing all garrison soldiers under Kornilov's control, however, was quite another matter. Kerensky later remarked that if this had been done, we could have been eaten alive at any moment. Hence, Savinkov in Mogilev was under instructions to persuade Kornilov to accept command of the Petrograd military district, minus those troops actually in the city and its immediate suburbs. When this issue was raised midway in the Savinkov-Kornilov talks, Kornilov agreed to Savinkov's proposal with little argument. At the close of their discussions, Savinkov questioned General Kornilov about his attitude toward the government. In response, Kornilov, with dubious sincerity, pledged loyalty to Kerensky. Still, Savinkov's visit may have led Kornilov to conclude that events were finally bringing Kerensky around to his own point of view and hence that it might not be necessary to utilize force against the government. In any case, Kornilov had every reason to be relieved and encouraged. If there were further problems in establishing a strong national government in Petrograd, in which the influence of Soviet socialists would be eliminated and the army would have the leading voice, reliable troops under the uncompromising Krymov soon would be in a position to deal with them. The meetings in Mogilev must also have been reassuring to Savinkov. Kornilov and Kerensky, it seemed, were finally about to act in concert to re-establish order, the goal that Savinkov had sought all along. There appeared to be hope that the threat of Bolshevism and meddling by the Soviet would soon be ended and that Russia could proceed with the primary task of restoring the war effort. On the evening of August 24th, shortly after Savinkov's departure for Petrograd, General Krymov received instructions from Kornilov to push on to Petrograd upon receiving word of a Bolshevik rising. He then left Mogilev to be with his soldiers. The following day, the Third Corps was placed on alert, and Krymov drafted a directive to be distributed by the Corps upon its entry into the capital. In this order, Krymov placed the entire Petrograd military district, including Finland and Kronstadt, under strict martial law. A curfew was imposed between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. With the exception of groceries and pharmacies, all commercial enterprises were ordered closed. Strikes and meetings of any kind were forbidden. Civilians possessing firearms were to turn them in immediately. Strict censorship of all periodicals was proclaimed. Persons caught violating any of these regulations, with the exception of the censorship rule, were to be shot. I warn everybody, Krymov cautioned in the directive, that by the instructions of the commander-in-chief, the troops will not fire into the air. That night, August 25th, Krymov received supplementary orders to begin his move northward on the morrow. In this connection, the Northern Front commander, General Klembovsky, was instructed that the Usharaisky Mounted Division, still in the Veliky Luki region, was to be placed aboard trains which would proceed to the capital via Pskov, Narva, and Krasno Selo. Simultaneously, the other main elements of the Third Corps, the Savage Division at Dno and the 1st Don Cossack Division at Pskov, were to embark for the suburban towns of Tsarsko Selo and Gachina, respectively. Moreover, each of the major units of the Third Corps received specific assignments in connection with the military occupation of Petrograd. The Savage Division, in spite of Kornilov's promise to Savinkov that it would not be sent to Petrograd, was to occupy the Moscow, Lytiny, Alexander Nevsky, and Rozdestvensky districts, disarm workers and all troops of the Petrograd garrison, except the personnel of cadet academies, organize guard and patrol duty, assume responsibility for guarding prisons, take charge of railroad stations, and, utilizing whatever force was required, crush any and all disturbances and incidents of disobedience. At the same time, Kornilov dispatched the prearranged telegram to Savinkov. The Corps will be in place in the suburbs of Petrograd by evening of August 28th. I request that Petrograd be proclaimed under martial law on August 29th. In Petrograd at this time, while Savinkov was preparing to bring his new civil control decrees to a vote in the cabinet, right extremists, either oblivious to the arrangements worked out between Savinkov and Kornilov or simply ignoring them, doggedly continued to set the stage for a putsch. The rightist press trumpeted daily warnings of left-inspired massacres, which, allegedly, would take place on the 27th. In the Soviet, majority socialists and Bolsheviks alike were troubled by a rash of reports of insurrectionary appeals to workers made by strangers in soldiers' tunics. At this juncture, there occurred a startling series of events which shattered all illusions that Kornilov and Kerensky would work together, and simultaneously undermined preparations for a putsch. It began with a meeting at the Winter Palace on August 22 between Kerensky and Vladimir Nikolaevich Lvov, a well-meaning though naive and muddle-headed busybody who had been a liberal deputy in the 3rd and 4th Dumas and had served without distinction as chief procurator of the Holy Synod in the 1st and 2nd post-February cabinets. Lvov shared the conviction of many industrial, business, and agrarian leaders in Moscow, with whom he had ties, that Russia's survival was dependent on the creation, by peaceful means, of a law and order-directed national cabinet, which would include representatives of all major patriotic groups. Unlike many of Kornilov's avid supporters, however, Lvov retained a measure of respect for Kerensky, with whom he had become acquainted in the Duma and the cabinet. He assumed that both Kerensky and Kornilov were working selflessly toward the same end, the establishment of an authoritarian regime. Hearing with alarm of the preparations afoot at Stavka to seize power, Lvov thought it his duty to do what he could to help avert a clash between the prime minister and the commander-in-chief. Casting himself in the role of intermediary between the two men, Lvov hastened to Petrograd, where he gained an interview with Kerensky on the evening of August 22, affirming mysteriously that he had come on behalf of certain groups with significant strength. Lvov painted a bleak picture of the government situation and volunteered to sound out key political figures, presumably starting with Kornilov, regarding the basis upon which a national government might be formed. If one is to believe Lvov's memoir account of this conversation, Kerensky responded by giving him full authority to conduct political negotiations on his behalf, even suggesting his willingness to step down as prime minister. Kerensky later denied vehemently Lvov's version of the conversation and suggested a different interpretation. Suspecting from the start that Lvov was involved in a conspiracy and seeing in his proposal an opportunity to smoke out his enemy's intentions, he had not opposed Lvov's undertaking informal soundings, nothing more. The more plausible of the two accounts, it would seem, is Kerensky's. There is no other evidence that Kerensky was at any time genuinely willing to share power with Kornilov. Moreover, in view of Kerensky's continuing obsession with conspiracies against him, the use of Lvov for intelligence purposes had a certain logic. As to Lvov's version, it is difficult to say whether, in his enthusiasm, he misunderstood Kerensky, or whether, carried away by self-importance and a sense of urgency, he consciously exceeded his authority and then sought to conceal that fact. At any rate, Lvov left Petrograd at once, and, after stopping briefly in Moscow, where he circulated word that Kerensky was amenable to the reconstruction of the government, the creation of a national cabinet, and, if necessary, his own resignation, he boarded the next available train to Mogilev, arriving at Stavka on August 24. From the outset of his conversations with Kornilov, Lvov very likely conveyed the impression that he had been empowered by Kerensky to help form a new cabinet with or without Kerensky's participation. Meeting with Kornilov initially on the evening of August 24, he invited the general to state his position on the character and makeup of a new government. Kornilov's initial response to this approach was non-committal, in part, no doubt, because he had not yet consulted Zavoyko. It is clear, however, that to Kornilov, and even more to extremists like Zavoyko, Lvov's appearance at Stavka, coming as it did on the heels of Savinkov's visit, was a further indication of Kerensky's weakness and readiness to compromise. Significantly, Zavoyko and other rightist leaders in Mogilev now began intense, open discussions of candidates for ministerial posts in a new government. Kornilov, accompanied this time by Zavoyko, did not mince words when he made his demands known to Lvov at their second meeting, on August 25. Petrograd would have to be placed under martial law, he stated. The commander-in-chief of the army, whoever he might be, would have to be given supreme civil as well as military authority everywhere in the country. In the new government, Kornilov went on, there would be room for Kerensky as Minister of Justice and Savinkov as Minister of Defense. For their own protection, he urged that both men come to Mogilev no later than August 27. According to Lvov, when Kornilov mentioned Kerensky as a possible Minister of Justice, Zavoyko, in a tone that teachers use toward pupils, bluntly rejected the idea, proposing instead that Kerensky be named Deputy Prime Minister. That these terms did not strike Lvov as outlandish testifies strongly to his simple-mindedness. He responded by suggesting only that leading cadet, business, and industrial figures be invited to Mogilev to participate in the formation of a new cabinet. Nevertheless, some remarks made by Zavoyko as Lvov was about to board the train for the return trip to Petrograd raised doubts in his mind about Kerensky's probable fate in the event that he actually placed himself in Stavka's hands. Zavoyko had said casually, "Kerensky is needed as a name for the soldiers for 10 days or so, after which he will be eliminated." Late on the afternoon of the 26th, weary but apparently undeflated by the results of his negotiations, Lvov was back in the Winter Palace to report to Kerensky. Shortly before Lvov was admitted to see the Prime Minister, Savinkov had confidently assured Kerensky that Kornilov would support him in every way possible. This helps explain Kerensky's reaction when Lvov officiously enumerated Kornilov's terms, insisted that they be brought before the government at once, and compassionately implored Kerensky to quickly set as much distance as possible between himself and Petrograd in the interest of sparing his life. Thinking Lvov was joking, the Prime Minister erupted in laughter. "This is not a time for jokes," Lvov interjected, begging Kerensky to yield to Kornilov. Kerensky was later to acknowledge that at this point he found himself pacing back and forth in his study, unable to absorb what was happening. In a state of shock, he suggested that his visitor put Kornilov's demands in writing, which Lvov promptly did. Moreover, seeking further confirmation of Kornilov's treachery and a firmer basis upon which to initiate action against him, Kerensky arranged to converse directly with Kornilov by teleprinter. What followed was at once one of the most tragic, ludicrous, and by now familiar moments in 1917 Russian politics. The episode is sufficiently illuminating to warrant its reproduction in some detail. To converse directly with Kornilov, it was necessary to utilize the communications equipment in the War Ministry. Lvov agreed to meet Kerensky there at 8:30. Lvov was late for the appointment, but this did not deter the Prime Minister, now close to hysteria. He put through the call to Kornilov and simply pretended that Lvov was by his side. Kerensky, "Good day, General. V.N. Lvov and Kerensky at the apparatus. We beg you to confirm the statement that Kerensky is to act according to the communication made to him by Vladimir Nikolaevich. Kornilov, good day, Alexander Fedorovich. Good day, Vladimir Nikolaevich. Confirming again the description of the present situation of the country and the army as it appears to me, which I requested V.N. to convey to you, I declare again that the events of the past days and of those that I can see coming imperatively demand a definite decision in the shortest possible time. Kerensky, I, Vladimir Nikolaevich, ask you whether it is necessary to act on that definite decision which you asked me to communicate privately to Kerensky. Without your personal confirmation, Alexander Fedorovich hesitates to give me his full confidence. Kornilov, yes, I confirm that I asked you to convey to Alexander Fedorovich my urgent plea that he should come to Mogilev. Kerensky, I, Alexander Fedorovich, understand your answer as confirmation of the words conveyed to me by V.N. To do that and leave here today is impossible. I hope to depart tomorrow. Is it necessary for Savinkov to go? Kornilov, I beg urgently that Boris Viktorovich shall come with you. What I said to V.N. refers in equal degree to Savinkov. I beg you earnestly not to put off your departure later than tomorrow. Believe me, only my recognition of the responsibility of the moment makes me so persistent in my request. Kerensky, shall we come only in case of an outbreak, of which there are rumors, or in any case? Kornilov, in any case. Kerensky, goodbye. We shall soon see each other. Kornilov, goodbye. One can easily imagine the unrestrained glee at Stavka that must have followed this conversation. Hopes were raised that Kerensky would submit without a struggle to the construction of a new government under Kornilov. Meanwhile, Kerensky's worst fears seemed about to materialize. Although the conversation by teleprinter had verified concretely only that Kornilov wanted Kerensky and Savinkov to come to Mogilev, Kerensky now concluded that he had been double-crossed and that Stavka was bent on dispensing with him entirely. A jumble of thoughts rushed through his mind. He had shifted, during the past week, to a rightward course which, if fully revealed, would be gravely compromising in the eyes of the moderate socialists. Would it be realistic, then, to rely on their support in a conflict with Kornilov? And how would the volatile Petrograd masses, the very elements he had hoped to suppress, react to this new crisis? No doubt they could be mobilized to fight Kornilov. But would this not lead naturally to a rejuvenation of the left? In combating Kornilov, would he not be defeating himself and dealing a further blow to hopes of restoring order and the fighting capacity of the army? With such considerations in mind, Kerensky seems to have concluded that the wisest course of action was to forestall Kornilov's sympathizers in the cabinet from attempting to compromise with the general at his expense and to keep the left uninformed about the developing crisis, while at the same time removing Kornilov as commander-in-chief before the Third Corps reached the outskirts of Petrograd. In fact, for almost 24 hours Kerensky's imbroglio with Kornilov was not disclosed to the press or even to the Soviet leadership. Late on the night of August 26th, after having Lvov arrested and locked in a back room of the Winter Palace, Kerensky consulted with Nekrasov, his closest associate, as well as with Savinkov and other high officials of the War Ministry. He then interrupted a cabinet meeting in the Malachite room. It is ironic that the ministers were in the process of discussing Savinkov's decrees, and broke the news of Kornilov's treachery. As proof, he read aloud the tape of his conversation with the general and circulated it for all to see. Kerensky next requested his fellow ministers to grant him unlimited authority to deal with the emergency as he saw fit. He observed that the developing situation might require a restructuring of the cabinet. In view of what was to follow, it appears that Kerensky was considering the possible creation of a directory, a powerful national executive body composed of less than a half-dozen top leaders, like the one that existed in France from 1795 to 1799. Information about what happened next is murky. Apparently the cadets Kokoshkin and Urinev, long since disgruntled with Kerensky's leadership and apprehensive that he would misuse extraordinary powers, vehemently expressed their opposition, threatening to resign if his proposal were granted. The majority of the cabinet, however, supported the prime minister, and to give him a completely free hand in forming a new government they dutifully tendered their resignations. Kerensky apparently accepted the resignations but requested the cabinet members to remain at their posts as acting ministers, pending construction of a new government. Only Kokoshkin refused to stay on. This last official meeting of the Second Coalition dragged on until close to 4 a.m. August 27th. Upon its conclusion, Kerensky dispatched a terse telegram to Kornilov commanding him to yield his post to the Chief of Staff, General Lukomsky, and to proceed at once to Petrograd. Upon reception of the cable in Mogilev 4 hours later, a dumbfounded Lukomsky immediately wired back. "It is too late to halt an operation started with your approval. In order to save Russia, you must go along with Kornilov. Kornilov's dismissal would bring horrors the likes of which Russia has never seen. I cannot accept General Kornilov's post." Lukomsky's response, of course, dashed Kerensky's hope of quickly removing Kornilov and preventing the conflict from erupting openly. Moreover, the front troops dispatched by Kornilov were continuing their advance toward Petrograd. Hence, by midday, August 27th, Kerensky had begun to make plans for the defense of the capital. In this connection, he ordered that Petrograd be placed under martial law and that Savinkov, who could be counted on to struggle with the extreme left as well as with Kornilov, be installed as Governor-General of Petrograd in overall charge of military preparations. Kerensky also prepared a public announcement on the crisis, the release of which was delayed several hours while first Savinkov, and then Maklakov tried unsuccessfully over the teleprinter to persuade Kornilov to step down. In the meantime, Kerensky sought to divert Kornilov's troops from the capital. "I order that all echelons moving toward Petrograd and its outskirts be stopped and redirected to their previous stations. Petrograd is completely calm and no insurrections are expected," stated the cable, which he now sent to, among others, the commanders of the Northern Front and the Third Corps and Kornilov. The order fell on deaf ears. And so, in the early evening, Kerensky's announcement was made public and a copy sent to Kornilov. All things considered, the proclamation was relatively restrained. The movement of hostile troops from the front toward the capital was not mentioned. The public was simply informed that Kornilov had dispatched Lvov to the provisional government with a demand for the surrender of all civil and military power, that this act reflected a desire on the part of certain circles to establish a regime opposed to the conquests of the revolution, and that in view of this the government had empowered Kerensky to take prompt and resolute countermeasures. Among these, it was announced, were the firing of Kornilov and the proclamation of martial law in Petrograd. As the poet Zinaida Gypius speculated in her diary at the time, Kornilov's initial reaction to this announcement, Must have been that someone had gone completely mad. The next moment he must have been enraged. Kornilov had neither sent Lvov nor, to his mind, threatened the government. Late that night Zavoyko drafted an impassioned, if typically ineptly worded, response which was sent to all military commanders and read immediately to reporters. It stated in part, "The first portion of the Minister-President's telegram is full of lies. It was not I who sent Vladimir Lvov to the provisional government, but he who came to me as the envoy of the Minister-President. Thus a great provocation has taken place which jeopardizes the fate of the motherland. People of Russia, our great motherland is dying. The hour of her death is near. Forced to speak openly, I, General Kornilov, declare that under the pressure of the Bolshevik majority in the Soviets, the provisional government acts in complete harmony with the plans of the German General Staff and simultaneously with the forthcoming landing of the enemy forces on the coast of Riga. It is killing the army and undermines the very foundation of the country. The heavy sense of the inevitable ruin of the country commands me in this ominous moment to call upon all Russian people to come to the aid of the dying motherland. I, General Kornilov, son of a Cossack peasant, declare to all and each that I want nothing for myself, except the preservation of a great Russia, and I vow to bring the people by means of victory over the enemy to a constituent assembly, where they themselves will decide their fate and choose their new form of government." August 27, 1917. General Kornilov. After issuing this declaration of war, Kornilov instructed his subordinates to continue the movement of troops along the rail lines to Petrograd. For the time being, the general's confidence that troops of the Third Corps would follow their commanders appeared justified. On August 27, echelons of the Savage Division boarded trains at Dno to begin their advance on the capital. The next morning lead elements of the division neared Varitsa. Meanwhile, the Usharayevsky Mounted Division, having reached Pskov, was continuing on to Narva-Iamburg, while the 1st Don Cossack Division had moved from Pskov to Luga. A significant portion of the military high command now quickly registered solidarity with Kornilov. Among those to do so were Generals Klembovsky and Balyuev, commanders of the Northern and Western Fronts, respectively, General Sherbatov, deputy commander of the Romanian Front, and General Denikin, commander of the Southwestern Front. The latter wired Kerensky. At a conference with members of the provisional government on July 16, I pointed out that, by virtue of a whole series of military enactments, the government had ruined and corrupted the army and trampled our campaign banners in the mud. Today I received word that General Kornilov, proposing certain demands which could still save the country and the army, is being removed from the post of Commander-in-Chief. Viewing this as the government's return to its former policy of the systematic destruction of the army and, consequently, of the country, it is my duty to inform the government that I will not join it in this course. The main committee of the Union of Officers circulated telegrams to all army and naval headquarters proclaiming that the provisional government could no longer remain at the head of Russia, and urging officers everywhere to be tough and unflinching in their support of Kornilov. On August 28, prices on the Petrograd Stock Exchange shot upward in anticipation of a victory by Kornilov. To many government officials, Kerensky's situation appeared hopeless. Typical of the ominous reports which were now in circulation was a telegram to Tereshchenko from the Foreign Ministry's representative in Mogilev, Prince Grigory Trubetskoy, reported Trubetskoy. A sober appraisal of the situation forces us to admit that the entire commanding personnel, the overwhelming majority of the officers, and the best combat units in the army will follow Kornilov. In the rear, the entire Cossack host, the majority of the military schools, and the best combat units will go over to Kornilov's side. Added to this physical strength is the superiority of the military organization over the weakness of the government organs. The majority of the popular and urban masses have grown indifferent to the existing order and will submit to any cracking of the whip. Subsequent events would reveal how mistaken was this estimate of the situation. Almost from the start of the Kornilov crisis, socialist leaders, with a better sense of the mass mood, were confident that the forces bent on the creation of a strong military dictatorship would ultimately be rebuffed. It even may be, as Sukhanov recalls, that among some political leaders with close ties to workers and soldiers, news of Kornilov's advance brought a sense of relief, excitement, exultation, and the joy of liberation. Hopes were raised that the revolutionary democracy might take new heart, and the revolution might swiftly find its lawful course. But this mood was scarcely Kerensky's. As Kornilov's columns, led by Krymov, appeared to have Petrograd in a vice, and as the forces of the right and left seemed poised for a head-on clash, the prime minister finally grasped the depth of his own isolation. Caught between two fires and expecting reprisals regardless of who won, Kerensky despaired. It appeared virtually certain that his political career was at an end. The Bolsheviks and Kornilov's defeat. Petrograd awoke to near-perfect weather on Sunday, August 27th, the day designated for celebrating the 6-month anniversary of the February Revolution. It was seasonably warm and the air was crystal clear. Placards in bold type, prominently displayed throughout the city, reminded citizens of the fundraising rallies scheduled that day in the capital's largest meeting and concert halls. The morning papers contained no hint of the open struggle that had erupted between Kornilov and Kerensky. The front page of Izvestia was given over to an appeal for donations for the Soviets' upkeep. The duty of every worker, soldier, and peasant, the duty of every responsible citizen in these critical black days, is to support the legitimate organ of the All-Russian Revolution, admonished the headline. For the second consecutive day, Rabinowitch cautioned workers and soldiers not to respond to provocative appeals for revolutionary action. Sinister people are circulating rumors of a rising set for today and allegedly being organized by our party, the paper warned. The Central Committee implores workers and soldiers not to yield to provocations, to maintain restraint and calm, and not to take part in any action today. Most of the top Soviet leadership spent Sunday morning circulating through the districts of Petrograd, making speeches at fundraising rallies. Toward midday, garbled rumors of the rift between Kornilov and Kerensky began to circulate through the Smolny Institute, the former exclusive boarding school for daughters of the nobility which since early August had been serving as central headquarters of the Soviet. The gravity of the emergency facing the government did not become apparent to Soviet deputies until mid-afternoon. At that point, leaders of the various parties represented in the Soviet began rounding up their colleagues for emergency fraction meetings. But it was not until 11:30 that evening, more than 24 hours after Kerensky had concluded that Kornilov was intent on overthrowing the government, that the All-Russian Executive Committees convened in a closed joint plenary session to consider the crisis. With interruptions, the executive committees, gathered in the majestic, high-ceiling Assembly Hall of Smolny, deliberated through the night and well into the morning of August 28th. Two difficult, interrelated problems confronted the deputies. In the first place, in view of the apparent alliance and subsequent conflict between Kerensky and Kornilov, the founding of the Second Coalition, and Kerensky's intention of establishing a directory, the Soviet needed to adopt a position regarding the future of the provisional government. In addition, the deputies were forced to cope with the more immediately pressing task of helping to organize the military defense of the capital. Debate on the government question was heated. A spokesman for the Bolsheviks, Sokolnikov, took the position that the revolutionary democracy could have no confidence in the existing government, implying that it should be removed immediately. The provisional government created conditions for counter-revolution, he asserted. Only the realization of a decisive program, a republic, peace, and bread, can instill in the masses confidence in the government. Yet, for the time being, the Bolsheviks did not offer a formal resolution on the government question. The moderate socialists, for their part, accepted at face value Kerensky's version of his differences with Kornilov, namely, that at hand was a carefully planned conspiracy against the revolution and the legitimate government. In these circumstances, they saw no choice but to support the prime minister. Thus, S. L. Weinstein, on behalf of the Mensheviks, declared early in the proceedings, "We must acknowledge that the only person who can form a government at this time is Comrade Kerensky. An attack has been made on Kerensky and the provisional government, and if they should fall, the revolutionary cause will be lost." The executive committees at first emphatically rejected an oblique suggestion by the SR representative V.N. Richter that it might be necessary to go along with Kerensky on the creation of a directory. A majority was obviously more sympathetic to Martov's claim that all directories spawn counter-revolution. The deputies passed a resolution stipulating that the form of government was to remain unchanged and granting Kerensky authority to fill the vacancies in the cabinet left by the withdrawal of the cadets with democratic elements. At the same time, they agreed to work for the convocation at an early date of yet another state conference. this one to be made up exclusively of representatives of those democratic organizations which had supported the Soviets' platform at the Moscow State Conference. It was understood that this conference would reevaluate the government question, and also that the provisional government would be responsible to it until the convocation of the Constituent Assembly. Significantly, the Bolsheviks abstained rather than vote against the resolution calling for retention of a coalition under Kerensky, and they actually sided with the Mensheviks and SRs on the question of convening another state conference, requiring only that the assembly be revolutionary, i.e., composed entirely of socialist groups. During a break in the Executive Committee's deliberations, members of the Presidium made a brief trip to the Winter Palace to inform the government of the preceding decisions. Kerensky, however, was adamant about the immediate creation of an all-powerful six-man directory. Only a government small in number and totally unified in outlook, he contended, would be capable of acting swiftly and decisively enough to deal effectively with the attack from the right. Upon the delegates' return to Smolny, Kerensky's posture triggered a fresh round of acrimonious debate. Speaking for the Bolshevik fraction, Lunacharsky, for one, ignoring the decisions of the Sixth Congress, proclaimed that the moment has come for the Soviet to create a national government. He introduced a resolution branding as counter-revolutionary both the Kornilov movement and the provisional government and calling for the creation of a government of workers, peasants, and soldiers, interpreted by Lunacharsky's listeners to mean transfer of all power to the Soviets. This government would decree a democratic republic and speed convocation of a constituent assembly. Evidently, this proposal was not put to a vote. As night turned to morning, the existing danger to the revolution was presented to the deputies in ever more alarming terms. Many now learned for the first time of the immediate military threat posed by Krymov's advancing Third Corps, and also of the fact that generals on several fronts were openly siding with Kornilov. In this tension-charged atmosphere, wild rumors acquired instant credence. There is fighting in Luga. The rail station at Dno has been blown up. Soldiers loyal to Kornilov are even now disembarking at the Nikolaevsky station. Under the pressure of such reports, the bleary-eyed deputies gradually swung to Kerensky's side, ultimately adopting a resolution proposed by Tseretelli pledging full support to the Prime Minister. The resolution left the form of government completely up to him, provided only that he pursue the struggle against Kornilov with vigor. Notably, even the Bolsheviks, while vehemently protesting the granting of such prerogatives to Kerensky, nonetheless announced that if the government were genuinely committed to fighting the counter-revolution, they would form a military alliance with it. Addressing themselves to the immediate military threat, officials of the Soviet issued emergency appeals and instructions to key institutions and groups, to army and front committees, provincial Soviets, postal telegraph and railroad workers, and soldiers of the Petrograd garrison. According to the Soviets' directives, orders emanating from Stavka were not to be obeyed. The movement of counter-revolutionary forces was to be watched closely and impeded. Correspondence and communications between elements hostile to the revolution were to be disrupted, and orders of the Soviet and the provisional government were to be carried out without hesitation. To help organize and direct the struggle against Kornilov's forces, the executive committees created an extraordinary military defense organ, the Committee for Struggle Against the Counter-Revolution, which began to function on the afternoon of August 28. As first envisioned, the Committee for Struggle Against the Counter-Revolution was to include, among others, 3 Menshevik representatives, 3 SRs, and even 3 Bolsheviks, the presence of the latter signifying grudging acknowledgement of the stature and growing influence of the Bolsheviks among the masses. But would the Bolsheviks really join actively with the moderate socialists and the government in the fight against Kornilov? As counter-revolutionary forces approached and the capital braced for battle, this was a crucial question in the minds of moderate socialist leaders. The Menshevik internationalist Sukhanov later pointed out the importance of the Bolsheviks at this time. The committee, making defense preparations, had to mobilize the worker-soldier masses. But the masses, insofar as they were organized by the Bolsheviks and followed them. At that time, theirs was the only organization that was large, welded together by an elementary discipline, and linked with the democratic lowest levels of the capital. Without it, the committee was impotent. Without the Bolsheviks, it could only have passed the time with appeals and idle speeches by orators who had lost their authority. With the Bolsheviks, the committee had at its disposal the full power of the organized workers and soldiers. For the Bolsheviks, mapping a suitable program of action during the Kornilov crisis was no simple matter. Although several top officials jailed in July had already been freed, Kamenev, for instance, Trotsky, who was soon to play a decisive role in the party's fortunes, was still languishing in prison. Lenin and Zinoviev remained underground, the former hiding in Finland, the latter in a Petrograd suburb. Lenin dispatched directives relating to the struggle against Kornilov to his colleagues in Petrograd as quickly as he could, but his instructions, written on August 30th, did not reach the capital until the first days of September, well after the crisis had passed. To be sure, the party leadership had as a practical guide the bitterly debated resolutions on tactics adopted 4 weeks earlier by the Sixth Congress. But, as we have seen, these were highly ambiguous. While the Congress's statement on the political situation encouraged collaboration with all elements dedicated to fighting counter-revolution, the resolution on unification, which expressly declared that the Mensheviks had deserted to the camp of the enemy of the proletariat for good, seemed to preclude cooperation in any form between Bolsheviks and moderate socialists. Did this mean that the party could not join with the Mensheviks and SRs, not to speak of the government, in defense measures against Kornilov, but rather that it would have to strike out on an entirely independent revolutionary course? On the night of August 27th to 28th, Petrograd Bolshevik leaders had every reason to suppose that Lenin's assessment of the situation would conform to the views expressed in On Unification. Apart from his unequivocal pronouncements of mid-July and his instructions to the Sixth Congress, of direct relevance were supplementary instructions to the Bolshevik Central Committee and an article, Rumors of a Conspiracy, which Lenin wrote on August 18th to 19th. He had been prompted to prepare these statements after reading in Novaya Zhizn of August 17th a report of collaboration between Bolsheviks and moderate socialists in the Provisional Revolutionary Committee organized by the Moscow Soviet during the Moscow State Conference. From this dispatch, Lenin correctly surmised that to ward off an expected counter-revolutionary military attack, Moscow Bolsheviks had allied closely with local Mensheviks and SRs. This news had enraged Lenin. Here was further evidence of the reluctance of many of his most influential associates to break decisively with the Mensheviks and SRs and, to the contrary, of their inclination toward working with compromisers in pursuit of common goals. Lenin was apprehensive that such predilections within the party would hamper the prospect of its acting boldly to take power at an opportune moment. Hence, he attacked the Moscow Bolsheviks unmercifully. Starting from the assumption that the provisional government and the majority socialists were no less hostile to the revolution than Kornilov and his Cossacks, Lenin contended that the counter-revolutionary scare of mid-August had been artfully contrived by the Mensheviks and SRs to hoodwink the masses into believing that they were champions of the revolution. The political scheme of the Menshevik and defensist traitors is as clear as can be. It is hard to believe that among the Bolsheviks there are fools and scoundrels who would enter into a bloc with the defensists now. The Congress resolution, on unification, being what it is, any Bolshevik who came to terms with the defensists would, of course, be expelled immediately and deservedly from the party. Even in the event that a counter-revolutionary attack appeared genuine, not a single honest Bolshevik who had not taken leave of his senses completely would agree to any bloc. In these circumstances, a Bolshevik would say, "Our workers and soldiers will fight the counter-revolutionary troops. They will do so not to defend the government, but independently to protect the revolution as they pursue their own aims." A Bolshevik would tell the Mensheviks, "We shall fight, of course, but we refuse to enter into any political alliance whatever with you, and reject expression of the least confidence in you." In the instructions appended to Rumors of a Conspiracy, Lenin requested that the Central Committee launch an official inquiry into the behavior of local Bolshevik leaders during the Moscow State Conference, and demanded that any party officials found guilty of participating in a bloc be removed from the Central and Moscow committees. Implying that the popular protest stimulated by the Moscow Conference indicated that an uprising on the order of the July days was not far off, and that when this occurred the party would have to take power into its own hands, he insisted. It is absolutely essential to have people at the helm in Moscow who will not swerve to the right, who will not form blocs with the Mensheviks, and who will understand the new tasks of the party and the new slogan of seizing power. Information on the initial responses of top Bolshevik leaders in Petrograd to news of Kornilov's attack on the provisional government is fragmentary. It appears that not until August 30th did the Central Committee meet as a body to take account of the latest developments. The Bolshevik fractions in the All-Russian Executive Committees, among whom were several Central Committee members, first met in connection with the developing crisis on the early evening of August 27. They probably caucused again after midnight during an extended break in the Executive Committee's deliberations. It is well to bear in mind that within the party Soviet fractions, the influence of moderates such as Kamenev was strong throughout the summer of 1917. The right wing of the party had rejected Lenin's radical revolutionary course at the April conference and later, with less energy, at the 6th Congress. It did so again the night of August 27 to 28. At the start of the All-Russian Executive Committee's meeting just described, Bolshevik spokesman did not present a formal resolution on the government question. Subsequently, the party supported the Mensheviks and SRs in calling for another broad national conference to reassess the political situation. After Kerensky's firmness on the matter of establishing a directory became known, Lunacharsky insisted not only that the Soviet break decisively with the government, but that it take upon itself the responsibility for forming a new government. His resolution, envisioning the declaration of a democratic republic and the immediate convocation of a constituent assembly, was fully consistent with the theoretical outlook of the moderates. Worse yet, from the point of view expressed in rumors of a conspiracy, in the heat of the moment a Bolshevik representative actually had offered a formal alliance with the government in defense of the revolution. At about the time the Bolshevik Soviet fractions first met at Smolny, the Petersburg Committee was in emergency session across the city in the Narva district. Ironically, the meeting had been scheduled 3 days earlier at the insistence of Bolshevik militants from the Vyborg district, disgruntled by what they perceived to be the failure of higher party bodies to respond adequately to the growing threat of counter-revolution. It began with a report on the latest developments by the Central Committee's Andrei Bubnov, a revolutionary activist since his student days in Ivanovo-Voznesensk and a veteran of some 13 arrests and 5 prison terms. The 34-year-old Bubnov was a relatively recent arrival in Petrograd, having moved from Moscow to the capital after his election to the Central Committee at the 6th Congress. In Moscow, Bubnov had been associated with a group of young radicals centered in the party's Moscow Regional Bureau. In early October, he would appear before the Petersburg Committee to support Lenin's plea for organization of an immediate armed uprising against advocates of more cautious tactics. And to the 36 local party officials assembled on the night of August 27, he proposed a significantly more independent, militant course than that being pursued by party leaders at Smolny. Obviously familiar with Lenin's rumors of a conspiracy, he warned the Petersburg Committee against repeating the mistakes of some Moscow Bolsheviks during the Moscow State Conference and collaborating with the Mensheviks and SRs. In Moscow, he observed, "First the government turned to us for help and then we were spat upon." Totally rejecting Bolshevik participation in mutual defense organs of any kind, he insisted that there must be no interaction with the Soviet majority. Instead, he urged that the Bolsheviks work to control the actions of the masses themselves while pursuing their own interests and helping neither Kerensky nor Kornilov. When Bubnov had finished, Kalinin challenged the idea that the party had little stake in the outcome of the conflict between the government and the general staff, contending that if Kornilov appeared on the verge of defeating Kerensky, the Bolsheviks would have to intervene on Kerensky's side. In their frustration, these speakers also lashed out at higher party authorities, at Bolshevik moderates in the executive committees for an excess of defensism, at the leadership of the military organization for elusiveness, and at the Central Committee for operating in a fog during the July crisis. The Central Committee, as well as the Executive Commission of the Petersburg Committee, were chided for cooling the masses too long, for acting arbitrarily and independently, and for a Philistine outlook. On the other hand, somewhat contradictorily, the two party committees came in for criticism for not exerting enough leadership, particularly for devoting insufficient attention to keeping lower party bodies and the masses abreast of changes in the political situation. Observed the Vyborg district's always irreverent latsis. Recently, the Bolshevik central organs have made one apprehensive about the future of the party. Midway in the meeting, sentiment against the Executive Commission was so strong that it appeared the entire commission might be ousted on the spot. Ultimately, it was agreed that new elections for the commission would be held at the next meeting. Although a few Petersburg Committee members must have been wondering privately whether it was not high time to organize a mass armed uprising, it is apparent that, to the bulk of the committee, discussions along this line were, as Kalinin said, nonsense. At one caustic moment in the debate, an unidentified district committee representative abruptly shifted attention to practical matters. "We have vermicelli here," he shouted. Consideration of the current moment is mixed up with pot shots at the Executive Commission. Let's get down to concrete defense measures. Despite these recriminations, there was little doubt within the Petersburg Committee about the necessity of drawing upon the full resources of the party and rallying mass organizations, as well as workers, soldiers, and sailors generally, for a life-and-death struggle against Kornilov. Committee members now turned their attention to preparations for battle. It was belatedly acknowledged, even by Bubnov, that for purposes of information, the party would have to maintain contact with the defense organ established by the leadership of the Soviet. An emergency communications network was established, with representatives from each district to be stationed at Petersburg Committee headquarters and round-the-clock watches to be maintained at the headquarters of district and factory shop committees. The Executive Commission was made responsible for preparing leaflets calling workers and soldiers to arms, and for contingency military planning. It was decided that all party agitators would be mobilized for action in working-class districts the next day. Most important, individual Bolsheviks were designated to coordinate defense preparations with those of major mass organizations in the capital. In short, though fully conscious of the differences between their own goals and those of Kerensky, and also wary of close collaboration with the moderate socialists, members of the Petersburg Committee joined their efforts with those of other left groups and directed their organizational talents and vast resources and energy to the fight against Kornilov. There are some signs that during the Kornilov emergency the impulse for an immediate rising against the provisional government, as well as against Kornilov, may have been stronger within the Bolshevik military organization than within the Petersburg Committee. The relative militancy of at least a segment of the military organization is reflected in a one-page extra edition of Soldat which appeared on August 29th and in several editorials in the regular August 29th edition. The lead editorial in the August 29th extra edition portrayed the situation in the following terms. The conspiracy is revealed. The terrible thing is not so much the two savage divisions located at Dno, but the powerful military machine which is in Kornilov's hands and which he can employ against the revolution by means of crude provocations. We witnessed how this can be done in Petrograd. Why did Kornilov need malicious rumors about disturbances allegedly being prepared by the Bolsheviks on the half-year anniversary of the revolution? This was Kornilov's work. If the provocation had been successful, if shots had again been heard on Petrograd streets, neither Kerensky nor the Soviet leaders would have hesitated for a moment appealing to Kornilov for help, and he would have appeared here at the head of his Chetniks and Ingushs as an angel of mercy. The power of the counter-revolution is simply enormous, and very nearly its most important source of strength lies in the readiness of the government to yield to Kornilov rather than permit the full development of the revolution. Only the full development of the revolution, only a consistently revolutionary government, will not make a deal with Kornilov or the cadets or the Germans. The full development of the revolution means transfer of all power into the hands of the revolutionary workers and poorer peasantry and the waging of an uncompromising struggle against all enemies of the people. Exactly as is the case here now, when the enemy stood at the walls of Paris in 1871, the bourgeoisie preferred to deal with the enemy rather than compromise with the workers. The workers overthrew the bourgeoisie, took power into their own hands, and yielded only because they were ousted by the overwhelming force of government troops. They were defeated because they were isolated. Now the situation is different. The workers' revolution, the government of the revolutionary people, the dictatorship of the working class and poorer peasantry, will not disappear without a trace in a country in the 6th month of revolution. Revolutionary Petrograd, as revolutionary Paris never did, will carry with it the entire country. And there is no other way out. As nearly as one can tell, military organization militancy during the Kornilov crisis did not go beyond such journalistic endeavor. On the night of August 28th, military organization leaders met with their representatives in most units of the garrison. Sverdlov, who had been appointed by the Central Committee to oversee military organization operations after the July uprising, chaired the meeting. In the resolution adopted by the assembled soldier Bolsheviks, compromisers in the Soviet were blamed for facilitating the consolidation of the counter-revolution. The resolution called for the formation of a people's government, but, by implication, compromisers could be included in this government. As a sign that the moderate socialist majority in the Soviet was genuinely ready to break with the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, the resolution demanded, among other things, the liberation of Bolsheviks jailed following the July uprising, the arrest of counter-revolutionary officers, the preparation of the Petrograd garrison for battle, and, with participation by representatives of soldier organizations, the formulation of plans for defeating and suppressing counter-revolutionary forces. The resolution also advocated the arming of the workers and the abolition of capital punishment at the front. After their meeting, the military organization representatives returned to their respective units and did not reassemble until the crisis was over. The relevant sources furnish very little evidence of further activity on the part of the military organization or its bureau, as independent organizations, in the struggle against Kornilov. This does not mean, however, that members of the military organization were not of key importance at this time. Rather, what appears to have happened is that in the sudden emergency occasioned by the advance of Kornilov's forces, military organization leaders, like their counterparts in the Petersburg Committee, channeled much of their effort to help defend the revolution through specially created organs such as the Committee for Struggle, other non-party mass organizations, and the Soviets. Working within these institutions, Bolshevik military organization members played a prominent role in helping to mobilize and arm large numbers of workers, soldiers, and sailors, and giving programmatic and tactical direction to their efforts. The party's official stance in the crisis was summed up in a policy directive which the Central Committee cabled to 20 key provincial Bolshevik committees on August 29. In the interest of repulsing the counter-revolution, we are working in collaboration with the Soviet on a technical and informational basis, while fully retaining our independent political position. Ad hoc revolutionary committees similar to the Committee for Struggle had been created all over Russia during the February Revolution. On a more limited scale, such institutions had reappeared at the time of the June and July crises and during the counter-revolutionary scare of mid-August. The vast majority of these committees remained in existence for only a short time, which distinguished them in part from the more permanent Soviets. Uniting representatives of all left groups, such ad hoc committees filled the need for authoritative military revolutionary organizations capable of acting expeditiously in emergencies. In response to the Kornilov crisis, revolutionary committees sprang up like mushrooms after a late summer rain. Between August 27th and 30th, more than 240 of them were formed in various parts of Russia, often by urban and rural Soviets. In the Petrograd area alone, in addition to the Committee for Struggle, established by the All-Russian Executive Committees on the night of August 27th to 28th, ad hoc committees to mobilize and organize the masses, procure weapons and ammunition, assure the maintenance of essential services, and in general to direct and coordinate the defense of the revolution were hastily created by the Petrograd Soviet, the Inter-District Conference, several district Soviets, and naval Soviets in Reval, Helsingfors, and Kronstadt, in part because of the isolation and lack of authority of the provisional government within those sectors of the Russian population most hostile to Kornilov, and no doubt also because many high government officials were secretly sympathetic to Kornilov and hence, at best, passive in the campaign against him. The Committee for Struggle, above all its military section, willy-nilly became the national command post for combating the right. As formed on August 28th, the committee was composed of 3 representatives each of the Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and SRs, 5 representatives each from the All-Russian Executive Committees, and 2 representatives each from the Central Trade Union and Petrograd Soviets. A representative of the Inter-District Conference was added to the committee the next day. In addition to its military section, the Committee for Struggle had a political commissariat and an information section. The committee issued a constant stream of emergency bulletins which, through the Petrograd Telegraph Agency, gave wide publicity to appeals and directives from the government, Soviets, and other mass organizations, and kept citizens everywhere abreast of late political and military developments. The committee also facilitated the distribution of arms and ammunition to garrison units in need of reinforcement, initiated steps to protect food supplies, dispatched a number of influential Soviet officials to meet and harangue enemy forces, and, in the meantime, working through rail and communications workers' unions, sought to disrupt Kornilov's advance toward the capital. Nonetheless, the decisive moments of the Kornilov emergency occurred so quickly that effective coordination of the campaign against the right, even in the Petrograd area, proved impossible. It was also unnecessary. Spurred by the news of Kornilov's attack, all political organizations to the left of the cadets, every labor organization of any import, and soldier and sailor committees at all levels immediately rose to fight against Kornilov. It would be difficult to find, in recent history, a more powerful, effective display of largely spontaneous and unified mass political action. The initiative, energy, and authority of the Petrograd Interdistrict Conference of Soviets during the Kornilov days emerge with particular clarity from the relevant documents. As early as August 24, the conference, still directed by the Menshevik internationalist Alexander Gorin but strongly influenced by the Bolsheviks, fearful that an attack by the counter-revolution was imminent, had passed a resolution which demanded that the government immediately declare Russia a democratic republic and announce that Russian war aims, presumably as defined by the Petrograd Soviet in March, were immutable. The resolution insisted on the immediate breakup of counter-revolutionary headquarters and formal recognition of the authority of democratic committees within the army, demanded an end to the persecution of leftists, and called for the immediate formation of a Committee of Public Safety and fighting squads of workers and unemployed to defend the revolution. Consequently, the Interdistrict Conference was fully primed to take prompt action when, a few days later, Kornilov's intentions were disclosed. At an emergency session of the conference on August 28, the assembled district Soviet representatives voted to delegate a representative to the Committee for Struggle and to each of its sections, to remain in permanent session, to take the lead in organizing an armed workers' militia under the political responsibility of the Interdistrict Conference and District Soviets, to impose control by District Soviets over the actions of local government commissars, to send out roving patrols charged with detaining counter-revolutionary agitators, and to establish close contact between Soviets and Dumas in all districts. These were not mere statements of intent. The Interdistrict Conference at once dispatched to all district Soviets in and around Petrograd specific directives relating to the recruitment, organization, and arming of a workers' militia. For the duration of the Kornilov emergency, the Interdistrict Conference's offices at Smolny and the headquarters of each district Soviet became directing centers for the preservation of revolutionary order and for mass action against the counter-revolution. The activities of the Peterhof District Soviet are illustrative of the initiatives taken by other district Soviets. On August 28, Mikhail Bogdanov, a Bolshevik construction worker who represented the Peterhof Soviet in the Interdistrict Conference, reported to his Soviet, erroneously as it turned out, that loyalist forces in Luga were suffering reverses. Bogdanov also informed the Peterhof deputies of the Interdistrict Conference's plans for the organization of a workers' militia. Bogdanov's listeners responded to this news by quickly agreeing to arrange factory meetings where measures for coping with the existing emergency would be discussed, and to form a central revolutionary committee to organize and direct a Red Guard. The following morning, a proclamation from the Peterhof Central Revolutionary Committee, the Peterhof District Soviet, and factory shop committees in the Peterhof district was posted throughout the district. It announced that military conspirators, headed by the traitor General Kornilov and supported by the blindness and lack of political consciousness of some divisions, are moving toward the heart of the revolution, Petrograd. Counter-revolutionary supporters, this proclamation continued, are attempting to stab in the back revolutionary forces defending Petrograd, circulating provocatory rumors and appeals aimed at stimulating panic among the populace and bringing workers into the streets prematurely. Don't be taken in by such provocations, the proclamation warned. Don't permit drunkenness. Rely on your own power to maintain revolutionary order. Don't undertake mass action in the absence of our call. Let us concentrate all our power on the fight against the counter-revolution. Maintain calm, restraint, and discipline. At the direction of the Peterhof Central Revolutionary Committee, large numbers of factory workers were armed and sent to dig trenches, erect barricades, and string barbed wire along the southern approaches to the city. Simultaneously, other workers were made responsible for keeping tabs on the activities of potential rightist supporters, protecting factories, and helping to preserve order. Other organizations, among them the Petrograd City Duma, the Petrograd Trade Union Soviet, the Central Soviet of Factory Shop Committees, and individual trade unions and factory committees, were similarly active in the struggle against Kornilov. On August 28, an emergency session of the City Duma, in which the Bolsheviks were now the second largest party, voted to prepare appropriate appeals to Kornilov's troops and to the population of Petrograd. The deputies also formed a commission to work with the authorities in assuring the procurement and distribution of adequate food supplies and selected a team of deputies to go to Luga to win over Kornilov's troops. On August 26, the Petrograd Trade Union Soviet and the Central Soviet of Factory Shop Committees, meeting jointly, had endorsed the Interdistrict Conference's call for a Committee of Public Safety to help organize the defense of the capital. Now, at an unscheduled session on August 28, the Petrograd Trade Union Soviet's Executive Commission, in which Bolshevik influence was strong, responded to an invitation to appoint a representative to the Committee for Struggle by choosing the Bolshevik Vasily I. Schmidt for the post. The next morning, after hearing an alarming report on food supply stocks in the capital from the head of the Food Supply Administration, the full Trade Union Soviet formed a food supply commission of its own composed of representatives from the Transport Workers Union, the Flour Mill Workers Union, Restaurant, Food Store and Food Industry Workers, and the Trade Union Soviet. On August 29, the Central Soviet of Factory Shop Committees met with Factory Shop Committee representatives from industrial plants throughout the capital to evaluate preparations for battle and to help coordinate the distribution of arms to workers. That evening, the Trade Union Soviet and the Central Soviet of Factory Shop Committees held a joint session. After hearing a progress report by Schmidt on the work of the Committee for Struggle, the participants in this meeting agreed to support it in every way possible and to coordinate their own defense efforts with those of the committee. They also voted to insist on the liberation of revolutionaries still in jail and on the adoption of decisive measures to suppress the rightist press and arrest counter-revolutionaries. Moreover, after re-evaluating the question of distributing arms to workers, they enthusiastically endorsed such action. The Petrograd Union of Metal Workers, which, as spokesman for over 200,000 workers, was far and away the most powerful labor union in Russia, allocated 50,000 rubles from its treasury, as well as the services of its large, experienced staff, to the Committee for Struggle. The left SR-controlled Chauffeurs Union announced that the government could count on all of the transport and maintenance services it could provide, while the Printers Union, dominated by Mensheviks, ordered typesetters to boycott presses that published newspapers supporting Kornilov. Of the individual trade unions, the most important during the Kornilov crisis was, inevitably, the Union of Railway Workers. On August 28 and 29, the Soviet Central Executive Committee had warned rail personnel that it was their responsibility to prevent needless bloodshed. Rail workers were directed to monitor the progress of military forces being moved toward Petrograd, to obey without hesitation orders of the government and Soviet in regard to the holding up and redirection of these troops, and to ignore instructions coming from Kornilov. An analogous telegram was dispatched at about the same time by Kerensky to supervisors on all rail lines in the rear and at the front and to all rail committees. Significantly earlier, on August 27, the All-Russian Executive Committee of Railway Workers, customarily designated by its Russian acronym Vikshel, had formed a special bureau for struggle against Kornilov's forces. On August 28, Vikshel sent telegrams to key points along the entire Russian rail network directing that suspicious telegrams be held up and that Vikshel be kept informed of the size and destination of all suspect military forces traveling on rail lines. Rail personnel were authorized to interrupt the movement of counter-revolutionary forces by any and all means, including withholding rail cars, absenting themselves from their posts, and, if need be, dismantling tracks and blocking the right-of-way. They were also encouraged to halt shipment of provisions to areas occupied by Kornilov supporters. Implementation of these directives began immediately. Within hours after public announcement of the Kornilov emergency, alarm whistles were sounded in factories throughout Petrograd. Acting on their own, without instructions from higher authorities, workers reinforced security around plant buildings and grounds and began to form fighting detachments. On August 28 to 29, long lines of workers could be seen in the factory districts, waiting to enroll in these detachments, referred to with increasing frequency as Red Guards. To help arm these recruits, personnel in the cannon shops at the Putilov factory speeded production of a variety of weapons which were dispatched directly to the field without even a test firing. Metal workers simply accompanied their products and adjusted the weapons on the spot. The factory committee at the sprawling Sestroretsk weapons factory funneled a few thousand rifles and limited quantities of ammunition to the newly formed workers' Red Guards. Other weapons were obtained from the arsenal in the Peter and Paul fortress and from garrison soldiers, but the demand for arms far outran the supply. During the Kornilov days, many of the newly recruited Red Guards received training in the handling of arms from soldiers assigned to this task by the Bolshevik military organization. After a hasty indoctrination, Red Guards were dispatched, some to man hurriedly constructed defense fortifications in the southern Narva and Moscow districts and on the Pulkovo Heights, others to lay barbed wire, dig trenches, or help tear up track along the rail lines leading to the capital, and still others to meet General Krymov's advancing troops. Most soldiers in the partially dismantled Petrograd garrison responded to the crisis with equal dispatch. Soon after news of Kornilov's ultimatum to the government began to circulate on August 27, unit committees and hastily organized mass meetings of soldiers in military barracks throughout the capital and its suburbs had passed resolutions condemning the counter-revolution and voicing their readiness to help defend the revolution. Garrison soldiers strengthened communications with neighboring military units and with such institutions as the Committee for Struggle, the Soldiers Section of the Petrograd Soviet, District Soviets, and the Bolshevik military organization. Garrison units suspended leaves, increased the number of soldiers assigned to guard duty, took stock of existing supplies of arms and ammunition, and formed delegations of agitators and composite fighting detachments for service at the front. The Litovsky Guards Regiment declared in a resolution of August 28, all troops not involved in work details or without valid medical excuses are required to participate in the detachment now being formed. Officers and men refusing to do their duty will be subject to revolutionary trial. The 6th Engineers quickly organized a 600-man detachment to aid in the construction of defense fortifications. The Petrograd Carters Battalion pledged the 500 carts at its disposal to help supply military units defending the Soviet. Within the Petrograd garrison, only Cossack troops and military school cadets did not join at once in the campaign against the counter-revolution. The former remained neutral, while the latter sided openly with Kornilov. Baltic Fleet installations dealt with the emergency in much the same way. On August 28, the Soviet in Reval, meeting with the Executive Committee of the Estonian Soviet and with Army and Fleet committees and representatives of the major socialist parties, organized a united Executive Committee to direct the fight against the counter-revolution. Among other things, this organization brought garrison and naval units in the Reval area to battle readiness and instructed revolutionary forces to occupy key rail points nearby. In Helsingfors on the same day, a joint emergency meeting of the Regional Executive Committee of the Army, Fleet, and Workers in Finland, the Executive Committee of the Helsingfors Soviet, members of Centrabalt, the Regional Committee of Finnish Peasant Soviets, and representatives of local army and ship committees, altogether some 600 leftist political leaders, soldiers, sailors, and workers, began with the passage of a resolution branding Kornilov and his supporters traitors to the revolution and the state, and demanding the transfer of governmental power to the revolutionary democracy and the immediate shutdown of all bourgeois newspapers and presses. The meeting culminated in the creation of a revolutionary committee with unrestricted powers to prevent counter-revolutionary action and to maintain order in Finland. Launching operations promptly, this committee helped to paralyze the activities of several large Finnish-based Cossack and cavalry units which Kornilov had counted upon for support and dispatched a composite 1,500-man combat force from Viborg to Petrograd. Comrades, a terrible hour has struck. The revolution and all its achievements are in the gravest danger. Began the Helsingfors Revolutionary Committee's proclamation of its supreme political authority in Finland. The time has come when the revolution and the country need your strength, your sacrifices, perhaps your lives. Because of this, the Revolutionary Committee appeals to all of you to come to the defense of the revolution and freedom with closed ranks. To deal a crushing blow to the counter-revolution, nipping it in the bud. Initially, word of the Kornilov crisis was brought to Kronstadt during the night of August 27 by some sailors from the cruiser Aurora, then undergoing capital repairs in Petrograd. The Executive Committee of the Kronstadt Soviet, under its newly elected chairman, Lazar Bregman, a Bolshevik, immediately took control of all communications facilities, weapons stores, and private and port vessels, dispatched commissars to military headquarters and nearby naval forts at Eno and Krasnaya Gorka, and created a military technical committee. This committee, which included the overall commander of all the Kronstadt naval units, the Kronstadt fort commander, the head of the Kronstadt militia, and representatives of all major parties in the Executive Committee, assumed, for practical purposes, full command authority over all military elements in Kronstadt. After receiving an urgent request for troop support from the Committee for Struggle, the Military Technical Committee shot back a demand for the release of our comrades, the finest fighters and sons of the revolution who are at this minute languishing in prison. At the same time, it declared unequivocally that the entire Kronstadt garrison, as one man, was ready to come to the defense of the revolution. 3,000 well-armed sailors, a high percentage of whom had been to Petrograd last as participants in the July uprising, departed for the capital in the early morning of August 29. After disembarking at the quays along Vasilevsky Island, they were dispatched to help protect rail stations, bridges, the main post office, the telegraph and telephone station, the Winter Palace, and other key government buildings. The overwhelming superiority of the left over the pro-Kornilov forces was quickly evident. Steps taken by the moderate socialists and Bolsheviks to ensure that factory workers would not be deceived by rightist agitators achieved their aim. Petrograd newspapers during the Kornilov days contained reports of scattered rightist agitation among the masses, but in no case did these incidents lead to the large-scale civil disorders hoped for by the conspirators. After the crisis erupted on August 27, conducting open counter-revolutionary agitation anywhere in Petrograd became very hazardous. In addition, swift action by rail and telegraph workers initially prevented rightist leaders in the capital from establishing communications with advancing counter-revolutionary forces. Within units of the Petrograd garrison, the relatively few officers with the temerity to register sympathy for Kornilov, or even reluctance to oppose him, were simply ignored, to be dealt with when time permitted. In the Helsingfors area, some officers suspected of harboring counter-revolutionary sentiments were lynched. In Viborg, several high-level officers who refused to acknowledge the authority of a commissar sent to their unit by the Helsingfors Revolutionary Committee were immediately arrested. A mob of soldiers later broke into their place of detention and killed them. Aboard the battleship Petropavlovsk, based in Helsingfors, the entire crew participated in a vote to decide whether or not to execute 4 young officers who declined to pledge their allegiance to democratic organizations. Sentiment was overwhelmingly against the officers and they were slaughtered, the firing squad carrying out the sentence having been selected by lot. On August 29, 14 officers allegedly connected with the Kornilov conspiracy were rounded up in the Hotel Astoria, in the center of Petrograd. That day as well, a number of the junior officers who had been temporarily transferred from the front to Petrograd, supposedly for training in the handling of newly developed English trench mortars, were discovered and detained aboard trains bound for the capital. It appears that most rightist leaders in Petrograd, among them Colonel V.I. Sidorin, chief liaison officer between Stavka and conspiratorial groups in the capital, Colonel Desimeter, head of the Republican Center's military section, and P.N. Finisov, a vice president of the Republican Center, spent much of their time on August 27th and 28th simply waiting for word of Krymov's whereabouts. They passed the intervening hours downing quantities of vodka in private rooms at 2 popular Petrograd night spots, the Malyi Yaroslavets and Villa Road. On the evening of the 28th, Desimeter and Finisov set off toward Luga to locate Krymov. Sidorin remained behind to supervise the concoction of a Bolshevik riot. Upon receipt of a coded message from Desimeter, "Act at once according to instructions." Such a signal was dispatched to Sidorin on the morning of August 29th and was received in Petrograd that evening. But by that time the futility of the rightist cause was obvious. Sidorin reportedly was pressured out of proceeding with a simulated rising by General Alexeyev, who threatened suicide unless the conspirators' plans were aborted. In the end, Sidorin simply disappeared, allegedly taking with him a considerable sum of money put up by Putilov and the Society for the Economic Rehabilitation of Russia to finance a military coup. As for the forces under General Krymov's command, it will be recalled that on August 27 Kornilov directed elements of the Third Corps to continue their advance toward Petrograd and to occupy the city. The next day troop trains carrying these forces were strung out for hundreds of miles along the major rail lines leading to the capital: the Savage Division on the Moskovsko-Vendovo-Rybinskoye line between Dno and Varitsa, the Ussuriysky Mounted Division on the Baltic line between Reval and Narva and Iamberg, and the 1st Don Cossack Division on the Warsaw line between Pskov and Luga. Units of the Savage Division posed the most immediate threat to the capital. On the evening of August 28, elements of the Ingushsky and Cherkessy regiments reached Varitsa, only 37 miles from the capital. But rail workers there had blocked the right-of-way with lumber-filled railway cars and had torn up the track for miles beyond. Not only were the troops unable to progress further by rail, it was impossible for them to communicate effectively with other elements of the division or with General Krymov, Stavka, or Petrograd. While the division's officers fumed helplessly, the soldiers were harangued by a stream of agitators, among whom were emissaries from the Committee for Struggle, several Petrograd district soviets, and a number of Petrograd factories, as well as from garrison military units then digging in for battle outside Tsarsko Selo further north. Also on hand were a team of nearly 100 agitators selected by Centroflot, the Central Executive Committee of the Navy, from among sailors in the 2nd Baltic Fleet crew who previously had been attached to the Savage Division as machine gunners, and a smaller, all-Muslim delegation dispatched by the Executive Committee of the Union of Muslim Soviets, which included a grandson of the legendary Shamil. At times, echelons of the Savage Division were encircled by local workers and peasants who berated them for betraying the revolution. The troops had not been told the real reason for their movement northward, and, as it turned out, most had little sympathy for Kornilov's objectives and no desire to oppose the provisional government and the Soviet. On August 30th, the troops hoisted a red flag inscribed "Land and Freedom" over their headquarters and arrested the headquarters commandant when he protested. They then formed a revolutionary committee to prevent any further movement toward Petrograd, to inform other units in the division about how they were being used by the counter-revolution, and to organize a meeting of representatives of all units in the division. When such a meeting, attended by the Muslim delegation, was convened the next day, it voted to send a delegation to Petrograd at once with a pledge of loyalty to the provisional government. The Ushuraisky Mounted Division found itself in a similar situation. On August 28th, railway workers in Narva delayed its forward progress for some 7 hours. Late that night, lead elements of the division reached Iamburg but could go no further, since the track beyond had been blocked and wrecked. On August 29th and 30th, crowds of agitators from the Narva and Iamburg Soviets and from factories, military units, and mass organizations in Petrograd, as well as a delegation from the Committee for Struggle led by Tseretelli, circulated among the troops. As in the case of the Savage Division, the Ushuraisky soldiers were quickly persuaded not to obey their officers' orders and to pledge loyalty to the provisional government. All that was necessary to win over some unit committees was a reading of Kerensky's initial public proclamations of Kornilov's treachery. Probably the most difficult force to neutralize was the 1st Don Cossack Division, with which General Krymov and his staff were traveling. Elements of the division had reached Luga the night of August 27th, but here, too, speedy measures by railway workers, acting in concert with the Luga Soviet, stymied further advance by rail. The railway workers held back rolling stock, wrecked bridges and track, and effectively blocked communications between Krymov's forces. Subsequently, the trains carrying the 1st Don Cossack Division were surrounded by soldiers from the 20,000-man Luga garrison. Deputies from the Luga Soviet and the Petrograd City Duma, as well as worker-soldier representatives from the capital, swarmed around the wagons, haranguing the occupants through the train windows. Officers in the division protested the presence of Bolshevik agents, but to no avail. Krymov, upon receiving orders from Kornilov to continue his advance on Petrograd regardless of the obstacles, weighed the possibility of marching his troops the remaining 57 miles to the capital. He rejected this course when it became clear that the soldiers from the Luga garrison would resist such action by force and that the Cossacks would not oppose the soldiers. Actually, there were almost no skirmishes between Kornilov's forces and those on the government side during the entire affair. In the case of the 1st Don Cossack Division, agitators were soon drawing the troops to mass rallies before Krymov's very eyes. With relatively little difficulty, they won soldier representatives in most units to their point of view, and by August 30th some Cossacks were expressing their readiness to arrest Krymov. Finally, late on the afternoon of August 30th, a government emissary, Colonel Georgii Samarin, invited Krymov to accompany him back to Petrograd for talks with Kerensky. Given firm assurances of his personal safety, Krymov reluctantly acquiesced. Krymov, who had just received word from Finisov and Desimeter that disorders would break out in the capital momentarily, seems to have left Luga with some hope that Kerensky might still turn to him for help in suppressing the left. His hope, however, was short-lived. Arriving in Petrograd by car the night of August 30th to 31st, Krymov found the city altogether quiet. It was plain by now that the affair was all but over. The bulk of the army had remained loyal to the government and the Soviet. On the southwestern front, the outspoken General Denikin had been incarcerated by his own troops. The aging commander of the northern front, General Klembovsky, who had disobeyed Kerensky's order to take Kornilov's place as supreme commander, quietly resigned and was soon replaced by the leftist General Cheremissov. Commanders of the other major Russian fronts now belatedly pledged their loyalty to the government. Kerensky named himself supreme commander, and the conservative General Alexeyev emerged from retirement to become chief of staff. Because of his former close association with Kornilov, Savinkov was stripped of his posts as governor-general and acting war minister. His replacement in the latter capacity was General Verkhovsky, the commander of the Moscow Military District. A high-level commission appointed by Kerensky, much like the body created several weeks earlier to hand up indictments in connection with the July uprising, was about to begin an investigation of the conspiracy. The public figures who had hailed the people's commander-in-chief at the time of the Moscow conference now hastened to put distance between themselves and Kornilov. Declared Rodzianko sanctimoniously, "All I know about the evils of the day is what I read in the papers. To start internecine warfare and argument now is a crime against the motherland." Vladimir Lvov, still seemingly in a daze, expressed genuine pleasure at the outcome of the affair. On August 30th, from his jail cell, he penned the following note to Kerensky. "My dear Alexander Fedorovich, from the bottom of my heart I congratulate you and am happy that I delivered a friend from Kornilov's clutches. Yours always and everywhere, V. Lvov." General Krymov met with Kerensky in the Winter Palace on the morning of August 31st. According to all reports, their conversation was extremely heated, although information on precisely what transpired is contradictory. Krymov evidently insisted that his troops had not been directed against the provisional government, that his only object was and had always been to help facilitate the maintenance of order. Hearing this after he had read Krymov's August 26th order regarding the imposition of military rule in Petrograd, Kerensky grew livid and berated Krymov fiercely for his duplicity. For Krymov, the experience was understandably trying. A courageous commander who took great pride in the traditional military virtues of patriotism, straightforwardness, and decisiveness, he had hoped since February to help halt the revolution and re-establish a strong central government, in the belief that otherwise Russia was doomed. Yet now he was forced to lie to save himself and his associates, accused of crimes against the state by a man who for some time had been privately voicing similar convictions. Ahead lay further interrogation, the necessity for more deception, and the ignominy of arrest, prosecution, and prison. Krymov, in despair, left Kerensky at around 2 p.m. with the understanding that he would appear at the Admiralty for further questioning later in the afternoon. From the Winter Palace, he went to the apartment of a friend, where, to no one in particular, he observed dejectedly, "The last card for saving the motherland has been beaten. Life is no longer worth living." Then, retiring to a private room, ostensibly for a rest, he scribbled a brief message to Kornilov and shot himself once through the heart. The question of a new government. The quick collapse of the Kornilov movement brought to the fore the thorny problem of what kind of government should replace the defunct Second Coalition. At the start of the Kornilov emergency, a temporary understanding had been reached between Kerensky, who was bent on creating a strong directory, and leaders of the Soviet, who, although uniformly opposed to the formation of such a government, were for the moment concerned primarily with shoring up the revolution's defenses. According to the political resolution passed by the All-Russian Executive Committees the night of August 27th to 28th, Kerensky was to be given leave to form whatever government he wished, provided only that it remained fully dedicated to leading an all-out fight against Kornilov. On August 28th, when it seemed likely that Krymov's forces would enter the capital and that a bloody clash between the forces of the right and the left would inevitably ensue, it appeared for a time that Kerensky might not act in accordance with the Executive Committee's resolution. At the height of the crisis, the Cadet Party leadership sought to forestall civil war by convincing Kerensky to yield his post to an authoritative figure with whom Kornilov would be willing to deal before Krymov's legions reached Petrograd. The candidate selected by the cadets as potentially acceptable to both Kornilov and Kerensky was General Alexeyev. On the afternoon of the 28th, Milyakov offered his services to Kerensky as an intermediary between the government and the general staff. Shortly afterward, another high-ranking cadet, Nikolai Kishkin, sounded out Kerensky specifically on the question of his resignation in favor of Alexeyev. That evening, a majority of Kerensky's acting ministers apparently agreed on the advisability of substituting Alexeyev for Kerensky, and many of them made their views known to the Prime Minister. Allied representatives in Russia, led by Britain's George Buchanan, also attempted to persuade Kerensky to negotiate with Kornilov. It is clear that Kerensky, under the weight of such pressure, came very close to yielding his post. But the leadership of the Soviet categorically opposed negotiation. Upon its insistence, Kerensky, at the 11th hour, rejected the course pushed by the cadets. Of course, by the next day, August 29th, the Kornilov bubble had burst. For Kerensky, there was no longer any question of coming to terms with the generals. One might have expected that at this point, having suffered so badly at the hands of the right and having witnessed the enormous power of the left, the prime minister would have taken pains to retain the support of the latter. Yet, obsessed more than ever by fear of the extreme left and still intent on somehow strengthening the war effort, Kerensky now behaved almost as if the Kornilov affair had not happened. To be sure, he insisted on Kornilov's arrest and on the immediate resignation of Savinkov, and he now proclaimed Russia a republic. But in a charge to the chairman of the commission set up to investigate the Kornilov conspiracy, Kerensky stipulated that the inquiry, as it pertained to the military establishment, should be limited as much as possible to the complicity of the main participants. In addition, Kerensky appointed General Alexeyev, the cadet candidate for prime minister, to the post of chief of staff. In accepting his new position, Alexeyev, whose views on the changes in the army brought about by the revolution coincided with those of Kornilov and Denikin, acknowledged privately that his primary motivation was to ease the fate of Kornilov and his supporters. Most telling of all, as soon as the Kornilov threat subsided, Kerensky began laying plans to form an authoritarian government oriented toward law and order, a right socialist liberal coalition cabinet in which the influence of the cadets would be stronger than ever. Meanwhile, the exigencies of the struggle against Kornilov had pulled the moderate socialists leftward into conflict with the government and toward closer alliance with the extreme left. After the July days, most Mensheviks and SRs had actively supported Kerensky in his attempts to disarm workers and suppress the Bolsheviks. During the Kornilov emergency, on the other hand, the Committee for Struggle Against the Counter-Revolution was forced to endorse and facilitate the formation of armed workers' detachments. Although it is difficult to estimate how many workers first obtained arms and became organized for violent political action at this time, it is safe to say that whatever limited progress had been made earlier in pacifying the Petrograd masses was instantly undone. One of the Bolsheviks' most insistent demands as the price of their participation in mutual defense organs, a plea echoed during the crisis by a myriad of mass organizations, was that Bolshevik leaders still in prison on suspicion of having been involved in the July uprising be released without further delay. On August 29th, when a group of soldier Bolsheviks broke out of their place of detention in the 2nd District Militia headquarters, evidently with the help of some sympathetic guards, the Committee for Struggle agreed that they should be allowed to remain free in order to participate in the common struggle against the counter-revolution. Pressure to do something about the prisoner issue mounted when leftist officers held in the 1st District Militia headquarters issued a public demand to be allowed to help in the fight against Kornilov and emphasized their demand by proclaiming a hunger strike. Yielding to this pressure, which was strengthened by intervention on the prisoners' behalf by the Committee for Struggle, the authorities released a few Bolsheviks at the height of the Kornilov scare. Some other leftist leaders were freed in the first half of September. Thus, on September 4th, prison gates swung open for Antonov Evsenko and Dybenko. Trotsky was released the same day, his bail furnished by the Petrograd Soviet of Trade Unions. Several of the Bolshevik officers involved in the hunger strike in the 1st District Militia headquarters, among them military organization leaders Krylenko, Dashkevich, Kudelko, and Turartunians, won their freedom a week later. All of these liberated Bolsheviks were to play active roles in the subsequent development of the revolution. Preparing to combat Kornilov, officials of the Committee for Struggle became alarmed that officers in the headquarters of the Petrograd Military District, supposedly participating in the defense of the city, were surreptitiously trying to aid the general. There were numerous indications that these officers were dragging their feet in mobilizing, arming, and properly provisioning garrison units. Upon their directives, some of the units ultimately dispatched were deployed so as to be sitting ducks for the attacking forces. When the sabotage by the military staff became apparent, the Committee for Struggle sent its own commissars to oversee the staff's operations. On August 28th, when Kerensky had appeared on the verge of stepping down in favor of General Alexeyev, the moderate socialists had brought pressure to bear upon Kerensky to prevent such a step. In the aftermath of the Kornilov experience, many prominent Mensheviks and SRs were cool to Kerensky's aim of forming another coalition with the cadets. This was partly because the cadets were now a symbol of anti-republican, anti-reform, and pro-war sentiment, and hence popular opinion in Petrograd was hostile to continued cadet participation in the government. It was also because of genuine concern among the Menshevik and SR leaders themselves about the cadet role in the Kornilov conspiracy. A joint plenary meeting of the All-Russian Executive Committees, primarily to consider the government question, was quickly scheduled for the evening of August 31st, soon after Kerensky's political intentions became known. Meanwhile, a hastily assembled emergency meeting of the Menshevik Central Committee adopted a resolution stating that participation in the government of elements that had sympathized with the counter-revolution or whose intention had been to paralyze the fight against the counter-revolution was impermissible. As to the status of the cadets, the resolution declared specifically that they could not longer be included in the provisional government. A meeting of the SR Central Committee adopted an analogous position. These views were conveyed immediately to Kerensky, who at this juncture temporarily shelved plans to construct another coalition and instead announced the formation of a caretaker five-man directory from which cadets were excluded. Headed by Kerensky, the directory was made up of Tereshchenko, still handling foreign affairs, two younger, relatively progressive military officers, Admiral Dmitry Verderevsky and General Verkhovsky, heading the naval and war ministries respectively, and Alexei Nikitin, an undistinguished right Menshevik who had been Minister of Labor in the Second Coalition as Minister of Post and Telegraph. In formulating a stance on the government issue, the moderate socialists were faced with a situation reminiscent in many ways of the July days. At that time, massive numbers of workers and soldiers had taken to the streets to protest the policies of the provisional government and to demand that the Soviet assume power. Their cry had been, "Down with the 10 minister capitalists. All power to the Soviets." Now, in the first flush of their triumph over Kornilov, the local-level mass organizations and the factory workers, soldiers, and sailors who had joined in the anti-Kornilov movement expressed their views regarding the nature, makeup, and program of the future government in a torrent of letters, resolutions, and political declarations. These revealed that at bottom the demands of the masses at this time differed little from what they had been 2 months earlier. Some representative examples will serve to convey the tenor of these appeals. Workers from the machine shop of the Petrograd pipe factory, after discussing the current moment on August 28, declared, "In view of the emerging bourgeois counter-revolutionary movement, as well as the attacks on freedom and on all the democratic gains of the Russian proletariat by former Tsarist operchniki police thugs, all power must be transferred to the Soviet of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies." The same day, 8,000 workers in the Metallist factory approved a declaration of no confidence in the Minister Socialists, presumably for their willingness to cooperate with the bourgeoisie. These workers demanded the immediate creation of a forceful revolutionary government. On the 29th, an angry meeting of several thousand workers in the Mammoth Putilov factory agreed that the future government has to be composed solely of representatives of the revolutionary classes, adding that any negotiations regarding the creation of a coalition government at a time when the bourgeoisie and its representative Kornilov are making war on the people will be considered treachery to the cause of freedom. Meanwhile, employees of the Novoadmiraltysky shipbuilding plant, after considering the existing political situation, insisted that state power must not remain in the hands of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie a minute longer. It must be put into the hands of the workers, soldiers, and poorer peasantry and be responsible to the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies.